对，第二季队伍的一个资历他不算太老，但队伍里面的一些大多数的一些选手，他的一个比赛经验还是比较丰富的。其实我们今天可以
Alright, that's live.
下，像这边的五卡手和
Is this live as well?
他们是第二季组选手的一个核心吧，可以说是。
Or we live somewhere else?
他们两个人的一个发挥非常的亮眼。
而且我觉得这一个比较难能可贵的就是，包括像是麦子这名选手，他
Your channel. Oh no, we're live. It's just the wrong one. Oops. And my camera's not on either, so give me a second. There we go. Edit video. Can I do that? I mean, that's on the... How do I get to the actual stream of it, though? Manage. Here we go.
是我的队友和我都非常有志同道合的。那我本身是一个非常热爱玩游戏的人，那一路走到现在还进入了8强。那我的队友是我前进的动力。
I'm just gonna call it an English broadcast because I guess that's what it kind of is. Bit cheeky, maybe, but I hope you'll mind. Alright, that's public. Okay. Sorry, turn on the light. Alexa, turn on the lights. Cool. Hey, the cat camera glitching. Oh, is it really? Oh, yeah, it is. Let's give it a second, I guess. Oh, yeah, it is like proper freaking out, isn't it? Let me turn it off and on again. It's not that, it's just something to do with the virtual camera. Like, I think it's sorted itself out now. It's because I had like the camera hub open before the camera was turned on. So I think that kind of messed with it a little bit. Right. So we're actually live on YouTube as well. So if you're on YouTube, hello. I don't know if it's just for this event or whether it's for future watch parties, but I got permissions to simulcast this one. It's fine now. Yeah. Like, it usually just takes a second. I like that the cat's like, embrace the FBX, pull it out of the fucking wall, put it back, connect it into this. And so I just give it a minute. Like, honestly, it'll work itself out. But yeah, I think I have YouTube chat open. Should be through OBS. Well, that's like multi-chat, but I guess I'll see some on YouTube just in case. So that's pretty good. I can connect it to TikTok as well, but I might do that tomorrow. Might be like a cool thing to do. I also need to probably will do it this way. Update this because I've not had the chance yet. I also need to change my shirt. No system audio. No vid audio, as in like from the game. It's just very quiet. That's why. I mean, it is in Chinese, so I just kept it low to begin with. There you go. That should work now, right?
OK， 感谢盖考王阿阳的这个采访哈。那我们看一下方 Plus 的首发阵员名单：阿阳、刘一手。
Yeah, that should be all okay.
而且当然还有他们的主教练雷森蒂。
方 Plus 刚刚这个采访也有看到，他对他们这一套。
Looks good, VLR. So what game we got up to? Stage 3 we're on. RA versus DRG, so I think that was only like day 1. Oh no, day 3. The matches that I've missed... end of day 2, sorry. Missed 6 games to add on. Let's do it slowly so I don't mess it up. BLG went first against Attack and Soul, and they've got Sunset, Breeze. Lotus, Split, Haven, Ascent, Bind, Spins. If I can put it in the bin at this point.
是的，近期的话，确实他的一个胜率也不是很高。
EDG actually banned first against top.
不太大家
They banned
大家不太
Ascent.
能够去看见的一套阵容，像盖克的一套体系。
Oh, I keep putting top as
那
Tez.
看一下来到第二季这边的一个
Ascent,
数据情况，第二
and
季其实
Breeze,
感觉他们的首先佣兵
Sunset,
和
Haven,
这两张胜
Bind,
率都不是
Lotus,
很高，
Split.
都没有能够拿到比赛的胜利。但是有一
Need
张
to find a way to like
他
put in
们
the
有
wins
的
losses
主要
on
在
this so it
放
just
出来他们就
automatically
赢回来了，就
updates.
亚海玄城。
是的，
他们在这
That
张
was
地图拥有
Saturday,
7
and then
次
there
的
was
比赛
Monday
经历，并且拿到了其中5场
and
胜利。
Tuesday.
也就意味着这一
And then
支
we're caught up.
第二季他们在亚海玄城这张地图几乎
LGD went
熟练了
unbanned first against DRG, and they banned Split, Sunset, Haven, Ascent, Bind, Lotus, Breeze.
是的，有一个5-2的一个非常好的成绩。那其他地图的话，
Then
最近像霓虹丁啊、日落之城是一直都
17
打过的，
banned
包
first
括说到底
against
胜率都不是很高。
FPX.
所以今天两支
It
队
was
伍在
Ascent,
一方面可能教练组的话要做一些研究，因
Bind,
为两边身上
Lotus,
的强度是完
Haven,
全不一样的。
Sunset,
对，而且对第二季来说，我觉得
Breeze.
现在可能要考虑更多的就是他们要怎么去激活五卡鼠这个点。就五卡鼠其实是一个个
RA
很强的
went
选
first
手。那我们可以
against
看一下两支队伍的
Trace
战队数据对比情况，在
Banned
各方面
Sunset,
其实 FunPlus 赢
Breeze,
是比较多的，除了两边的进
Lotus,
攻方的胜率是比
Ascent,
较平均之外。
Haven,
其
Split,
他3个数据
Bind.
FunPlus 都是要有所领先，但是我们要注意，第二季它相比于其他在这一幕进入到线下的
RNG
新队伍
went
来说，
first
他们
against
其实
Top,
胜率是非常可观的。
Split,
他们4个数据都
Breeze,
是在
Lotus,
没错
Ascent,
手枪手的话
Sunset,
其实也是有
Bind.
58%的，
Haven
都是非常合格的4项数据。
对，
And
因为
then
第二
here,
季它作为一支
Tech went
怎么
first
说
against
呢，
BLG,
都有在打，但是
Ascent,
亚赛来的速度
Sunset,
好像就第一次
Lotus,
来嘛，所以
Breeze,
他们对于
Bind,
亚赛的一个经
Split,
验并不是很
Haven.
足，但是来到第3幕的话，确实比之前要
And
进化非
then
常多了。
Taking Soul,
选手对比是给到了五卡鼠和
Taking
里面
Soul,
手，这个就是
EDG,
他们对第二季
Sunset,
他们要
Ascent,
想办法去
Lotus,
激活一下五
Split,
卡鼠。
Breeze,
FunPlus 这边
Bind,
其实留一手的数据
Haven.
在最近相对来说是比较平均的。
Alright, and everything should be up to date on the maps picked and banned now. So, first game is DRG versus FPX.
对，
See if we can have a good go at what the picks and bans are going to be. Yesterday was alright.
这一名选
We
手
did do the
他
first
不管
game
像
because we were
规
just
则呀
rushing to
还有
get on in
一些所有
time.
这些英雄
It was
他
a
都
free
会
best of
去
free
选
day.
的而且他作
We
为
did the
一
others
个
and they
队
went
伍
pretty
比较
well.
稳定有这个位置的话，他们
Um,
能力的
who would
表现是
ban
比较稳定
and
甚
pick
至是比较
first?
出
I
色
guess
的
it'd be even, but I imagine DRG if they're the lowest seed. I don't know how they're doing the bans and picks.
那我们也可以看一下我们赛前啊，各位同事，包括各位解说们啊
是的
的一个预测情况，可能大家在今天的预测都会比较偏向于 FunPlus 啊，清一色的 FunPlus 没什么问题。但是除了你，然后篮子哥，
Pick,
然
pick,
后铜价
unban
是认为是2-1获胜之外，其他人都是认为2-0。
FPX
比赛的胜利对 FunPlus 来说，
对，
The DRG are going to ban
我觉得
Sunset.
还是有一点就是
FPX are going to
想法
ban.
的，因为其实
They've
第
been
二季
banning
这
bind,
个
yeah,
比赛的
all
话
of
我
this
觉得
stage
打
so
的一个
far.
状态还
Pretty
是比
much.
较好的，所以我觉得今天的比赛跟 FunPlus
They've been picking
是
Lotus.
拜拜
DRG,
手
what
啊
they've been
还
picking
有
mostly.
有一个
Ascent
非常
slash
有一个
Split.
出色的情况，打到最后看看谁能够绷住那一口气。
是的，
而且这个也是最近第二季这支队伍他们面对的一个比较大的问题，包括其实他们在之前啊麦子的一个采访里
You
面
get to
说
see how I
是
work
进
on
入到
this, I
4
guess.
强那对于 FunPlus
The mind of an
他们
analyst.
在赛前的一个目标是想要进入到决赛。
是
那两支
A
队伍
distinctly
里面其实
average
只有
analyst
一
at
支
that.
队伍能够走到最后
So Ascent 9 and 9. I have it actually. Why don't I just do it from this? I always need to forget that I have this. There's a DRG
对，
and then FPX.
做出一番的这个努力。而对于刚才 FunPlus 其实有一个赛前留言，我记得印象比较深的，就是感觉 Autumn 和这个队友之间的配
So
合。
Ascent is 2 and 2 for them.
我觉得这个确实是
What were we saying about like
对
picks and
进化的
bans?
比较明显的一个点。
What are the
当然就是
options?
我们可以说他们第3幕毕竟
DRG have been
相
picking
对来说这个数据
Split
可能这个因为对手不同嘛
and Ascent.
数据可能即便有一个提升，但是由于对手这个强
And then
度
FPX have
导致这
only
个
been picking
相对来说
Lotus.
没有什么说服力。但是通过比赛内容来看，
Lotus is a good one. It's not really a massively good map for DRG.
更好了。
So I imagine that would probably stay the same. If it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing. Nobody seems to have an answer for the Gecko Neon,
其实更多的时候是跟自己的队友打一个
which
团队
you
配
love
合
to
其
see.
实我觉得 Autumn 我今天
So it's
看
like
过
Split
他的
and
比赛
Ascent.
他
For
在
FPX,
发
both of those
挥
maps
是
are like
比较
distinctly
稳定
average,
非常合意
but this is
但是
just
他
a little
非
bit
常
like
容易
untested
被对
maybe.
方一些
Like
技能
3 out of the 4
所
games
以
are
他
against
是一个
Rare
比较
Atom.
慢热的一名选手。
是。
So
那
it's a
我们
bit
刚才赛前也
like,
是分析了这么多嘛，那现场也是准备就绪，
Whereas
我们把这个
Ascent
交给现
got
场。
battered by Trace. beat 4 Angry Men, overtime against Attacking Soul, Rare Atom. I guess Split is more of a safer option if you're DRG. You might need to try and do something that's a little bit more out there. So I guess like Split or Ascent, if I had to pick one, probably Ascent. If I had to be going like, who are these wins that they've had against? LGD, they lost to Rare Atom. Split, they're actually 1-4, so it's not been going well for them on Split. So it's got to be Ascent. And I'll just play this for some of the people that might be in that have not seen this before. It's pretty good. You love to see this kind of stuff. Whilst this going on, I'm gonna just do the rest of this just off screen. Yeah, G banning. I wonder if you have to pronounce the whole Sion 7. Sion 7. God, that's a tongue twister, actually. Sion 7. Or is it Sion 7? Or is it Sion 7? I don't like this on the jersey. Like the whole Dragon Ranger. I don't think that looks all that amazing. Alright, you got Vukashu on this team as well, which might be like one of the maybe top 5 individual players of this tournament, perhaps. Definitely top 10. I don't know where he rates in other areas. Alright, everything's going. Everything's live. What does the announcer say for HFMI? I think it just says HFMI. I mean, we just heard it then. It's not like it goes for the whole thing, I don't think, Galactic Saucepan. I mean, most people will just call him HFMI, I imagine. And hello, Junks. Sorry if I missed stuff in the other channel. I'll have to keep this chat open as much as I possibly can. That's the only negative thing about because I have the Elgato prompter on here, so if it looks like I'm looking into your soul, you can sort of see that I'm looking around the camera, just see the chat. So, but it only has Twitch on here. It doesn't have the other channel. The rules for multi-streaming are funny though, where they're like you can't acknowledge. It's like you can't acknowledge that there's another stream going on. I think it's more specifically I can't tell people on Twitch to go. Like, here's a YouTube link to go over to watch it on YouTube. Like, I can't do that. And I also can't show on stream a chat that has both YouTube and Twitch on it. like an overlay. But I don't have that anyway, so.
他们3张地图在开局上半场都是有一个大比分的落后，都是84和93的落后，所以对于他们而言，如果不能够及时进入到比赛状态，这个对于他们后续的下半场而言，可能会
Maybe I should. Maybe I don't know.
因为 FunPlus 它本身就是一支比较慢热的一支队伍，那两边队伍的话，DRG 和 FunPlus 两边队伍的打法是完全。
Anywho, I think I've worked out the veto.
是一支比较
Because FX have started second banning, DRG have started second banning split. Because it hasn't really been going that well for them. I mean, we could double check because the vetoes might still take a second. But if we go over like, well, this should have copied all the way through. Oh no, because they're not done, I see. This is what this is for, so I could just go, alright, DRG. Probably a DRG against KBG. They picked split there, they picked split there. Like, so first couple of games that they've had, that they were picking split. But then here, like, they picked Ascent against Tech. They picked Ascent against Rare Atom. They picked Ascent against LGD. So FBX, what did we say? Actually banning first, so the order's wrong. So I was wrong about that. FBX actually wanted to just get bans out first, I think. It might be a coin toss, I don't know. Especially with them both being at the same level. So bans are right. No Sunset, no bind. Not too surprising. So FPX have been picking and winning Lotus. They're like 8-2 on this map. They run a pretty cool comp and even some common things that you see like Viper. There's some interesting walls and ideas that they have on this map that make it really strong. And so they're going to commit to it for the 5th or 6th time this hacked as a pick. It's been their perma pick, I'm pretty sure. And then DRG picking Ascent. Yeah, that's again not too surprising. They did like split before, not really been working out in their favor. So since they've been on this like lower bracket run, I suppose, and since they've been in the main event, they've been picking Ascent. So here it's like FPX, maybe ban Breeze, maybe it's a little bit better and more comfortable for them. Out of Split and Haven, they're going to actually take out the Haven. So I was wrong about this. So FPX are a little bit more happy to play Breeze, which makes sense because they were playing Arrays and the ideas are pretty good here. The DRG are going to ban out Split, so we're going to have Breeze as a third map. So I guess that's just an adjustment, really. Like, FPX are more keen to play Breeze. Maybe I just put that in brackets. A DRG ban Split, so that's right. It's just this is wrong. 比较强的就是快速进点能力，但是因为微风岛屿的这个点比较大，图比较大，所以也就意味着很有可能雷兹两段惊喜翻腾都没有办法去越过这个点。对，图一的话，莲华古城有点为DRG担心吧，因为他们的胜率并不是很高。近期的话是1胜3负的一个状态。那我们来看一下双方的一个阵容选择。Alright, so yeah, this is to come from FPX that's very exciting to watch. I really enjoy it. I mean, I'm an avid Gecko enjoyer anyway. But I think that some of the stuff they do about TCH's wall is really nice. I think... Can I get any other colors on this? I can. Is this any good? It's okay. Another like brighter orange. It's a bit of a sickly color, isn't it? Maybe this one. Yeah, that's okay. What's your prediction for this match? Big Stepper say DRG 2-0. I don't know. There's been a lot of upsets so far, and the floor of the 12 teams, because this is a 12-team event. I've been impressed with how the like bottom 12 teams have done, and like they've had some really good results. I think this is asking for a little bit too much. DRG, I think, are better than Tech. Might even compete against Top at this rate, the way that they've been playing. But I think that this... Would this be a bigger upset than Billy losing against Tech? No, I don't think so. And all my immortals go double negative. Oh, well, it goes to show that you deserve immortal. That's how it works, right? Saint's been like pretty good on predictions so far, so I'm curious of what he thinks. But I don't think that this veto is that bad for FPX, and I don't think FPX have looked that bad. You have DRG winning in your pick'ems. You might actually be some sort of seer that you see into the future if you actually get that one right.
是的 ，C 大顶出来了，但是点到为止。现在的话要转点。
DRG wins this easy, in my opinion. It should be the favorite. I
而且对于 DRG 来说
don't know
少了
about the
一个队友
favorite.
抓一个把消气给打掉了，而且柏林在另外一边抓到了 Luke， 这种打慢速的感觉对 FunPlus 来说太熟悉了。
I think it'll be tough.
DRG 应该是想往 C 点走，但是 C 大是有柏林在的，柏林能对过吗？没有，这次被 Nick 给反收了。2-2的残局。 但两边技能方面，Nick 还有一手暗眼可以去用，这个暗眼有可能是改变局势的一个技能。
是的，他的血量比较低，只有50滴血，他得在包点跟自己队友打一个双架，不能把点放出来，顶着打。
Really, I put FPX 2-0. It's a shame that people like we didn't do pick'ems actually, because I think this is an interesting one. DRG close both maps.
非常的漂亮，他们是比较有耐心。
I like the way they wins this easy
莲花古城这张地图
and then close both
的
maps.
情况下，一直在不断的去拉扯FunPlus 防守方的一些阵型。
就主要是你打慢的。
DRG win 2v4 to start.
他们一直以来都是比较喜欢打一个慢运营。
对。
Oh, it was a 2v4. I thought it was always that FPX had the man advantage.
是的。
Because I know Ayang died first, and then it just seemed.
对枪的一个胜利没有拿到。
I'm getting distracted by the
人
pick'ems.
数劣势比较大。
I don't know. This is going to be a good series, though.
看一下 Berlin，
Like, they've all been really good so far. Compared to last act, these games have been so close.
有没有人来救一下？
Like, it's actually been a blessing in disguise to have this be a top 12 event.
还好他这个手枪枪管比较短，不然真得伸出去。
对于 Luke 来说，
他好保守啊，说真的。
传到角度，两枪。
Berlin cleared out. I think the smoke probably gave it away more than anything.
没有办法藏住啊，这个没办法。那看一下对于 DRG 来说，他们 C 点拿到了优势之后，他们要转往 A 点走。Autumn 现在压力会比较大。
Also, I like FPX as well on defense.
先走一步，好，先推到一个后置点位。
抱团打一波就行了，DRG保证自己。
You obviously have to be careful with like disc control, but I've had good ideas around it.
关键的问题。
哎呀，抢到位置了，对于 Luke 来说，而且 Autumn 这个位置会有点。
Yeah, it's really a test of like how nervous FPX
从左边拉还是右
gets.
边拉，你始终都会进入到对面的瞄准镜之中。
是。
对于 FunPlus 来说，这3个人3打5的回防，要么就可以。
Because FPX never really been a team that's been upset, I don't think. Like every team that they lose to, you kind of sit there and go, fair enough, you know?
对，3个人抱团，看看对方爆能器爆炸之前要不要从。
You've gone up to 5th.
好像听到脚步了。
感觉会抱团过来。
Oh, I guess from the EDG game.
过来我就丢丢。
要来。
应该是要来，已经看到了，丢丢直接扔出来了，传到一枪头，被下了一把枪，麦子杰赶过来，先帮队友手刃。 对手一个人，最后从烟里面拉出来，Nick也是完成收。
All right, actually, a really clean anti-eco. Luke's form's too good right now. I think Autumn's actually been really good though too.
是的，3个人拿命去下了一把枪，没办法，这个还能捡。
是。
主要这个位置太尴尬了 ，Berlin。
Everybody above me is top going out in next round. Oh, in like I see. So they all predict top versus tech, but it's after that that it's a little bit iffy.
而言，看一下他们目前是起到了5把的长枪，5个半甲。但半甲其实对于希望旗的数位来说，其实是有点危险的。
对。
就希望旗这个数位点2枪，身体130，刚刚好是能把这个半甲的人给带掉。FunPlus 应该是想要去尝试性的压一下 AC 2个点，必须要去控一个。
上一份的话，前2份
Overrated team.
这边的
Yeah, I think that they
来听
looked panicked.
几个人前压，那其他队伍的话都是在中路单挂一个 C 去做动静。
对。
就前期还是打的节奏比较。
But also, it wouldn't surprise me if Billy have some like problems with burnout right now too, because they had champs and then they've had to play through every open qualifier. Whereas other teams like FPX had a rest between Act 1 and Act 2 because they made top 4. Edward Gaming have always made top 4. Veratum have always made top 4. So they do get some break.
有意思的是，他技能都放在了 B 点，人在 C， 那这样子有可能会给到 DRG 一个错误的判断。
齐乐在 C。
And both teams losing every game after that match. Well, yeah, it was very close. Really good game from Attack and Soul yesterday. Who would they play? They'd play the winner of this, wouldn't they?
直接给出来，对 TZH 来说，有时候你要落地哦，而且告了一伤，这个
Hey
位置很
Toby.
危险。
独木还行。
Yeah, night IGL and try wasn't really worth
这
it.
波也就是打一个试探，中路已经摸到非常深的位置了。
哎，感觉好像没有能够拿到信息，这个对方 Plus 来说，因为刚才
How are we doing today? Yeah, it's going good. I mean, this is looking like a pretty decent bonus from DRG. They've lurked all the way around.
现在对于刘一手来说，要面对一个1打3的残局。
今年收掉一个，还要面对到1打2。
One player's got a Vandal and it's Vukashu, so good trade from Nick. He had, I think, just a Marshall, so he had to go and grab another gun really quickly in order to get it through.
对于方 Plus 来说，这个经济有点雪崩呀。
刚刚那个 B 点，这个摸进去感觉压力好像并不是很大。我看到奇乐的技能都还在。
对，就明显感觉就是方 Plus 是没有获取到。
Yeah, DRG looked massively better than they did in Act 2.
技能其实一个都没有去激活。
It's not just a Vukashu show.
被抓了一波 timing。对于方 Plus 而言，这一分半甲起还是可以。
I still don't really think too much of I haven't seen much from Nick or Shion as players, but Maizy's been great. I've really enjoyed watching Maizy. I love watching good initiators. Vukashu's great, and kind of like I think Big Stepper was saying before, like Luke's form has been really nice recently. Nick is the IGL, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So him not looking amazing in plays and in the server isn't too much of a surprise. And like Shion's okay, he's just more of a support player. Good read from Vukashu. Maybe a bit much from TZH to be taking that fight. But I think he only had a Guardian anyway, so it's not too egregious.
而 Luke 的血量并不是那么多，拿到
Sees one.
权之后，对 DRG 来说是可以慢慢一点点去往前推进的。那现在
How are they rotating? Well, Killjoy is a bit.
让 Luke 交完焰火，即便只有49的
Check this for a second.
如果能够做一个1换1，其实对于
Yeah, they're just going B.
接受的。
Hard to fight this. Astra's in an awkward spot too because you don't want to completely give up the site, so they just go for the door and go C anyway.
下来之后，对 DRG 来说，他们手包的技能有点多。
But like good Antika, Vukashu's in a good position. Good damage. Oh, he needs to not die there. Not a fan of that ultimate. At the very least, ulting and then peeking and fighting. If you're with somebody else, sure.
保强吧，毕竟只有50块钱，确实也不太好操作了。是的。
How is FPX looking? Very shaky today, Bevco. But I don't like it's Lotus. So like I'm a believer in their attacking side for sure. But losing the pistol when you had player advantage in the pistol, a 4v2, eco is all right. Like this kill is good. I just don't like the peak afterwards. But it's also really tricky because you can't just stay and hold there because Beret still has a nade. Or they just fight and peek you. It's tough. But yeah, this time out isn't too surprising. Because I'd say this is more FPX looking a little bit nervous and a bit panicked than DRG having some obscenely good plays. I have 200 on DRG, 2-0 to win. On DRG to. Okay. What you have is too much money, yeah. Especially when you're throwing multiple bets on different things, that's where it gets a little bit out of control, I think.
第二季在上一分是抓到了一个这个可以说是信息差，成功的溜进了 B 爆点里面，导致到当时奇乐的技能一点作用都没有。
是的，这个暂停叫了之后要想想怎么去操作了，因为上一分是一个强行起枪的一个环节。
You're 55 pence on top 2-0.
看看怎么能办起了。
只能稍微存一下。
I mean, against Tech, I guess that's not going to be amazing. Like, it'll be good odds for them. But I imagine it's just like a
们几乎每一分都有终极技能可以去使用。鬼眼被秒掉了啊，那也知道了对手有一把飞将在 C 大。 如果要打 B 的话 ，B 点近点是有2个人，本领已经被清掉了。看一下在另外一边 ，B 点留一手点一个，阿阳是
Good fights. Still goes away in the end of FPX.
还是人数优势。
And like, now they're on an eco. Were they not on an eco before?
看看去 B 通能不能捡一把枪。
啊，对，因为第2季已经打 C 了。
So that last round they bought up with 2 rifles and 2 guardians.
那现在目前是一个2打3的回防。
And then they buy 2 rifles there again. I mean, the money is just too good now for DRG. But look at this. Like 6k. I don't think T-Virus is the kind to attack up either, so it just kind of means that the money is going to be good for like the foreseeable future.
一个人单挂一个通道的位置，他这里压力会很大呀。
被震到了已经，但是对枪赢了，先架一个，把奥团给打掉，最后只能 TCH 面对一个1打2的残局。右边是有人的，麦子在不停的去漏，给到 Nick 一个直架的机会，1勾1打，第2季是成功拿下这个1打2的残局。
是的，非常漂亮，在吃的正都把对方的一个头部命中率到了，太吓人了。
而且感觉。 暂停完回来之后，对方 Plus 来说，他们是加强了 B 点的防守，他们投入了更多的人，但是留一手的枪并不是那么好。就虽然阿阳是能够去完成补枪，但是后面毕竟进攻方人更多。
而且他们下了爆能系之后
I do think that it's tricky, I suppose, because there wouldn't be anything clearly obvious to suggest that like DRG were gonna, well, do this well for one in like this map, when their map record on Lotus is pretty like bang average, and FPX have been winning this map against some of the better teams in the region. Like, Nick hasn't died yet, he's 10-0, that's why his money's so good. And Shion's actually attack upping. Autumn's got the up as well.
因为对手是没有雷兹的，也就意味着没有踩雷飞剑这个选项可以去解决对面的全面封锁。
I think like it's other than just passing the eye test, there's nothing really there to tell you that like DRG would be very well prepped for this map. It's a good kill, and like being able to do a fast rotate. It's tricky upping from anywhere else. This is a little bit risky dropping to the low ground. But sort of having the up to watch this a little bit more. You got 2 players stuck on site, so this gets very dangerous now. Especially for Lysol because he's pushed all the way up. Nightfall is a good one because it's going to connect onto 2 players, including the operator. Autumn just gets dashed on, and there's no reaction from Nizar because he's like deafened. I mean, that's a really good execute. And I think FPX looked a little bit like lost there. Nick ulted to like change position to like watch the flank. They know where Nick is, but it's just Ayang in a 1v3. F and Autumn no Chinese. I'm sure you'd be able to call that. Like, I think Autumn's Chinese is pretty decent. I mean, saving feels like it's not going to amount to much. But there's no time either, so it's just getting the up and getting out. Are they going to go hunting? No. I think Nick still hasn't died yet. He is going to be capped on money, though. Consider it. Oh, they picked up the up from Autumn last round. They didn't even buy it. There's been nothing to spend money on. Zero Gecko utility the whole round. I'm less picky about that as, say, somebody like Thinking Man's Valorant is. Like, if you're playing over here, and you go... by the time you get here, 2 of your players have died on site, and then a couple of more have, like, died in stairs. They still have a buy at least for FPX, but this is getting... like, it's an attacking-sided map, and FPX's attacking side isn't too bad, but... anything more for DRG here, and it starts to get really costly. And it might also require FPX to have a second timeout in this first half. At least for a dizzy up, he might have done. I wasn't really watching too much. Shion actually still has the attack off. They bought it this time though because the money's a lot worse.
Plus 是真的没有反制手段去面对全面封锁，全面封锁可以掩护进攻方来到 B 点去安置爆能器。
Oh, they get Autumn too.
这个 BC Link 的门直接打开，把明狙打掉。那现在
What ultimate was used this time?
给了个宇宙分裂，爆能器安了下来，清了一个 Look， 这个 Link 还不太好回啊。
Berlin 也倒了，2打5，感觉又是可能让阿阳去保枪了。这个残局也没法打了，而且阿阳有个很难受的点。
Everything is looking very disconnected. Like everybody's on their own.
前就已经充能好了，
对，
但一直没有办法去使用，
没有机会用。
其实我觉得有点少见啊，对于方 Plus 来说。虽然我们知道他们确实是比较慢热的队伍，他们在面对 T 的比赛里面，3张地图都是大比分落后，在上半场。
对。
但是这个我们赛前有说嘛，就如果说你一直都是有一个
Save it for dear life.
然后下半场去找状态去填坑，其实是比较难的。
是的。
阿阳的枪
I mean, it's still
1打3了，位置是明牌了，两个人
still tricky now.
可以找的，因为他们对于经济来说是没有压力。最后我卡水是完成收尾，7比0的开局。
梦幻开局。
It would be yellow if he picked it back up now. Not as dizzy.
有3个人没有经济
啊，就关键是 DRG 很敢操作，
对，
就包括你看现氧期，他在进攻方是一个
，because yellow indicates that like you've used it and you've picked it up again, but you have to buy it again next round.
你看他们每一分就是用过的中技技能。哪怕上一分用了，但是下一分
Nick has actually died once. They're still getting buys together, but it's just like full loss bonus and half armor. Now Luke has the op first. He has a showstopper as well. Does Vukashu not even comment anything? So what Vukashu told me is that they talk to him in English when they need him. Otherwise they talk in Chinese. Like they talk around him. But he's learning, is what he told me. But I think he's starting to understand like Chinese comms. But he is kind of allowed to do his own thing, you know? That's why he's just... It's a really good idea for an import.
留一手也是直接顶在了一个比较靠前的位置 ，C 点利用丢丢拿信息是拿到了 ，C 外有人的信息 ，Berlin 也不太敢拉。
Alright, I don't know where the Dizzy landed. I think it landed here. More of a yeet one than just straight up.
C 点是有3个人在的，对，直接给他了，直接给他了，看一下霓虹有大。
Neon ult. Alright, Lysol gets one. Watching on B main, good position as well. If they do go B, then you can have the Viper fast rotate as well. Alright, Ayang deals with that. He did actually pick up his... Oh no, his Dizzy is yellow. Yeah, you're right. Whoops, sorry. My bad. I always thought it was for like abilities that you'd have to rebuy. So if you pick up Wingman, you obviously don't take it into the next round because you've used it. It's like when you re-pick up a tripwire.
这一波留一手在 B 点是顶住了压力啊，而且在点内其实对于
Yeah, FPX more common English.
第二届因为 B 点掉人掉太多了，导致其实他们并没有拉。
Same as other teams, I suppose, in the sense of that they like Sentinels with Sassy and Pancada. Like they come in Portuguese when it's them to do stuff. There's no reason to not use it at the start for a round just for info. You could argue that because he has his ultimate, that he doesn't want to give away his position. Oh, Berlin again. Like Lysol's done well. Like, awkward position to be playing from just if there's people in B main and they open the door. And then if there's anybody peeking this, especially when they have been pretty fond of attack hopping. At least it's a good trade, good hold, good patience from Autumn to sort of expect that this is giving up. This is so hard to hold as a defender. Good fight. Thrash does get onto the Viper. Nick's trying to play support off of it. He does pretty well, all things considered. Mizey too. Time's pretty low for TCH. A good fight, actually. Oh. I thought the plant was there for a second. I thought that's why Nick was trying to fight for it.
就主要感觉还是陆可那个点位掉了比较伤吧，就那个
没顶住，
对，没有顶住的话，导致到其实 B2的 Autumn 这边是有更好的发挥空间了。FunPlus 拥有更多回防的角度，而且无敌超杀是咬到了卢卡鼠。那在魁父里的蝰蛇只要被咬住的情况下，几乎这个魁父就不复存在了。
是的。
I do also wonder how much of it is just that so many of the plays with a Gecko Flash are planned around other utility, like a Neon Stun, and so he just holds on to it for like the perfect moment that never comes. Like, it's the fact that even there he doesn't use Mosh. But I guess, you know, no reason to. He was there for support. If he was going to get pushed back, if there was going to be a bit of fighting here, he would have used util. But he's just quickly rotating over to B by playing off the turret.
但是麦子有叶灵，其实打 C、打 A 或者 B 都是比较不错的一个大招覆盖。
你如果要打 A，
I mean, you've got the C's nade out of DRG at least. It's just all really on TCH at this point. It's such a scary spot now. It's a very good pick, Counter. Oh, for sure, yeah. Great ult. I'd say in the defense of Ayang, the past couple of rounds where we've been super focused on his utility, there's never really been a good position for him to use them. Like, he rotated over towards A late, pretty much everybody's dead. And then he was just on B, like, waiting for help here. See, I still don't know how worth that is for TCH to die there even after getting one. The Omen's on site. Good for DRG to not risk anything. It's also nice from Autumn to just be patient. Patient enough that there's no time now. That was just enough pressure. Oh no, there is just time. Just though. Doesn't matter if Autumn's still going to win these fights though. Alright, much better from FPX. Like a lot of maybe unnecessary risks, but like they fight for this early, they stay pretty frugal on utility on A. Get a good kill there onto Mizey too. But like how they were holding C, how they were holding B, it felt like none of the players were going to necessarily get caught out entirely on their own. And then, like, fair enough timeout for DRG, but I still think this also sort of helps FPX. Because even after their timeout at round 4, it still had some, like, iffy moments. So, honestly, it just sort of saves DRG from buying. From FPX from using another timeout. I'm trying to see if I can like change the chat to like, hide.
现在对于 DRG 而言，看一下暂停完回来之后他们要怎么去调整，因为毕竟前面7-0的开局实在是太梦幻了。但是 FunPlus 一直是属于那种我前面可能可以连续丢分，但是我中期只要找到了一波机会，找到了一波节奏，把状态找回来了，他们是有追分的能力的。
对，我感觉这张地图它最不稳定的一个因素就是。你上半场不管拿再多的分，就在进攻方在防守方，真的很容易被翻。
I mean, this is massively surprising. Ooh, this is massively surprising because Berlin has been like the MVP on FPX on Lotus 3 times in a row, and he's 2-8.
而言，如果说这一分想要去稳稳拿下来，就毕竟上半场只能最后2分了嘛，就这一分甚至全面封锁都可以考虑交，不用省。
One way Horn, Berlin, just backing off, trying to fight this a little bit more. Neon and the Viper pushing up and taking all this space. Has been good, consistent control from FPX for this early round anyway. And I guess what FPX want is some of this utility again to be used on C that they can't really find a way in. Like here they're on an eco too. They have 1 rifle on Shion. Just watching the flank and the push. TCH is in the same spot, has an Astra smoke to play off of, or stun, whatever they need. And 2 on B, like maybe just expecting like really there's nowhere else for them to go. But it yet again depends if TCH is going to die here. It felt needlessly risky last time up against an eco. If he just gets domed, it's so problematic now. And they know that he's near here now too because he snake bit. So it's being cleared off. He has at least a little bit more support now from Autumn. Alright, big kills from TCH. I'm sorry I didn't believe in you. You got an ad for a cat food brand who also does themed song playlist and Zodiac quizzes for cats. Oh, why are the ads playing now? Shit, sorry, I don't know why that's happened.
双明局，看看分布的位置吧。Autumn 是在一个中路的一个位置。看一下 TZH
没有能够狙到，但对 TZH 来说可以推到了一个后置点位。但是好像
I don't really know how I avoid it at the start though, to be fair.
他只能够靠明局去打了，好像换了狂徒了已经。在另外一边对枪 ，Berlin 是对赢了，把吸氧器给打掉。 在第二天，第二天想要去打 A 的玩一会来了，过来要找人的位置，安寿好像咬到了 TZH， 这玩一会能炸到人吗？看一下轰一下，没有能够轰死。
Alright, Showstopper doesn't really get anything. Nick playing off of the back of it does. Luke manages to just get past all of that utility, which Autumn wasn't expecting. So they just cut all the way through on this execute.
手给撕碎了。
是。 知道你有明局的情况下，你的 A 区肯定是一个弱手，哪怕是方 plus 回防再快，但是你可以看到 Luke 的这个雷兹，其实去渗透的一个点位还是比较大的。
And yeah, 7-5 is a great scoreline. Even 8-4 isn't that bad, considering how rough it was looking. 7-0 down to 8-4 is like enough. Does put a bit more pressure on like the pistols again. But you don't want it to feel like FPX are in complete free fall for this one. Berlin getting the first kill. Ayang was just stuck. I mean, just some of the ways that DRG are playing, especially on like A executes, has been really good.
悬崖勒马拿了4分。
对，就中期有一波是教练把暂停叫了出来，然后有一波连续得分。而对于第二季来说，他们冲劲依旧是很强的，甚至感觉今天的第二季跟之前又有点不一样了，他们反而能够打一些比较慢节奏的打法。
就是在运营了，已经开始。对，
就在运营了，而且运营
How
的
do
效
I
果非常好。
automatic add length and frequency? Can I turn that off? Can I stop it from doing that?
非常喜欢打运营和慢节奏的一个。
Because it's the whole fucking add incentive thing.
就是去慢打的话，其实方 plus 他很乐意的。但是今天可以看到方 plus 感觉上半场有点没有接得住。
是。那这个中场休息回来之后的手枪局就变得尤为重要。
I guess I just have to turn that off.
方 plus 如果
Because I don't know if I could run ads when it's.
但是对第二季而言，如果他们能够把手枪局稳定下来的话，他们是有机会能够终结比赛的。
对。 像3-9的一个比分，加上4-8的比分，来到下半场都是比较吃手枪局的一个获胜的。
而且相同的就是两边手枪局在过往的这个
I'm happy to do that. I'm just gonna opt out. Is it gonna opt out now? Or is it gonna be like, oh, it's gonna kick in tomorrow?
两边手枪局都有我们赛前看到了吗？50%以上。看看上半场打完两边选手的一个数据。
314啊，刘一手这边 ACS 非常高，1.6的 KD。
I mean, this is actually a hell of a clawback from Lysol.
这个精准击败率其实挺高的。而在另外一边
I mean, the KD is sort of speaking for itself, so he's probably still like, what, 13-4 or something like crazy like that.
其实第二季在他们连续拿分的过程中，每个人都有在发挥，而 FunPlus 顶住压力的只有刘一手。
14-5.
因为刘一手现在来到14。
Lysol's 14-9, but just a bit more impact, I guess. This is still really surprising. This is like this. I guess is like the problem. Like, but all three of these players are at the bottom.
一把狂怒。
暗眼直接推出来，对第二季来说，他们也是投入了比较多的技能来。
Alright, DRG again, sort of fight for the space aggressively.
对。
Used quite a lot of util and are not afraid to sort of make a bit more noise and try to push out this way. We have the wingman, and they have the dizzy on the gecko. I mean, that's a good thing about playing gecko. At least the pistol buy is easy. Might be some people that buy full utility, for example, but not often. Lysa gets a kill onto Maisie on B, and that should be open, but look how quick the rotation is. DRG are actually got 2 people in secret already. Okay, Jesus Christ, Luke. He gets the dizzy as well. There's some actual grid shot in Valorant esports. I mean, the aim is great. The off angle is even better, I think. It's again moments where like FPX get the first kill, and then I think the call was just a little bit too like much. You didn't need to rush that much. You got a minute. 1, 2. I mean, also there's some really good damage that was done in from Nick. Like Nick getting the shots in to allow Luke to get the second one is the big thing. But like just that positioning, like that A stuff to rotate here as quickly as they did. Dizzy came so late. Yeah, because the call was so like it's like, oh, we got B, we got B, we got B. It's like you got a minute. You don't need to do the most obvious play there. 2-1 or 2-0, I don't know that one, to be honest. I mean, I hope that we get to see some of Top Sunset, and I hope that we get to see more ISO. Hey Relic, sorry, I'm just I'm popping out the YouTube chat so I can see that a bit more. FPX got destroyed. What happened? Well, they're getting destroyed. It's still ongoing. That's the good news. It's not done yet. Never seen somebody doing English coverage of the China leagues yet. Actually, it is really cool of you to do this. I hope if you have the time to do this for the other days. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing it all tournament pretty much on Twitch. And with the news of like Twitch allowing multicasting, I asked Riot, like, does that count for watch parties? Great Antico. Really, like, DRG have not put a foot wrong. They've not got thrifty. They've not even really had close rounds. Rounds that they've won kind of convincingly. I mean, they're really showing a play from all perspectives. How do I get rid of this? Do I press that? I guess it doesn't matter too much. Alright, full buy. Fair to say, needs to be won by FPX, otherwise it does feel like it's done. Ayang is fairly close to having a thrash. They get these ultimates going. The stun on this corner is good. Good information. I mean, oh my god, Fukashi playing off the back of that is so nice. He's still going. Good god. TCH losing this fight, is it? Alright, one, is he going to expect the other? He does. Okay, good. Not a bad like bonus for DRG. You get 2 kills, and also because you're fighting them, you stop them from getting planned. That shot onto Berlin is so nice. Good fights. Just pot shots from there. I do think at the very least we're seeing like this Gecko be really shut down. Aggressive fight for A main, getting Maisie up the orb. TCH has been holding this. I mean, they know that he's liking to fight for it. Needs to be careful. should know that there's free here. Oh, yeah, he knows that there's free here. But he's still fighting for this. He's not scared off. Cole's probably come through that there's free on A. But smart from DRG to just kind of show the free agents and then immediately rotate towards B. They have Thrush. But there's only 3 players here. It seems that they're going to try and lurk to see if they can go on to B. I don't want to see the same call as last time. Lysol's got the kill on B. Autumn's in on site. Great kill from TCH. But this rotation is still fairly quick. Oh my god, TCH has actually owned this one. It's a 4 versus 2, but TCH is pretty low. And they still have a Thrush. It feels like FPX are just... Ultimate gets nothing. Wingman. Oh god, that's way too close, all things considered. Use the ultimate and Wingman and just... Maybe it's just a bit... But FPX can't get their bearings, maybe. Because they're going too fast when they have a bit of time. I like there, they were maybe caught out by how quickly a DRG rotated over. Yeah, I don't think Berlin's had a map this bad in the tournament. Never mind on Lotus. To give you a look in at a player for underperformance, it's Berlin. But I feel for Berlin, he is like allowed a lot of freedom, like for lurks, for just taking aim duels. And I think it's been really the aim diff going towards DRG. Not just Vukashu, but everybody. Yeah, I agree with Saint. I think what makes Autumn a good duelist is that he is just like the entry. Like some teams just have a duelist that just is very good at clicking heads, and if they don't have them perform, then the rest of the team doesn't perform. I don't think that's really FPX. Like Autumn can be that, but I think what's impressive is that he is just the non-Chinese speaker that's sort of fitting into this team nicely role-wise. It's these kind of plays that, like, 4 people are here already. You got 13 seconds left, and you're going on to the side. I mean, granted, you are just winning the fights, but time, plant. Oh, that's good play from the TCH again. Oh, just way too close.
首先是时间上的一个极限，而且的话，你可以看到，因为对手在回防方的第二季，他的一个时间刚好是在 B 点，他能够比方 plus 落位更快。
Not a bad attempt of an eco though.
第二季他的枪比较差，对，如果但凡枪好一点的话，这波转点真的会出大问题。
It's still like a fair way for FPX to go, and like look shaky. Their money is still more on the rougher side than anything. More specifically, like the 1.7 player.
明居单向烟，第一时间加上鬼眼拿信息，先把陆可送到。
If they had Stinger Spectres, they win that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it did just come down to the aim duels. They're just all on site. Like FPX really hit the shots that they needed to. Fair credit to them. Man, Berlin just continues to have the worst day.
他们只能够打 A 了，感觉，因为 A 点还有个独木可以让他们去倚着往前走。 但西岸旗这个位置有全面封锁的。
听到西球位有人，他这个压力会有点大哦，自己的队员帮忙架枪。
这门也开了，要给大了，怪兽出击。
Crash is used. Broken again.
坏，他这个位置还不太好回收。
而西岸旗看一下这点点。
Oh, the stun just catches onto Xion. I mean, Vukashu's done well to clear that up. Ayang is forced to fight it again. 2 versus 3. Sees nade all of this utility on site. I think Mizey had his thingy in hand, and Luke gets paranoid. He's got 5 bullets. Oh my god. Okay, that's the kind of like round that you want from Ayang.
大概有
Bit unfortunate that Nick paranoid his own teammate,
是的，他不仅是用皮带
but
拿到了爆
you
能
live
器，
through it.
而且是把自己的身位拉到了一个非常危险的位置，也就是这个水下的位置。
2 big kills for Vukashi too.
对。
Like there, I think Maizy had Prowler in hand. Sorry, bro. Yeah, it's a tricky one. I mean, we haven't really seen DRG make those kind of mistakes, but now they're starting to crop up a bit more. Autumn now attack hopping. Is Lotus an attack sided map? Yeah.
不是那么好看，但是队伍非常需要他去拉这个枪线。
对。
Generally speaking, it is a lean for sure, like internationally, but China even more so. Isn't it the most attack sided map in the game? Possibly. I don't know what it's like in China though.
队友已经倒了，麦子也倒，他这个位置感觉也不太好操作了。阿阳接受完成了一波双杀。
Because we haven't seen like enough Lotus slash Breeze.
按着爆能器，但是防者现在 C 点还有人，还是非常谨慎的在架枪，还要打一波拉扯。
Tied with Breeze this event, yeah.
把旋转门给打开，大家把人给逼出来了这一波，但是留一手，我被迫打的。
对，知道最后一个人位置，哇。
Yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable saying what Sunset would be.
没办法了，在最后演散的一瞬间 ，TZH 也是完成。
Alright, Epics had been looking shaky in some places, but looking better and better each time. How do you feel about the new Breeze? I don't know yet. I think Breeze is probably my least favorite map in the game, or at least it used to be. I think it's like fun to play. Depending on what agency you like to play. I think I didn't like playing it before because I was a controller main, so it'd just be Viper. And it took me a while to realize how little I liked Viper, I guess, as an agent, like playing him. But now, because I do play like Silver and I do play like some Gecko, like I think it's been a lot more fun. The new version of it, though, I'm against most of the community where they're like, oh, old Breeze was better. I prefer new Breeze. I feel like it's just cut out a lot of the fluff. Like, it's made it less of a clusterfuck, and it's given it some, like just getting rid of halls, I think, is enough for me. Because that's just, it felt like there was so much stuff, like, piled on top of it like, for Lotus. Like, mid was made simpler, halls was got rid of, so that makes, like, A simpler. But it might also be because it's a little bit more novel, you know? Yeah, I mean, I've not really seen the team effectively use anything from halls or shoot because of it.
无敌超杀先过来清一下 C 大 ，C 大没有人可以回收，无敌超杀是可以用2次的，把前点给清出来了。对方 Plus 来说，他们后续想进点的过程中，无敌超杀还是可以再用1次。是的。惹毛我了！哎，这丢丢的位置怎么这么高呀？
他这个。
I think with Breeze, especially because it was like the map after Icebox and before Fracture, kind of felt that they were just trying to do maps that were just a little bit on the wilder side. Like, we have halls and stuff like that, and we have a shoot that you can jump down and makes noise. Feels like this Breeze change just went, we don't really care about like having the gimmicks. Like, we've homogenized it a little bit to be more tack shooter-esque. And I sort of hope the same for Icebox, really. Alright, nice fight. I'll give Vukashi again. Saves it. He's 14 HP in a 1 vs 3. And let's try it. Alright, 10-all. FBX have done really well to bring this one back.
可以看到，感觉方 plus 在就是转点打这个 B 区的一个他的一个动作。
Yeah, I think the problem with Icebox is mid.
他是要反清的，反清了一波 A 那个 CB Link。
这一分其实 Luke 是徒步想去占 A 大呀，他没有舍得交任何技能。
If they can make mid to A more interesting
加了一个过路费
and more like balanced, I suppose, in a sense, then I think you've got a good map.
10比10。
You called it. FPX attack side is solid. It has kind of had to be.
而对 DRG 来说，他们也没有更多的暂停可以去供他们去使用了。
Berlin's still 5 and 15.
前顶顶出来 ，FunPlus 依旧先拿 C 大的掌控权。这个小升温 pick 秀，先把 Berlin 给打掉了。
主烟没了。 这个副烟第一时间在 A 大交了，这个 C 点肯定是打不了的。
而且有个很尴尬的
It's also that the money's still pretty good for FPX.
加完狙之后会把狙丢给
Not the best start.
丢给柏林的。
对。
但柏林倒了，现在这个狙可能
5 and 16 now. Yep.
给个假
He. We don't have API stats, but I imagine like Berlin's first deaths is something outrageous.
直架这个通道的。
哎，还行，后面
Like
有枪可以
6 or 7.
那这波在第二时间要去转 A，
Which as a controller player is an actual nightmare.
尼克和路克有一波双架，他是正义，不敢打 A， 只能去转 B 点看一下麦子这个点位感觉不太能顶啊，他要往后退，他这个叶灵很重要。
打回防吧，他这个叶灵得配合这里的队友打一波反清。
这个过点能抽到吗？看一下 Luke， 两个人过点已经看到了，对于麦子来说想要
Shion's got one before being traded. They're even dedicating Nightfall.
有不错的效果的，看一下直接展开了回复吗？展开了
Viper's Pit. I like that FPX aren't messing with this at all. I just dedicate the Viper's Pit. But this round is a little bit too spotty for my liking. Bukashu, I think, sees a rough silhouette of a player there, but just can't get into a good position to fight them. Yeah, I actually think the TZH has been such a pivotal player in getting this back into favor for FPX.
但是回复一旦展开，其实所有的一些视野上面的一些信息全部都消失了。
So putting 8 entry halfway between spawns instead of on defense side. Oh, for Icebox? I'm not too sure. Like, I think envisioning that kind of stuff is always a little bit tricky. Whenever you went low to show lady, you have to make B main entry a bit wider. Well, there was some data mine stuff on the C site, but they've like made this like deeper. But I'd imagine that they take Lotus out next. I'd be down to see Lotus taken out and Icebox being put back in.
要往 B 点走，本林手上是有宇宙分裂在的，他手上也有把明狙。
但是 B 点不太好打，因为Vukash手里是有回复的，而且2楼和 Link 的位置是3人。
Him and Innocent next, surely. The problem is that you're taking him out for like novelty's sake. I mean, they'd want to take up maps that they'd want to change, and I don't think they're ever going to change. Well, either of those two maps. But there's nothing wrong with the maps themselves, I don't think. The only problem is just like how stale the meta's been on them. But that's because they've been in the game since day one. Oh my god, what is Luke doing? Unfortunate, I guess. FX have had a good rotation of ults here. You got the Omen coming through Secret. Not really being looked at nor checked. He's out. He's just out on sight. Nick might be able to just win the round off the back of that play. But it's tough because DRG have 3 players that are separated playing from various positions. Still missing the shots on Nick. He's 7 bullets. Oh, Lysol, this is great. Just keep buying time. Keep buying time. You got the operator here that's picked up a rifle. And Nick's actually won that fight, so Lysol needs to win the clutch. And he's done. Oh my god, like Lysol is just actually 200 IQ. Wins the fight anyway. Oh my god. It sent us a new level of Stalo, and Haven, you could at least have some imagination. Yeah, I mean, he was just expecting one player there. So I guess it was maybe a good bait from FPX. But you definitely look at how this round went. And you sat there thinking, like, if Luke was just still alive, that could have been the difference.
27个接杀数的留一手，他今天留了可不止一手，
这得留3手了。他好几波都是他拖下来的。
而且看一下
Yeah, that's the look of a player, I suppose, that's a little bit overheated. Had the lead, was looking good. Now FPX have had a good comeback.
看一下他们要怎么去分配。
Today's pizza money is gone.
有车给了个消散，但是我感觉 Vocaso 应该不会。
Not doom and gloom just yet. Never said it was done for FPX. I won't want to say that it's done for DRG.
对于 Vocaso 来说，这个回复展开出来就是要告诉给你 C 点，非请勿入。但阿阳离自己的终极技能，
Luke is a showstopper as well.
也就意味着其实是没有什么技能可以去找回复里的回蛇。对。
Got the alarm bot, and the Fade's just playing off of that. There's still a lot of good control on A. Oh, great peek as well on TZH. Like the nade to isolate this, and then Neoma could just peek off the back of it. Nice, just little simple stuff. Yeah, going A without the Viper Wall is tricky now. Your showstoppers even been dedicated. It could have got all 3 of them. It almost does. Autumn was down on 1 HP. Yeah, DRG knows at least where Berlin is with the operator. There's just no time that they have to save. Seems every series I'm watching a Lotus game. I mean, Lotus is one of the more popular maps everywhere. I think it's like top 3 comfortably. I'd even say that like Lotus is maybe played more than Ascent at this point. I'd go as far as saying that Lotus is probably the most picked, like the most played, maybe not picked, but the most played map this year in Tier 1 esports. I tied in this tournament from like the open qualifiers too. Because it doesn't feel like we've seen as much Ascent as Lotus for the main act at least. All the qualifiers included. Yeah, I mean, if you've got like open qualifiers, Ascent is going to be played a lot more. But you also have the problem of like, if you're going into the main act, you've got teams like EDG that love to ban out Ascent. So that kind of like skews it against Ascent to a little bit. But like, nobody at all bans Lotus. Everybody can play it. And most teams would say the same for Ascent, other than like EDG and a little bit of Rare Atom. They were banning Ascent for a while. 19 Lotus, 70 Ascent. Hold on, I'm getting a call. Let me just answer this.
3个人好像直接顶了出来。对于 DRG 来说，看一下在对手暂停完过后，他们想要来一波非常规。这个中轴旋转门是他们开的，他们在给 FunPlus 压力。是的。
Never mind, it was just cold caller or whatever.
FunPlus 知道你 C 点技能非常多，人应该也非常多，所以他们转点要来到 A 了。现在压力要给到1027。 这名新人，队伍的新人，
他要选择强行顶着打，他这个位置肯定。
I'm also trying to watch my posture because I was watching a bit of my own VOD back yesterday. I'm just sat there like, ugh. Oh, they actually get through with the ultimate this time. Maizy still wins the fight onto Autumn. Ukashu gets killed, which is big. Maizy is still on site. Maizy's in a brave position. Ayang at least punishes that. Flash is used on site. Doesn't really get that much. Paranoia from Nick is amazing. It gets like 3 of them, I'm pretty sure. Posture check's a good one, actually. That might actually be... I've been trying to find good channel point things because I think they're all kind of trash. I think posture check's probably a good one.
双杀已经结束了，真的。
This paranoia that comes through. There's one that it gets.
第二个
I think it just gets Ayang as well because the assist comes in.
是的，这一波压枪流这个狂徒真的让方 plus 有点难受的。
进入到加时，
加都可以加，12比12，两边的经济回到原
This
点。
is still just crazy to me. 6 and 18.
而且第二季这边
It's like whilst FPX have had this comeback, it's still been tragic from
这
Berlin.
个将会给两支队伍带来非
The
常
good
大的
old stun accuracy buff, yeah, cosmetic
压力。
only.
来到第二季这边的进攻运营要怎么打了？
All right, OT. FPX defended first. This was their rougher side, but they got it improved as it went on. The paranoia actually just missing both of these two players.
TZH 直接先往后撤。
He opened the door, forces the Viper to put the orb down on tree.
碰了一下 A 长狼，还吸了一个能量
I
球。
mean, they can just pick it up. Look at this push, though. 2 players ready to face Xion.
有人在勾，刘一
Have
手
they been
非常
spotted?
是
I mean, they're giving it up. They're very like scared of this
在
now.
反架
感觉不对劲。
对，
就阿阳一般情况下不会做一些这么激进的举动的。
They've opened the door again. Cleared.
感觉
I
是有
know.
钩子的，但是这个
They're
宁
good
可石门是
spots.
已经
It's
踢到
really
禁区了
difficult for FPX, but they are
瑞士门
doing this perfectly here.
一个丢丢过来
Nice flash. Oh, it doesn't quite catch on. Sort of baited away. Everything that I've seen today from Ayang is just like removing stonks from what Gecko can do.
但现在对于 Luke 来说，已经知道了奇乐的点位是在 B 点。
Like the flash can go off, connect, and still not catch on to anybody. There's still 2 people here. Like TZH is just in the smoke. Autumn goes down. That's risky.
哎，刚刚好戳进撞出。
It was red though.
打一个阿阳顶住了压力，又
Like
双了一波双杀。
Maizy had an expectation there, and Ayang
没有能够对赢。
has the ult. 1 versus 3. They're gonna knife him. They're just gonna knife. All right, all right, all right, all right.
这一分阿阳在点内顶住了
Oh,
压力，把
I mean, the positioning there from FPX like looked less
加时
panicked.
防守分拿
Much
下
better from
对
them.
于方 plus 来说是缓解了一口压力。
We get to see the fight on site.
第一波第二季已经很赚了，但是
I
阿
am
阳在
just
点后
playing back. I think the wingman actually got a stun here, which
把这个
protected him.
防守是一发穿头，
对，
很离谱。我只能
Hey
说
Gecko
这个
ult
在
so
赛
much.
前阿阳也说到了，这个无敌超杀咬到人
It's
之后
got easier to counter over time. It felt way too strong at the beginning.
但是让 TZH
But then he's
这个
just
球
like,
啊
yeah, just sort of know where to expect it, give yourself some
在
room
方
to
法
break
有
it.
终结比赛的机会
In comparison to Deadlock ult, which takes way too much damage to break.
不可以浪费哦，对于方 plus 来说
It's not fun if you get caught, it's not fun if a teammate gets caught, it's not fun if an enemy gets caught.
我觉得可能
It's not fun to use. Get rid of it.
如果方 plus 打提速的话，这个明局回防会很难受，而且如果打慢节奏，中路的一个单摸要面对到 Luke 的明居，可能会很危险。
高速通道接着来偏技能。
Yeah, just walking in.
不能技能我就慢摸进来了。
Autumn's done this before.
假的，他把骗啊！
So you can see that the Viper is just checking this box because Autumn has just walked through and like stood here. Good from Luke. Sees the spike as well.
爆能器掉了。
完全没有拿到 B 区的一个信息，
而且对于方 plus 来说，少了
That's
个先
bomb.
锋位，拿信息的能力就会变差，并且少了个皮蛋可以去安包。
对，
Just 40 seconds. Like,
盖可那还成什么体系？
what's the plan? Like, Autumn's just seeing if he can get a kill beforehand.
他看到了
Or at least break the turret.
射箭炮台
At least do something. You got 30 seconds.
去给予他一些资源去打收割。
Prowler's been used. It actually connects onto the player.
而且 Luke
And the operator's still just watching an angle. Okay, Autumn manages to force out the shot. Shion's playing off of it really nicely. Does a lot of damage. Doesn't get the kill. But through the smoke gets a lot. Luke is just going for it. Well played from him.
直接最后是 Nick 完成了收尾。
好帅的一波
I mean, that was
击杀
very, very clean from
这个
DRG on that
在前期
defense.
的时候抓机会，在 Link 的位置石门开关门。其实
And we go again.
开门的时候他不
Good
知道
lord,
这个
it's
明
a
居架在这个位置，而且也不知道对方起了明居，所以伏笔
very
就在
crazy game.
如果来打退去的话，可能要逼到这个 Luke 的明居身上，因为你可以看到 C 点的话。这边第二季给的压力很大，就是把你所有的人员进攻方往第二季这个明居上去逼。
啊，
DRG timing out.
赶出来效果非常好。
对，
第二季也是直接把战术暂停给叫了出来，很重要。对于第二季而言，现在是顶住了第3次的压力，
哇，
扛住了方 plus 3个赛点。
对，
但是 我觉得现在不能那么被动的原因，是因为你一直不停的去追分，其实你是有压力的。你到最后有可能
I mean, we said it was going to be a close series. It could be more of the same on Ascent.
暂停叫得非常果断，他们也是希望能够在加时局能够先拿到可以拥有终结比赛的机会。
对，在加时局，双方队伍都有2个暂停，一人1个，加完就没有了。
But it's more the response of either of these two teams. Like, if FPX lose, do they go into Ascent like lower energy? A little bit worried. Because obviously, I think for DRG going into Ascent, like, they're going to just be on Cloud9 if they win this map, which has been so strong for FPX.
对，感觉今天柏林稍微有一点
That they go from that point, and then for DRG, it hasn't looked that good stats-wise. If DRG, would that be an upset? I think on this map it would be. For the series, it's hard to tell. I would have said so, but a few people here think that like DRG can win, and in some cases might even be the favorites. This isn't quite like Billy versus Tech upset levels here that we saw yesterday. But I think it would be somewhat of an upset if DRG do beat FPX.
要不要起名句是一个很大的问题。就这一分他们是防守开嘛
Because FPX have been, they finished 3rd in Act 1, they finished 6th in Act 2. Here they'll be going out like 6th to 8th, so I guess it's somewhat there.
反正节奏也慢。
对，反正节奏也慢，看看明俊能不能先抽你一个嘛。OK，
提速。
这个过点。 Luke 直接被混掉了，这个应该是扑了一发蛇吻。
And Luke goes down straight away.
Luke 在空中挂着易损的情况下被点了2枪的身体，应该是。
这就是霓虹最。
I think one thing that FPX have been dealing with better as the series has gone on is Shion's lurk.
能怎么办？
还要架一个过点，看到了这个。
Okay, Autumn deals with that.
非常漂亮。
These two have been great on this A site as well.
决斗先锋都没了。
打 Link 吧，这是最后的选择了，因为 B 中有人。
Link 你要知道你要面对。
I think you do see why FPX like to use this wall on attack, because of how much they're playing from that positional defense and how useful they're making it.
收掉了刘一手。
好准。
那这个爆能器对第二届来说应该是可以。
Lysol going down though is a big loss.
还是要想先反清一波。
5 versus 3 for FPX there.
打反清。
And it's starting to... Look, they're so spread out. Look at this. You compare like the rotations and like the positions where DRG are on defense, especially for B. They were like had 3 or 4 players here already. This is like very passive from FPX. Because I think they're scared of the lurks, really. Good stun from Autumn. He's got his ult. How they play this is really important. He can't just send it in. But like clearing everything is good. These TCH just getting caught out on his own though is not great. Great double peek. I mean, yeah, 5 versus 3 for FPX lost there. Just as I said that it felt that FPX had like full control of B around like that happens. Like Lysol dying there. Ayang dying on his own. Even just like the 2 players going to clear secret with the Neon ultimate, and then TZH just peeks B main on his own. Who's IGL of DRG? I think it's from what Vukashu told me, it's Nick and also sometimes Vukashu. But it's I think Nick is like the proper IGL. Oh, great for TZH. I mean, observing gives me a headache sometimes for China because they do just switch perspectives at the weirdest times. Alright, another 5 versus 3 for FPX. Let's not screw this one up. Yeah, how did he even hit a shot on there? Like, unless he was like up a bit more and his cops fell down the stairs a little bit. This is gonna get cleared. Right, nicely done.
2打5。
很难了，这个回防。
这确实很难。
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Nick for RGL.
有一手在直架的，这个炮台直接打掉，但西洋切有意识，有人在这里。
Lysol's looking a little bit shakier
这
now.
个爆能器应该是可以优先安置下来。
Such a pivotal player to even bring it to overtime for FPX in the first place. After a what? 6-0, 7-0 start? Might have been 7-0, right? For DRG.
对西洋切来说，短局部要打一个1打2，而且又无敌超杀。
Good ult.
过来直接扑，尼克直接被破掉了。那这一分又是凭借着阿阳。
Alright, FPX have steadied the ship.
成功扳平比分，14比14平。
I do want to see an upset because it shows that other teams are actually improving. I mean, we have been seeing that, yeah. Like, we saw it all of yesterday, it felt.
下是救回一个赛点，他们手上还有个暂停可以去使用的。
对。
但连续2个回合。
But it's also like the old guard teams, I suppose, like Billy Billy.
对 DRG 来说。
是的。
We have to see them like evolve at this point, whether it's with roster changes or like actually solidifying roles. Like we won't see them again until the lock-in tournament, whatever it's called, at the start of next year. Oh, this is just like Groundhog Day repeat of the last round that they had on defense.
是的，因为只有这边的陆克能够利用惊喜翻腾去抢点，
而且对于陆克来说。
Yeah, Gecko in overtime is such a strong agent because of it feels how quickly you can get your ultimate. It's the same for everybody else, but with like planting, with being able to pick up the ultimate again, and just that for Thrash you could sort of use it anywhere. Attack or defense, there's never really a bad time to use it, especially in overtime where you don't have other ultimates to accommodate for mostly. Alright. So FPX getting the first kill again on defense. This time it isn't a 5 vs 3, it's a 4v4. Everybody is so spread out again though. A big fight for Lysol to win. It feels so touch and go. I mean, all of the fights now are just going FPX's way. Lysol is 100% about to jump through the smoke. Oh, the timing couldn't have been worse. I think Nick's Play-Doh here is the right one. It's a Prowler, knows where he is. Oh, it's so close. He throws out, what, a smoke there as well, just then? Giga risky from TCH, but sure. Oh man, these rounds are just down to the wire. What the hell is this? Like Lysol winning that fight is massive. Ayang winning that fight is massive. Yeah, he throws it on the spike. Why not just play time? I think he just panicked off the back of the ultimate. I don't know.
感觉真的要做噩梦了。
哦，这现在对于方 plus 来说，他们又拥有可以终结比赛的机会。Luke 也是继续。
He wanted the HP fight, I guess. Especially like maybe if he caught him with a Nightfall on this side, he'd play time a bit more because he has to cross. But because he'd already made it over to here, that I think he just panicked and just wanted to win.
常规的一波，开一下门，还是跟他们就是上层分的一个进攻方的思路是一样的，单挂 B 区 C 区挂一个。
I guess wanted to play off the Prowler as much as he possibly could as well.
而现在对于方 plus 来说，这个前期没有能够抓到 Luke 之后啊，他们也是。
I mean, decision making seemed like
第一次打了这么久的5v5。
understandable.
这个时间还有50。
It's easy to sort of think of like what if in those kind of situations, but it is a clutch in overtime.
直接给到了一个 high ball， 那这个楼梯是出不来的，可以去夹 B 了，可以夹 B 点。
All right, Berlin finds Nick. That's a fairly open B site. Luke is on the run here. Has the operator. Trying to find the right angle. Can't find anything. Yeah, Berlin's respected this. Good read, it felt. They got Luke, but they lost to Shion over on A. Good horn, actually, to try and go for that fight. Those two played really well off of each other, but yeah, what a comeback from FPX. I mean, it was grueling as all hell in order to actually do it, but yeah, amazing stuff from them.
方 plus 先稳住一口气。
主要其实还是那个点吧，就其实方 plus 已经是最近三
I mean, TCH, I think, was actually so keen winning some of these rounds. I think Lysol was as well, like early on. Like his ACS was like 300 plus in the first half, where FPX were getting battered. So if Lysol doesn't put up that kind of performance, it could have been a really harder comeback for FPX to have had. I think TCH just winning so many pivotal like fights and rounds off the back of his own utility. The clutch right at the end. Like, it's got to go TZH's way for MVP. Feel shit if you're on the losing side. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a real good test of, like, DRG. Of, like, you go onto your map pick now with Ascent. How comfortable are you going to feel? Like, can you just bounce back after that close game? And go, we almost beat this team on Lotus, who are, like, now 9-2, I think it is. Like, just continue that going forward.
你不能够说每一次都是先挖坑然后再去填坑，我觉得这个其实就是一个风险很大的情况。
对，其实他作为雷兹在防守方就是要承担这样可能
Yeah,
被
it's
杀的一个风险。
really tricky if you're DRG.
这个英雄的定位就是非常激进的，要在。
Because I mean, what was the score at its worst? It was like 7-0. Yeah, 7-0. So everything the DRG was able to do to begin with was great, and FBX looked really shaky and a little bit scared. But I do think that there's at least enough about this FPX team that sure, you can have worse teams scare them and they still have enough about them to like come back. Whereas like we saw with like Billy yesterday, and maybe some teams like attacking Soul, maybe even Trace or Rare Atom, they go up against a team that's marginally worse than them, but they look a little bit sloppy to begin with. I can see other teams kind of like Billy just completely fall apart and panic. You can say the comes too. Nice. Yeah, Lysol getting it for just having the most, like this was 300 at the half, and then like was decent on their attack. But my own personal like MVP, I think, is TCH, because this is just done off like who has the highest ACS on the winning side. So KDA obviously damage. I saw Ayang was good. I mean, yeah, this just pretty much an insane team performance. Like here was also like good, but it's just like 100 ACS between top and bottom, like 30 ACS between. Like less than 30 ACS. Like this has been like a good team performance. Like Maizy maybe a little bit quieter than you might want or expect, but I don't think he was ever really the problem. I guess this is quite surprising actually that DRG had the most first kills and FPX was still able to win it, because it felt more the opposite. But this might be like DRG, you know, got some like first kills on Eco. You could go from there, but yeah, it's awkward. Right, I'm gonna run some ads so you don't get them in the middle of the game like you did just then. So sorry about that. I don't like to do it, but that's just Twitch being Twitch. So you should get any for Ascent. I'm going to go quickly change my jumper and shirt because I've just been out for a walk and I'm a little bit sweaty. So hopefully that's played some ads. And that should mean that we don't get ads for another hour. So yeah, thank you. You can obviously sub if you want. If you don't want ads, you can get Twitch Turbo. You can get ad block. Personally, I don't care. I'm like, whatever makes the viewing experience better for you personally, I'm down for. Ooh. Wait, this is just Sliggy's Discord. Showing off all of the secrets. People playing TFT. Okie dokie. Right, yeah. So, yeah, just give me a second. I will be long. Yeah.
好，各位观众，欢迎回到无畏契约 CN 赛区进化者系列公开赛，我是解说 OC，
我是解说 Vivi。
没错，那第一张地图其实两边是打得非常精彩的，非常激烈，进入到了一个长加时，最后方 plus 还是屏住了一口气，16比14拿到了土一的胜利。那接下来马上来到第二张地图，这张地图将会来到DRG 的自选图，将会来到亚海玄城。而这张地图其实对 DRG 来说，他们的常规阵容打法是非常熟练的。而对 FunPlus 而言，他们确实是有2套的阵容体系。他们曾经在这张地图还拿过幽影加星坠的双球形烟，而且也打出了不错的效果。但是，这个可能这个历史比较悠久了，因为要追溯到 CQ 的时期了。
还是要看一下双方会在亚海玄城选出什么样的地图。DRG。
Hello, hello. Where's the guy that lost 200 on this? I'm looking to him. I think he had like bets all over the place, but yeah. Maybe he I imagine he's here. If he's like actively betting, I'd say that he's probably in a position of just like it happens. Right. For Ascent, we expect anything crazy comp-wise? Actually, the Viper from FPX. I forgot about this. We're on a double controller on Ascent. And then here it's just normal comp. Stats on this map, I don't think there's anything crazy. Stats. China Evolution Series. Map. Ascent. All time it. Rounds 1-1.
就是大家可能会来到一个图3的一个较量啊，对。
Imagine actually, so DRG have played it the most. I don't know if this is just for this act.
太丢丢，真的是的。
就没有能够拿到这张地图的胜利，也就意味着他们接下来已经可以说是背水。
And Bukash can obviously do a lot of good stuff. Luke's jet. Oh yeah, I remember Luke's jet actually having some really nice shots too. For FPX, I imagine it's quite low on the list. It does also just sort of depend where in this tournament they've played it, but they played it recently. Oh, it's here. They're just not on the... Ayang has been good. I mean, Luke versus Autumn on the jet is actually the battle to go for. I keep looking at Yosemite and like seeing him on the squad. And then I guess, who'd it be that's who playing what? I guess the good part of it is mostly the same comp that they were running on Lotus, other than this being Sky instead of Gecko, this being Omen instead of Astra, and then Autumn being on Jet instead of Neon. But the role like archetypes are the same. Like expectations and stuff like that should be like fairly good. So I guess it is really just maybe a boring battle of the Jets.
可能常规阵容上限没有那么高，但他的这个下限一定是稳定的。但是要知道，双烟带蝰蛇，如果你技能换不好，那你的稳定性就会大打折扣。
对，而且第二
Luke
季
said
手
bottle
里
just
是有 KO
mildly
的，
exploding.
是比较能够去限制对方
Their
双烟的一些
picks
发挥。
是
attacking first. This is DRG's pick,
第二季的选图
and they're attacking first. I just don't think Ascent works in the same way in China as it does everywhere else. It's so brave. The knife gets free.
在 A 大拿信息的能力太强了，只能说。
This wall is good because it kind of inhibits the impact of this one way.
Plus 被下了一点点血量。
And if the Viper cannot get hit by the wall as well, like this just puts awkward pressure. The smoke's always interesting when this one comes out to smoke off heaven. They're in on site though. This is like a really good like flood and spacing. I mean, this is a good spot for Luke to be in, however, but they managed to deal with it at the very least. Alright, actually a really good pistol.
你可以看到这个包点其实茫茫多的烟，
对，
看不到什么人。
就其实第二季
Yeah,
刚
not
才在第
too
一波
shabby in the
场中的那些
slightest.
技能之后
What we're
的
looking
后
at
续的这个
for
正面火拼就已经是进入到劣势了。
是
他没有技能，只能拼枪，但对手是有技能可以打协同的。而且这个烟一隔绝啊，早知道点内的人。
I'm just trying to keep an eye on like the YouTube chat just in case there's anybody else that comes in.
双烟在进攻方的一个打法嘛，就是靠烟去堆起来。
而且进攻方在一楼给的这个。
But I figured like, especially with like the Hitscan channel, just doing the stream on there might be like fun to get other people involved or interested.
起了一把飞将 Autumn， 看看要控制一下中路，但中路说实话第一时间不太好控。
Really nice pistol. Smoke on top mid.
是，主要这一分有钱嘛。中远的话还是比较有优势的。是想要抓一个黑将。
It's also pressure that it just has to keep pulling from DRG to deal with this. Like you have to keep focus on this at all times just in case. Good shot from Mizey. Awkward fight for Berlin to be taken, but at least he gets them. Before Vukashu gets another one. This is like all up for Nick to do a little bit more damage now, but I'd say that this is pretty good. Lysol's half HP. TCH just peeks and fights him anyway.
对，无所谓的，掉也无所谓。
Berlin 也是比较轻松，就我觉得其实对方 Plus 来说，特别是上一张地图，有一个镜头是比较有印象的，就是他们在进入到加时，打到比较焦灼的局面、比较紧张的局面，他们还是就能够笑得出来的，就他们的沟通其实还是比较轻松的。
哎，就队内氛围是比较好的一个状态。
对他们没有那么紧张。
长枪局来了，5个轻甲。 这一分的话，可以看一下刘一手和 Autumn 是有2把长枪的。
是。
Full buy now.
感觉是想把这分都拿。
With the jet playing over towards short, smoked off because that's the default thing to do anyway. Lucas half armor and a vandal. The edge are actually playing 2 on the site here. They catch Autumn just fighting in this choke. I think Mize hit a good angle to see that. There's maybe a chance that TCH can like lurk up here. The rest are just going for a fast execute. Vukashi's utility is good, his aim is even better. The Viper's on A, and that's actually pulling the rotation a bit. There's 50 seconds left, so there's still some like manipulation to do if you're FPX. TCH is just trying to close the door. Luke just trying to kill him. Oh, he actually just goes for it. TCH goes to try and break the door but loses the fight. I mean, they now just expect it's going to be A. Got good sight line on B. Yeah, dealt with nicely from DRG. Maybe hoping a little bit that the bonus could have done more if you're FPX, especially because you lose like a good couple of players on round 2. Like good utility on DRG as well, just the nano swarms of the recon as they're going in on B. Tricky stuff.
那这一分看一下，对方 Plus 来说依旧是个半甲战术。 他们这个
中路
经济
有人直架，但是给了一个黑杖。
其实陆克这几枪抽的还是有点接近的。
I think nobody's really.
直到你放
800里开外，直接把自动
Maybe it's just Ascent. At least we get to see some like cooler stuff on Ascent overall.
对来说，总感觉你在近点啊。
对，
不然你这个自动射频
Free on A again.
但是对于 FunPlus 而言，他们并没有在近点。你看，五卡手中路一直在 pick， 这个中路压力已经拉满了。
还叫了个队友过来。
哦，对，
防对方来摸自己的重生点。
那 A 点压力很大呀。
DRG is starting to just
压力两个人主要是补不上枪。
fuck with this
而
less.
且 FunPlus 他们一定会给这个
Like the reactions and rotations have been good.
刚才已经给过了。
They've got some good information already. 4 people are rotating over. Luke smoking across this choke. There's the fragment thrown in as well.
还掉到了点内。
这个包要怎么捡是比较难的问题了。现在
I mean, I'm really not that much of a fan of this smoke.
混烟就是做软掩体的一个打法了，直接贴近点卢克。
感觉一点机会都没有啊！这个爆能器掉在一个非常尴尬的位置。阿阳的引路之
But I guess you have to sort of compensate for the fact that you only have one initiator.
引路之损能不能有奇效？
You don't have like a recon that could sort of go back sight here. You don't have a KO knife or a fragment that's going to like
确实非常难。
go onto heaven or go here.
你包掉了，我这 B 点也可以不守了。对于五卡手来说，我就来 A。
And FPX just have to save.
你出来反省我。
保强吧，那就 I'm saving。
来了卢克，
只能保了。
无所谓，卢克。
Is any damage done to them worthwhile? Ish.
第二届来说连追2分，他们也是能够成功把这个上半场的节奏。
You might have a buy up now with saving that many guns.
其实这一波就是陆克没有选择坐以待毙嘛。
I think that's a good reaction. Like if they do the omen smoke, just nading this, smoking that nade as well.
这个 A 小这个位置等的话，
帮不了的。
帮不了，因为对面给到一发蛇吻，你出独木踩着蛇吻出。
Like actually getting through these chokes is going to be a fairly big challenge, I think, for FPX consistently. I think that's what DRG's game plan is just make it really difficult for them to get out. And honestly, like with this wall and like getting past the one way, like KO knife gets used, it just gets the Viper.
直接放到了 B 点。那现在对于第二届来说，就是完全把中路放出来。
Like we've not seen FPX default hit early at all. Like multiple people just trying to like pop out and fight where a KO is. Because right now DRG are just able to get this info seemingly for free. Like keep an eye on it unpressured for 30 seconds. And then they're allowed to rotate. And then when something else happens, that rotation is pretty quick to come in.
如果要夹 B 点的话，其实 B 大的人会比较危险。而 Luke 在第二时间好像
A spike lost too.
出来把 Berlin 打掉了，主烟位没了。
Good kill from Luke. I think the general premise and idea for FPX is good as well because there's so much like force coming in on like the main chokes. Taking mid is a good thing to be doing. Nice flash. Good trade from Luke. And good trade from Lysol. Good trade from Nick. All of the fights being won out. Still a bit scared of mid with how this is playing. Vukashu's still on site. Good fight from Ayang, but pretty low damage. And TCH closing the door is actually pretty good too. Ultimates. There's a Paranoia, and 2 TPs, and that's it. DRG. They just get the knife fallen in time. And they get the Seekers with the plant. Well, that's what I was going to initially say. It won't flash still. KO knife just gets the sky on sight, so there's no flash at the moment. Oh, he fully team flashes. Good fight from TCH. Great fight from TCH. Yeah, good round actually from FPX. Like it was a little bit rough with losing, I think, Berlin right at the start. So doing all of this with no smokes is good. And then just good fights and good trades, both sides. Not sure how I feel about that defensive smoke. Like they're trying to do this so they can maybe... I really can't think of a reason why you just wouldn't smoke this instead. like, sure, if you smoke A, you're giving yourself something to play around as defenders to maybe sort of get behind, like isolate some of these angles. But you're giving them a chance to do what TCH just did and play around your own smoke. Buys. Alright, this is good. I like that from DRG. Just again, like pressuring this a lot. They get the Viper, so it means the dude stuff A is tough. It's meant an open B site, which has been like completely exploited from FPX. Hey, Megabyte. Shion, they've got... What else is there? I heard map 1 was a bagger. Yeah, it was super close between these two teams. DRG was 7-0 up. And it went to like 3 rounds of overtime. Because we just hold off angle instead of going for 1. Yeah, I mean, I think the reaction from FPX was good though. Like, because they were being pushed free on A main, and they were being sort of they were being fought on mid. And so I think they were like, okay, the B site should be open. And as they went for that teleporter, they still went through the 2 players because they had like enough players here to fight it. ASC versus EDG was a hair puller, worth rewatching that. Yeah, I mean, I think the whole series is pretty good. Most especially the last map. Like on Haven, that was a really good watch. Alright, Vikashi dies now in tree. In front of all of his utility too. Like, he's got his turret watching this. Maybe DRG timeout in a second if this goes FPX's way. I mean, they're on an eco, but still. Yeah, absolutely worth a rewatch, I think. I also need to keep these high, so because I feel like my neck just starts to break after a while. Yeah, it's been really nice from FPX. I mean, he only lost the bonus and then the round afterwards. And the round afterwards was just because they tried to go for an A execute and just got bodied. It was a good adjustment considering FPX haven't used the timeout. That they were kind of just going for like the B main execute straight. They were going for the A main execute straight. And then, so that was round 3, round 4, round 5 onwards. Like, it came down to the TCH clutch, but the more mid control that they're taking and fighting for, like even for tree, it sort of makes it easier to take the A site and B site as opposed to just executing with this comp. Because it's also good impact from the wall too, from Viper. Because it's going across the only like A main across the runway. It cuts off like tree from everything else, so you can't really play sight and watch tree. You have to dedicate people pretty hard to keep an eye on A main just in case of the Viper. Or like in tree. And if you're trying, like, what would be a typical setup? Maybe you'd have one here, one here. Hard to do that now with that wall in the way. I mean, they're still dedicating to it. Maybe DRG's call was, yeah, just like holding and fighting for tree and mid more is good. If you can get some general information here, like the Eldron here is in a good spot. Don't think it gets a ping onto anything. But there's no like hard dedicate here anymore. There's no anchoring on the B site, just holding. Like more of a focus on mid. More of a focus on like tree and helping these players. And I think because of how DRG have been playing this so far, like they've got good, great information with an eye for one.
那还行，关键看的只是个齐乐。
And they have the right people in the right space. Same moment smoke used. Skydog is going to try and clear all of sight. Nick might have been able to just catch a timing. Oh, he maybe should have won that fight. Very unlucky not to. And then the Omen smokes just act like some fucking other Viper wall here, like this.
这个残局已经很难了，只剩下5卡数。
爆枪吧。
1打4的残局，
经济太差了。
他想试一下，看到枪管啦，先抓一个，但还有2个人。Berlin 直接在烟里面做了一波反穿。
Yeah, I mean it's continuing on from FPX.
6比2。对于 FunPlus 来说，他们已经
really nice to watch.
要怎么去操作这个局面了。
I am a little bit nervous with this wall. Just that corner can be exploited a little bit more.
这个穿点大概能猜到这个齐乐的位置了。
FunPlus 现在属于是全员都把手感打出来了。
Yeah, Nick just got very unlucky. Like, if he had just peeked a little bit more, he would have seen an unsuspecting autumn, I think.
但是如果在前期能够去摘到1到2个的话，这个中间技能是可以考虑去放的。啊，留一手哦，不对 ，autumn 是起了一把明狙哦。那进攻的节奏要慢一点了。
无人机直接过来，先把炮台给标到了。
哎。 这个 A 打是单向眼已经混到右边了，贴过来了。
At least you got some big ultimates now coming up for DRG, like for the last couple of rounds. But you got to think, really, it just doesn't feel like Ascent works at all similar to round like games in other regions. Some of the games that we've seen have been very attack-sided.
对于DRG来说，他们需要用一些技能去消磨一下对手的血量。瓦尔斯 Luke 抓到了。
Oh no, Luke! It's so hard to hit those shots. To be fair, when somebody's full walking in mid. Also, Berlin is now feeling very comfortable. You got a feel for Luke. We've all been there. Just like me, for real, it feels.
绕得很漂亮，我只能说。对，但是。
I mean, it is a good turnaround, a good shot. I mean, that third kill onto Nick is a little bit unfortunate. Still sticking to the attack up. I mean, he might as well. It has been like working nicely. Good slam, yeah. I think that probably was Luke.
这个真的没有那么容易打的。纳米风群先给出来。 无人机直接照到了点外的信息，有狂猎之怒，加上狂猎之怒要去找他是猎人，他能猎到吗？好像没有能够猎到第3发，留一手也是躲开了。那麦子这个终极技能是无果而终。
来了，哦呦！
哎呦，这留一手这个慢摸到了，把尼克给收掉了。而且另外
Alright, Lysol gets one because she gets another over on A. Playing A because he has the lockdown.
有人指加了这个明狙，漏了，漂亮。
果然还是打正面比较准啊。是。
Also, like, DRG haven't really been playing for retakes at all. They've just been trying to fight on site, which, I don't know, could be more of an option for them, really. Feels like they've just really wanted to be in the right place to just stop these executes coming in, but then just lost the fights on site. Paranoia dash. Skydog's clearing sight again, knows that there's one hell. Even the stun goes through onto Fukashu. Yeah, it's these kind of moments that I'm a bit... But the spike still hasn't been planted at this point, and they're still just kind of fighting for it. Does the Viper comp work on attack? Like, is it about having major retake delay or just a good passive A pressure? I guess it's a bit of both, but in this map in particular, it's just been the former. Wait, the latter.
在竞点的过程中，其实 Autumn 的这个个人能力发挥是发挥出来了。对，这个右键，但凡出一点点问题，感觉局势都不一样。对，感觉这个2楼路口稍微有点着急了。他狙了一个，但是退到了队友身上。
But it's also the case of like DRG have a lockdown for Fukashu, and they've been playing Fukashu over here like for a while now. And like you've got like these ultimates that you're just sitting on that you've never really had the chance to be using. Reckon we'll see Ascent Fuller Haven to be Viper meta without major nerfs? I don't think so. Just curious, just tuned into this map. I think there's some like good Viper walls. Like I know the one that Figment's Valorant highlighted, the one that sort of goes across here is good on attack. You can sort of do what like FPX was doing on Lotus, of just you have a wall that sort of cuts across you a bit more. But then you could just play a Gecko, for example, and stick the Gecko plant here each time. And just slicing up this is good. Like they stack on A and it's a B execute. Gecko cope. For sure.
而且在另外一边，阿阳从中路带着队友赶了过来，五卡手山收一个，但是看一下 Luke。
I mean, actually, this has been pretty sick damage. I mean, Vukashu now in a 1 versus 2 on 20 HP is a little bit maybe too much to ask for.
4发子弹感觉不太够用啊，要不换一把枪呗，朋友。来炮台，4发连炮台都不够打，2
Now 2 HP.
差一点被蹭掉了。
快跑！
Why did they do that? I don't know. FPX getting bored, maybe just fighting mid.
就别说对面的人了，这炮台都能单杀他。
I don't think they were expected to run into more rifles.
但对于炮台来说就不一样了。
对，炮台能滴2下。
那 FunPlus 也是成功拿到了他们的第9分。
Although because it was sort of a mild eco for DRG, I kind of thought it was done.
没有必要，我说实话。
Especially because the plant comes over on here and there's still like 4 players over on A. I guess we'll see in a second now.
看一下这个，
又是穿越。
对，炮台给了一些信息，然后来到高点位，看一下 Oten 抓麦子，然后这个过点，感觉打到后面，其实 FunPlus 每个人的枪都已经打得很热了。
对。Oten 经典的发挥，包括上一场的比赛的发挥，确实打得完全不一
I feel
样。
like going for the plant and then going on top of this wall is nice, but when you're doing that and then doing this at the same time,
试一下。
light trolling.
但是看一下引路止损直接给过来。
要防止小刀
Alright,
闪
well,
图啊，这个烟给了之后，因为 KO 已经贴到近点
FBX
了
are sort of dumpstering at this point.
哎，打闪出了。
Good flash, good fight.
被打掉了，还行，这波协同配合做了出来，这是 DRG 现在需要的事情。
是的，前期拿到一个手杀还不错，闪光位没了。那现在进攻方的话，要依靠着这个 Oten 去拉枪线，配合 Berlin 的一个暗眼，但暗眼已经没了。
但对 DRG
I mean, considering the Viper pick, it's still been a pretty boring map.
Luke 接倒了，而对于 DRG 而言，他们2个带终极技能的人还在，希望就还在。
很谨慎，大米蜂群亲近点。
对，亲近点。
因为他们现在没有
Might just be because it's Ascent, to be honest.
小技能去清点。
It's not really a map that you see a lot of innovation on anyway. But I guess it's because I'm more interested in watching what DRG's reaction to it is, and it just doesn't seem that it's that shocking. Vukashu putting the lockdown in logs? He's just trying to fight for it as much as possible. Is it going to get broken? Yep. Alright, 3 versus 2. There's a Viper's Pit. I don't like the Lysos playing in logs, but he might be able to get out. Yeah, the Viper's Pit helps as well with that. It's a bit of an odd ult. Putting the alarm bot in it too, though, is really nice. Is it the alarm bot or is it the turret? This is going to just go for the ace. Good trade, at least. I was a little bit worried because I see Berlin peeking that they maybe both push him and try and fight him. But yeah, actually like really good stuff. I'm trying not to like sit like with my legs up. I'm just trying to sit normally if I can, but it's kind of hard.
他今天的发挥真的是太夸张了。
瞄准机器，他比他的炮台准。
Good half for Lysol though. I mean, it's been a good series for Lysol.
10比2 ，FunPlus 在第2张地图没有继续慢热啊，他们进状态的速度很快。
What have FPX's attack and defense sides been like on this map anyway?
上场只拿了2分，我觉得我很能理解陆可当时那种急切的心理，因为他作为队伍里面的一个主力。
Well, they do kind of get destroyed by Trace here. That was the 3rd map I think in that series.
防守前压的一个位置，想要
But the defenses look good. This is like been alright, but this was with a fade Viper, no Sentinel. Which I think I prefer this comp more anyway, so yeah. Lysa's always been good though. I mean, yeah, I didn't mean it in a sense that he's been bad and now he's playing good. I think he's just been really good today. I don't think there's anybody on this FPX team that I think is bad, really. Like, everybody has their moments. I think Lysa out of these 5, however, is not the weakest, but just a player that I've not seen god tier stuff out of. Maybe him and like TCH. But they've both been great today. And the head-to-head of the Jets is still like 250 ACS despite being like down 10-2. And having a plus KD when you're down 10-2. And having at least like, you know, 160 damage done around and you're 10-2. Like, this is absurdly good stats considering the scoreline. Oh, Autumn gets stuck. So this wall just acting like the Viper one way a little bit more. The Omen one way that you'd usually see here. Bit of top mid control. You also have like the attack wall like this as well that you can use on Viper. They're like loud and stuff used, but I think I prefer the A wall more. Alright, Lysa loses that fight. Just a lot of... Well, we saw a little bit of this on FPX's defense of Lotus, which is concerning. I've seen it here as well. Just 2 players playing on an island, taking fights, and getting caught by the stack. Get caught by that number again. It's just that you've been involved in a car accident that wasn't your fault. Oh, Christ. Do you think that Viper wall, the block door in heaven, compared to the one TFV made a video about? This is coming from somebody that's never really been too crazy hype on Viper on maps like Haven and Ascent. Like, I think it's good. I think a lot of the points that they made about the wall can work with this one too. Like, reducing the impact of the Omen one way here, for example. And then just having enough of a sight break that you can isolate players on this side from this. You're gonna have to quickly watch the video again. To like properly see it. Like, I really do think with any like double controller comps, it really depends on the team that's playing it. Because FPX, this seems to be like their preferred style, I suppose. Like how they want to run the comp. I think it's fairly similar on Breeze as well. I can't remember what else they're running other than like the Raze Sky. Maybe KO, maybe Cypher. Let me check. Because they're running like double controller here on Freeze. Yeah, Silver Gecko, Silver KO even. Then with an Astra. Which is, you know,
没枪就是这样的。
interesting comp.
10比4。
But like it makes sense sort of looking at the roles and stuff like that.
这把奥丁有说法
主要是这张地图，这个墙啊，它都比较薄啊，
啊，是
好多地方都能穿。
奥丁悬城嘛。
是的。
哎，这一回是。
But I do think that the option that they had for the Viper wall that Thinking Valorant talked about in his video, like having that wall as a choice and then the usual one, is probably the play. I don't think it's one wall over the other.
这个反清打得很漂亮啊！说哪怕是能见影走，但他还是想拼一波。
是，不太能拼。在另外一边 ，B 点给了一个单向烟之后，留一手架这个位置也可以架得很从容。
But it's always a little bit tricky, I suppose, because I think that's something that Lofa's very good at that I don't really like doing, so it's not really something I'm good at. It's just, you could probably argue the difference between a wall here and like a wall here and whatever, you know. Go over each specific thing, but I'm just a bit more like... It's not too much of a big deal. The difference between a TMV wall and the wall FPX we're using would be the difference between winning a game and losing. And also for FPX, it's like they have come up with some of their own Viper walls, like the one on Lotus, that makes a lot of sense for them. So this isn't a team that's just, oh, this is the lineup that teams typically use on Viper, so we're just going to copy it. Like, they actually have a bit more thought about what they want to be doing. TCH has been winning 1v2s all day. He still expects them in logs. The snakebite doesn't quite hit. Oh, he almost flicked to him too. Didn't quite do any damage, I don't think.
主要没办法，就2打1的情况下，只要是一个夹角枪位，Luke这个补枪，他只要
Yeah, I don't know what other people think of it, if anything.
基本上都能拿得下。
哇，第二季这个少打多的一个角色能力做得好好啊！安卓爆能器都没有参去捡这个枪，两个人迅速的去抢了一下前面的一个位置。如果一旦在包点去被动防守的话，这个分肯定是没有的。
是。
How did that Molly not hit? I don't know. It must have been really, really on the edge here.
断档了。
在这张地图 ，Luke 之前是有非常高光的数据发挥的。看一下，来到这一分第16个回合，近点位两边接锋之间的一波。
Oh, he dealt with that nicely.
出来感觉意图有点明显，其实
Videoman was playing anti-flash. Paranoia for Jen. Knife goes into the corner on Dice. They know where Ayang is. Still doesn't matter if Ayang's just going to do that. Holy crap.
又是同样的位置，想到了他曾经经典的操作。
他这左右开弓，我的天哪！
亚海悬城 A 点撕开阿阳，又是一波串联词，最后给了五卡水一个1打4的残局。
It's funny how FBX feel like they consistently, if they lose the pistol, they seem to almost always consistently lose the bonus as well. I think that was what was happening on Lotus beforehand in games too.
其实，在亚海悬城这个 A 点打出了非常多高光的操作。就如果说有一个生涯热点图的话，阿阳在这个 A 点
They're happy to lose the third round of a half because they always have a full buy for the fourth.
我觉得不可忽略的还有一个点就是2楼的队友啊，是帮他吸引了非常多的火力。
对，就把火力吸走的一瞬间，但阿阳枪
It's like they bonus on a bonus as well.
特别多的机会。11比5。
But there's something that FBX is doing to like deal with this.
尼克有大招了，无效命令，这个是在进攻方是可以去没收对手的一些技能打一波的。但是齐了好聪明啊！你看他站的位置，
就无效命令肯定
你 counter 不到我，
对你命令不到我，
是的，
我不听你命令，
而且你还会吃到我的齐了的一些道具，要来了。
搞点位。
Good shot from Vukashu. If you're taking a position like that, you're hoping that the one player that doesn't peek up first is Vukashu. Good from Berlin too. Manages to pick up a rifle. Lysol wants to try and help, but just gets stuck in shit, effectively. Berlin. Good fights from DRG. Really didn't think that Berlin was able to do that much damage there. They get Maisie, though. Gonna get him on lane. Vukashi's now like caught on this awkward spot. There's 3 people playing off of his contact though, and Ayang was just happy to sort of bait them both. And Xion again playing anti-flash. Didn't they force him round 2? That they already have a full buy in round 3? Wait, who do you mean? I don't think that they forced round 2. Or round 14. It's something that consistently FPX has been able to do though. It's not just this game. Where they have like a full buy here, they can still lose the round, and then they have a full buy here. But they do seem to consistently lose the bonus. It's just round 4 that they actually end up winning. There's some theory to it though. Because it's really concerning to see a team constantly lose against a bonus after they've already lost to a pistol. Which has happened enough with FPX, but somehow they always fix it in round 4. So I'm not sure how FPX are adjusting the money. Whether it's just they fully dedicate to the half armor idea. Could be just that. The FPX bought 3 times in a row. Last round went DRG's way. Yeah, I think it is just like the half armor in a lot. 2v4. I mean, the 2 players are so far separated. Yeah, they've kept half armor buying because they have been losing, like, they lost a 1v1 and then a 1v2. So I guess it's good for FPX to just keep that going because the money is still really awkward for DRG after however many rounds. Unlucky to not get a second there, really. Now we might see the Miko. We might also see an FPX timeout because it has kind of been all of all DRG at the moment. Also, TCH gun for that is... Was he going to go pick up the spike? Was it lost there? And FPX have buffed their timeouts too, so they've been very happy. Okie dokie.
还有追分的机会，因为下一分是直接进入到了方 plus 的省钱分。是的，来看一下 Berlin， 这个画很可爱，我只能说非常可爱。是的 ，Berlin 的发挥。
I'm trying to see. I'm just quickly checking out FPX's stuff. I don't think I'll have time though to see how they've been managing that. Definitely something to keep an eye out for the future. Did DRG change up their roster? They just improved a lot. They went from top 16 to now fighting blow for blow with FPX. I don't believe there was any changes from Act 2 to Act 3. I think they've just been much better at implementing Vukashi. Yeah, it's very impressive.
哎，想拿黑杖去照炮台，但其实炮台比较远。OK， 他是传上去的，那没事。
It's a good thing about the top 12 format for the tournament. Just because, like, if it was top 8, maybe we wouldn't have seen DRG make the event at all. So they get good LAN experience, so they actually get to show up massively. Oh, I mean, Autumn is just going for it. That's okay. Like, the round that FPX Eco is the one that they just absolutely decimate everybody on. Takes 1 timeout. FPX still have the second one. And that's the round that they're going to get onto 12 with.
对我卡索来说有操作空间吗？没有啦。Autumn 利用巨人。
Good round from Autumn. It's not only getting the free kills, but it's just taking everybody's attention to look at him. Whilst people like Lysol peek out with a sheriff and get a kill. I guess we'll see maybe some of the other POVs. The first kill is good. Second one, just the updraft there. Like, just Lysol peeking off the back of that timing-wise. And also, like, Nizal, TCH, sorry, doing the same. That's going to force that timeout for DRG, who have actually still got both their timeouts. Is that right? Did DRG not time out at all on a side that they went 2 and 10 on? Like, really? I wonder what the green thing is like. It's okay. Green's probably a good color to color stuff in.
就这个时候，教练绝对是不能够传递紧张的那个人。就如果说他把自己的一些紧张，还有一些可能相对来说对于一些
Do we go for the green cursor just to highlight stuff? Is it going to work that well? Actually works quite well.
这是一个可敬的对手呀，毕竟对手是在第一幕、第二幕都是指妖的队伍。
This is an elimination game, yeah. Whoever, if DRG loses this round, they're out. But still, like a top 8 finish is good for them.
零点休战直接先给出来，感觉想要去打一波提速。来了，直接打一波。Luke 直接提速到点内了，人在哪？人在这儿，抓到了。先把刘玉手给清掉，而且人都已经进点了，就全面封锁才放出来。进一步的去控制。
Anything really like your typical run-of-the-mill execute, just very well done.
而且麦子还是一把奥丁。 这把奥丁的回防，看一下方 plus 要怎么打。
Good entry, yeah.
火力是无敌的呀。
啊。
Mysion and off angle with the Odin is scary. Especially if somebody tries to follow up on it. And it's just the worst gun. If you're flash peeking a corner like that, going into the Odin is rough. At least Diane gets him. Money is still really tight for some players, so you keep the money tight if you go for these fights. But how worth it is it for FPX? It's also a good round for DRG just straight after the timeout. Because FPX concede that DRG have the lockdown. So I thought that they were going to probably expect like just a straight execute off of the lockdown just straight away, you know? That's like Hunter's Fury, like no command. So you only have one on site and just the jet fighting, flashing. Yeah, you just go for another fast execute here. And FPX are just looking to go retake it, I guess. Where are they going to retake it from is the question. Are they going to flank all the way around and do like the lockdown here that you could do on defense? They got... So they're going to paranoia across this and then fight it, which is good. Nice setup play here. Timing feels a little bit off. I mean, the Odin gets one. Autumn fights another. Poison Cloud to allow you to maybe just peek out of this overall. And Xion's still there, and then they could just break the lockdown. Good idea, but just a bit awkwardly executed. Like, the paranoia flanking is a really good idea. But I think the flash came in before the players were really ready. And you don't expect two players to be in this position, to be fair. So you kill the Sova like on that angle. You don't expect the Omen to be baiting him. So I guess that's actually really well done from Xion. Paranoia you straight away. This time FPX is sort of aware. Okay, yeah, they just like to be straight executed on B. And the Bucky gets one for Berlin, of all people. Oh, and Xion ults backside and just gets cleared. Did kind of feel that maybe DRG trying to do it for the 3rd time in a row was a little bit of a piss take, perhaps. But yeah, good series for FPX. A little bit scarier on Lotus. What was it, like 16-14? And then here, 13-9, which still competitive considering it was a 10-2 half. I don't think DRG could be that upset at them like this tournament. Like, I think 7th, 8th finish for this team is like pretty accurate for what it is. But it's a big upgrade from what we've like seen before. So I wonder how interesting it would have been if DRG had won on Lotus and then we got to a 3rd map on Breeze. Because it's tricky. Maybe that you could like point out issues with the Gecko on Lotus. Like maybe that wasn't up to par as it should be anymore. I think there's still merit to it, but it didn't look as good as it did today. And figured agent like Gecko, the more that people play up against it, the more they get to counter it and make Hyung's life harder. But it was also just a pretty quiet day for Berlin, which you don't typically see. So, like, am I worried about FPX? I wouldn't say so. Like, I think their map pool is actually looking pretty solid too. So, who have you got for top versus tech? I'd probably lean towards top. I'm just curious on if we're going to get the Lotus or not. So we got a bit of a break before the next game. So if people want to go get a drink and stuff like that, now's a good time. I'll probably make myself a cup of tea in a second. I also realized like I was feeling a bit like, ugh, but I haven't had any breakfast, so I probably should eat something. And then, yeah, how do we Vitas for the next game? I guess is what I want to look at. It's Tez and then Tech, which is very annoying and very confusing, but it is what it is. So that was the Vita for that game. Just do this so I can get it off the screen, maybe. So Tez versus Tech. I don't know what order people have picks and bans in, so it's kind of tricky. No, that's not left. That's ban. 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 Pick. Pick. I also need to find a good way to basically get these 2 pages on the same one. It shouldn't be too hard. It's just annoying to do. Even if I do it manually. Take out the BLG win. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's an interesting one. Like Billy seemed to have like fallen off a lot. Like it seemed to be in a lot of trouble with how they're approaching stuff. Whereas Top, I think, have been pretty cohesive. Even against EDG that they lost to, like they look good. Maybe even better than EDG in some instances if it wasn't for losing clutches or ecos. So what are we expecting from Top to ban? Bit of Breeze, bit of Bind. I think they'll probably go for... I mean, they should go for the Bind here. Just because it's a common ban for them. But also it's a very common pick for Tech. And then it kind of forces Tech to take out Breeze. And then Top picking Haven. Seems like, again, the most like likely outcome. I don't know if you really pick a scent against them. Maybe you do. I'm just going to put Haven / Ascent until we see like map scores and stuff. I would love to see the Lotus being picked here from Tech. I'd love to see the ISO again potentially. And then Tez banning second. But Breeze is already out. split sunset.
两边比较有意思的是，在一个部署获胜比里面，都是只要但凡能安包，我就能拿分。
对。
Yeah, I wonder.
但对于第二季来说，还是上半场丢分太严重了。
Maybe Tech picked the sunset too.
是的。
I don't know.
他在一个手杀能力比较强的一个情况下，还是要看。
I don't think you would want to pick against Top's sunset with how good it looked against EDG. That's kind of how it feels for me, at least. So where's Tech and that's Trace? I almost made that common mistake. Tech. Oh, I put it as top because of course I did. So what maps am I generally thinking of? Haven Ascent, Lotus. So for top, Ban has been rough for them, but I think they ban it out anyway because it's a good common map for Titan. They did lose against DRG on it. So Counter-Strike against mid-silver dart that Tez was using. Bit of mid-silver dart wasn't too scary on attack. It was just how much mid-control and knowledge they were getting on defense. Because you got the Eldra and it goes up the wall. But just being aware of it could be enough, yeah. The split is pretty untested. They lost on Haven against Top before, so maybe Top just continues that on. And I think... Well, Haven was map 3, I think, for these two teams. And also, are you going to be... What did they ban instead? Pick ban Descent instead. And then BLG picked Breeze to counter them, but it didn't really work that well. Taki Silver versus FPX tomorrow, really exciting match. Yeah, that's a great game. Like, we're getting into like some really good, beefy parts of the bracket. This isn't the tournament, that's fucking Campus Clutch. Like Trace versus Top potentially tomorrow. Like the winner of this game, the winner of that one will lose this bracket. Which could be like Trace versus Attacking Soul again. And then you've got like Rare Atom, EDG. It's a crazy good top 4. I mean, I wouldn't know who I'd want to win out of these two. I guess Attacking Soul. Like, I think... Oh, it's tricky, even like playing up against Trace. Because maybe I think like if Top win this, they do have a chance against Trace for sure. Depends on map pool and what ideas people are going for. But then like Trace or Top versus... I think Attacking Soul probably wins this. Depends how they are on the day, how flustered they get. But I think this is going to be I'm glad that this is the first game tomorrow, because I think that's going to be a really good series too. Where's the map 3 live stream? Well, I mean, it's a 2-0, but we're still here. It's just an interview. We're just waiting for the second game. So the second game is Tech versus Top. Oh. Top Esports versus Tech. He's probably a good way to word the title. So yeah, maybe I'm like looking at Tech banning Breeze, because it didn't look that bad yesterday. Like, it might be for both sides that they float the Breeze. Because Tech let it slide against BLG, and then they ended up winning it anyway. Maybe they shouldn't have done, but they did. So maybe there's some ideas there that they can sort of work with for Top. I mean, I don't know. At a glance, what's it like? Maybe. I imagine Top is more the first pick. Oh no, they only first pick once. I wonder if top banned out Lotus because they knew what was coming, you know. Maybe top do the same thing here. I hope not. Because then, yeah, Tech could just take him to bind. So maybe, hopefully this isn't the same veto. You think Vikasha will get less than 17 kills map free? There's no map free. It's 2-0. It's done. Vikasha's out. He's done. Don't bet any money on DRG anymore because they've lost. They're eliminated. They're out. There's no map free. Yeah, that's just a completely misunderstanding the game, maybe. If I was an asshole, I'd be like, yeah, put all of your money on it. Everything you have on Vikasha getting 17 kills on the third map. 你们的下一场非常精彩的对决了，谢谢 TCH 接受我的采访。那么本场的赛后采访就到这里，我们下一场将会是滔博对阵 TC 的比赛。It's so tempted to just be like, put your fucking house on it. Who is it with the Vi gloves? I mean, it doesn't matter. Yeah, top versus Tech. It's a really interesting map pool because they've already played each other on it. So let me see what it was last time. Let's see what the difference is. So Tez ban Lotus, Tech ban Breeze, Tez pick Ascent, Tech pick Bind, Tez ban Sunset, Tech ban Split, left Haven. Like, where do I think the change is going to be? I mean, Tech maybe not banning Breeze anymore as a potential one. I also wanted to check where and who top have been banning Breeze against. Here we go. No, wait, that's everybody. Oh, fuck, I'm stupid. That's why. Yeah, clear, and then do it. Cut type. There we go. So they banned Breeze here against ME. They banned second ban Breeze here. Ban Breeze here against EDG. Sort of probably. Like, it feels that maybe like the Breeze bans are up against teams that feel that they could potentially bring it out and do some crazy stuff on it, perhaps. Have they played much Breeze? No, they've not played any of it. So maybe they just float against teams that they know aren't actively going to pick it. So they'll ban it against EDG because they know that EDG's main pick is Breeze. So here, I can see them definitely letting it float. Just assuming that Tech wouldn't pick it. But they lost a bind before. Question is, by how much? So this game, rematch already, went 2-1 the way of top last time because they were in groups. I mean, top batted them on Ascent, so maybe they just go for Ascent again. 13-8, so it wasn't like terrible. I almost don't want to think about it too much because I don't want to... I just want the Lotus, you know? Pick'em's in shambles. Wait, did you had DRG winning this one, did you? How much have you fallen down? At least I've been, like, right about a team, generally speaking. Like, I've been pretty, like, high on my FPX copium. 11th now. I mean, not too much different. I think doing well in pickups is all just about having belief in one underdog team. Granted, I think having that underdog feeling about top is more valid than me having an underdog feeling about FPX of all teams.
什么我爱了 LPL 10年老粉认真收藏。
The top miracle run. I mean, if they lose today, it's kind of done so, right? Like, that's where things start to really falter by the wayside.
流光轮转，双刃出鞘，盛世之下，光明已至。微契约光明哨兵2.0系列主题皮肤现已上架。
是的，那最后一张联抢门票的归属就要在这一场 BO3 揭晓，对阵双方是 TES 对上 TEC。
Hey Ahmed, sorry I didn't see your message because I haven't had the YouTube one open. With my coffee, low-key, been listening to it while doing work. Yeah, I mean, like, I love the morning stream vibe anyway. Like, for me as a Brit, being able to stream from like 9 AM to like 1 or 2, like, is nice. Like, it's definitely something that I was thinking about. Like, this tournament ends on Sunday. We still have like China Ascension in December at some point. But I'm still sort of tempted, like, even next week to just still stream like 10 AM in the morning and just like find various things to look up and talk about. Like, do some prep on teams, especially like some of the Pacific rosters and the moves. Like looking at Rossi and Governor and players of that ilk. How DRG lost the scent against FPX? I mean, FPX just were on that streak. Like, they were FPX were 10-2 up at the half. Alright, I'm gonna run some ads so you don't get them in the middle of the game. So it says that ads are starting soon. I'm gonna undercut it and do them now anyway. Just keep an eye on it. So apologies for those that have just like joined and also those that have just followed. Thank you. I've seen you.
我们在线上赛的时候状态都蛮好的，但到线下的时候就可能有点小紧张。那我们也开始逐渐找回。
So yeah, in that time, I'm probably gonna make a cup of tea and I'll just wolf down some breakfast. So be right back. Won't be long, BRB.
希望走得越来越远。那么马上就要争夺国内的6强了，有什么话想要在赛前对对手说的吗？
想跟对手说一下，加油吧。因为我们泰国真的很厉害。
相信你们。那么也希望这场比赛可以带给大家一场非常精彩的对决，加油，范国权，谢谢。
好，来看一下滔博的队员名单 ：Hotfish、Sylvan、Jacro、Eco、Metskani、图克以及教练是 Try。JK 其实赛前的一个粉丝评论也说到，他的状态在线下越打越好了，因为他之前线上的发挥就很强，但是在线下我觉得前2场稍微有点紧张的，但是现在已经发挥出了自己充分的实力。我们也来看一下他们的对手 TEC 的赛前抵达画面。
Hello KK。那我们知道 TEC 这支队伍其实是刚刚组建不久的，但是你们的进步非常的迅速。那也想问一下，现在马上就要争夺CN赛区的6强了，你们进步神速的原因是什么呢？
我觉得是因为我们这个队伍里面都是打了2-3年的选手，大家心里面都有一股劲，想去赢，想去冲，我们都是抱着必胜的决心来打这个比赛。
你们都是非常有经验的选手了，那么也是抱着势如破竹的信心就能够打赢比赛。
对，
那我们也知道昨天秋叶的一决让我们眼前一亮。那在赛后采访的时候，他表示也会科研新阵容。也想问一下，今天对滔博的比赛，你们有没有准备什么新的惊喜？
我们有准备惊喜，但是说出来就不算是惊喜了，所以说我们在比赛上面见。
哦，留个悬念，我懂了。那我们就一起来期待今天这场比赛了，加油好吗？谢谢。
好的 ，TEC 的队员名单 ：Black、Shameless、阿博、秋叶、卡哇伊、小天、阿德以及教练是三水。TEC 这支俱乐部其实也是在2021年3月8日的时候，当时宣布成立的，是进军了一个 FPS 的项目。而当时也有很多体育界的大佬发来贺电，毕竟它是一个体坛电竞，所以它是非常致力于体育和电竞的结合。 而在其实今年的10月31日，体坛周报的国际部也有了一本新的关于梅西金球奖全史纪念特辑的书。我们也知道，梅西最近跟阿圭罗成为了 Crew 的共同老板，所以我觉得这2支俱乐部其实都是一个很喜欢把体育和电竞结合在一起的。
但回归他们的选手的话，其实这2支队伍在昨天给我们贡献了一个非常令人惊异的一个战绩。那我们先来看一下 TEC 在最近的一个地图数据情况啊，就包括2比0莲花古城，昨天也是有一个1决的率先登场，以及2比0的霓虹町，都是他们比较强烈的地图。
而 TEC 跟 TS 其实前段时间在入围赛的时候就已经打过一个 BO3，当时是 1跟2输掉了，所以这一次像是员工重镇还有影视修索这2张地图的一个数据，其实跟对手有点关系。
对，包括这个亚海神征其实是一个0跟2的数据嘛，这也是因为就这张地图它是一张老图，会比较考验队员们之间的一个磨合时间。
是的，
包括刚才白安也提到，这是 TEC 他们的一个队员，可能整体上的磨合时间也就过一个多月。
Hello.
对的，而且只打了第3。
What do you think about Tez versus Tech? And can you show the Excel file again and show your notes? Tip ban ascent, tech ban bind. Yeah, so it's a bit of a weird one because I think that both these teams have been a bit more targeting of other teams' picks and bans. And also like with Tech especially, like they were banning out Breeze. They didn't ban it out yesterday. They played it against Billy and won. And I don't think there was like, it's not like Tech banned out Ascent against Billy because Billy's Ascent was obscenely good. So I think that's more of a shift away from Breeze as a perma ban. Maybe it becomes Ascent. But it also wouldn't surprise me if they like try to go for like a map that they had lost. Like maybe they ban out Ascent because they did kind of get destroyed by Top on it in their series. So it really does depend on how Tech feels about either of these two maps, especially against Top as an opponent. Because Top also don't really want to play Breeze. If they're smart, they just let this hover. Like neither team, the first bans had come in and then either Top are going to ban Bind because they banned it a couple of times and Tech picked it and they lost to Tech in the last time that they played. Or they ban Lotus because, well, ISO, maybe. I don't think Top are going to be too scared of the ISO, though. What I'd like to see is, like, Bind banned. I'd like to see Ascent banned from Tech. And then for picks, I think Top would probably just want to go Haven again because it went so well last time. So that'd be a pick. I'd love to see the Lotus again. If not, probably like potentially Sunset. I wouldn't go Sunset against Top's comp though, because I think their comp actually wins out. And Echo has been absurdly good on Silver on that map too. So second bans, I mean, I think it's a case of whoever goes first. Probably would be Top banning out the Breeze at that point. And then here, you can ban out Split, or you can ban out Sunset. Probably ban out Sunset. So Split is the last map, potentially. That's what I would go for. So let me just try and go over that. I think both teams are going to float this. Yeah, because, okay, so Tech are moving away from the ban of Breeze. I think that's the main thing. I think they'll pick Haven, because Breeze will be out. Tech will pick Lotus maybe again. And then they're messing about with Top banning out Breeze. And then Tech banning out Sunset. And then it's left to Split. Tech will be Team Mary. I think it's a coin cost. I said it right then. But I was going to say a coin cost. No, that's saying it right again. What is my head is fucked. I'm trying to say it the other way around. Coin toss. Coin cost. Am I having a stroke? Why am I struggling with this? Coin cost. Coin toss. For me, it just sounded the fucking same for a second. I thought I was going mental. I think it's just my accent. Like coin toss, coin cost. Just sounds too eerily similar. I don't know, I'm chatting utter tripe. Alright, titles have been changed, ads have been ran. Everything's done and out the way. We've got our like pick-up predictions too. So it really is a question of like whether that ISO gets ran or not. I'm gonna go get my cup of tea as well. Be right back. Right. We all good and sitting comfortably? I wonder what the like strips are for. Are they like heat pads for the muscles kind of thing? Oh, like anti-sweat kind of things. Just wipe your hands on using your mouse.
伴随着三水教练以及踹教练的击拳，这个第三幕的首秀，两支队伍其实都已经进入到了8强，但是现在6强只剩最后一个席位了，到底谁可以获得？马上揭晓。
是的，这场比赛也是两支战队的生死战，同样是 TEC 战队的一个复仇之战。在两支战队11月7号的一次交手，其实是 TEC 的一个1-2的看负。
是的，而在这场比赛中的话，我觉得对于 TEC 来说，无非是一场复仇之战。上一次交手的2张地图，其实当时是首先滔博在自己的主选图亚海玄城是13-4的比分拿下了，转手 TEC 自己的主选图远攻重镇13-8拿下，来到了决胜地图，当时打的是一张隐士修索13-7拿下。而之前两支队伍的一个常规的班选，其实都不是对方特别爱打的地图，所以今天的这个地图班选会做出什么样的博弈，肯定是两边教练的第一步小目标。
包括我们赛前得到的消息，其实是滔博在本次这场的一个 BP 之上，他们是有一个选边权的。那到底是选择 Team A 还是 Team B？ 那我们一会儿的 BP， 包括教练的博弈，我们也是要拭目以待的。因为如果你选择 Team A 的话，无疑就是在 BO3 的轮次里去抢更多的赛前的一个分数。那如果选 Team B 的话，在 BO3 的最后2张地图，你是能够选择一些自己选图的优先级以及次序的。是的，
确实今天看到了很多观众的应援牌上面的一个插图都特别的可爱。
是。 但对于两支队伍来说，其实他们都是一个2+2+1的体系，就是引进了一名可能之前没有能够在队内的一个指挥，但其实是一名非常经验丰富的一名。
Why are the Asian girls so shy? Because it's just a culture thing.
今天在场面上的一个博弈显然也是令人非常的期待的。
是的，那来看一下。
Right, what did we say? We said Ascent, Protect. The other way around on bans, so I guess it is like more of a contest. So this is right. Are they gonna take out the Lotus? Or are they gonna take out the Bind? They're taking out the Bind. Alright, so Lotus might be on the cards. A tech gonna pick Lotus. Are we gonna see the ISO again? This is the key thing. Are we gonna see ISO back? I mean, Tech might just go back to a normal comp. They might just go what they were running before. They're gonna pick Split. Oh, so I was wrong on this. Might be a good pick. It's looking like a very different ban. Like, was right on this. And then Tech. I mean, this third map I think is sort of good for either. I imagine Sunset. I ban Sunset, sort of force Top to get rid of Breeze, and then you have Lotus as a third map. So that I was right on. Do you want to play up against the Reina or the ISO as your final map potentially, Top? Yeah, so I was wrong on these. I got these the other way around. Maybe, like, I guess there was nothing too convincing about what Tech were playing comp-wise. Maybe they pull the ice out on this map at this point. You never know. ISO mirror. Can you imagine? There's no chance. Is he here? He's not. Oh, they got double duelist though. Mr. Canny on Jet. But this is the guy that was like pretty much a breach one trick running. So that's interesting. Echo on Sky. I mean, this is such a scary double duelist lineup, to be fair. And like Shameless supporting those two. What Black's been able to do on the Viper has also been good. Like, Black's been great. Shameless has been great. These two have been great. Kwai's been like okay, but I'm not really. Like Echo Sky's pretty good. Like I think this has still got the chance like for Split to be an exciting map. I think this is going to be hopefully more back and forth than the last series that we saw. Right. Nothing on A for Tech. Actually having free push up this way. They've gone for half armor on the Sky, a heal and a flash. Kwai is so stuck in that corner, he's gonna get naded out. At least they trade it. Black and Shameless, how are they gonna fight this? You don't have a flash anymore. They're just sitting in the smoke. Oh, that fully flashes Black. That flash is so unfortunate. Oh, the full team flash. And me talking absolute rubbish at Mr. Canny, like, oh, he's not playing Breach. Didn't need to. Apparently just sticking him on Duelist is also really good for this team as well. I mean, I don't know what he was playing on other maps, because I think we've only really seen Top on maps where he's playing, like, supportive roles. First time that we've seen him on this stream at least play Duelist. Yeah, good pistol. I guess it comes down to, like, the unfortunate flash peek here. And, like, even though Kwai gets the kill, just this is a very difficult spot to be stuck in. Yeah, that full flash just breaking it. I guess it's also like really well predicted from Mr. Canny to be on the other side of the wall there, just sitting like that. Thank you for the sub blinded. Yeah, it was saying for me that you had subbed before, but the message had just come up till now. Yeah, now it works. Yeah, because you were saying about it yesterday.
RSG， 但其实也有一段的时间了。虽然数据层面 TES 这张图可能并不是很强，4场只有1胜，但是他们输的3支队伍，一支是17，一支是 BLG， 一支是 RA。17的霓虹丁是很厉害的，而 BLG 和 RA 他们的一个队员的属性也非常的强。
Good morning. Yeah, well, it's 1:15, I guess your time if you're in Germany.
对，而且拿到4杀的选手 Mr. Carney， 这也是第3幕才刚刚加入到 Top 国大名单的一名。
What did I miss? I mean, it's a shorter day today, so the games haven't been too long. We've only been streaming just 3 hours now. But the first game went to like overtime, so. What do you think about 2-point map? 2 map they will play 2 time? I don't know what you mean. Oh. I mean, it's the second time both of them have played. It's a good map for like top. How many games have we played today? This is the last series. It's just 2 best of 3s, and we've played 1 already. This is like literally round 2 of the second best of 3. So nothing too crazy. Could be a really quick day. Mr. Kenny's 2 ult points away. Yeah, he's He's farming this up nicely.
这是一个点内的安全包，但对于 Shameless 以及卡哇伊来说，毕竟有
Gets it online, could give that rifle to somebody else.
对，后面几回合对于
Blade Storm for bonus, pretty good.
如果当对方安装完爆能器之后，你找不到 Cold Fish 的话，那这
I
个
mean,
爆能器你是很难去拆除的。
This round,
剩下最后
Tech
卡哇
not
伊
being able to do
他
anything.
现在站在一个电梯房的位置，因为考虑到包括刚刚白羊提到，你们 Cold Fish 他已经在中路露过面了嘛。那如果想要送给爆能器，这个点数可能也不是特别的好给。
现在好像还不能够接近爆能器的辐射范围。
但是不能保枪。
哦 ，Selven 跟 Echo 这两名选手，我觉得在线下，因为他们之前在韩国那边有很多的经验，所以其实有帮助滔博在前期的。
I'm a little bit worried, I guess, now
小将 J.Crow 现在的一个发挥也是越来越好了，因为一开始阵容
that if Top win this,
线下还是稍微有那么一
and I think also like with Top winning the series last time that these two played, it was just one-sided map for Tech with Ascent, one-sided map for Bind with Top, other way around, and then Haven went Top's way. I mean, it's like 13-9 score, so it wasn't super one-sided for Bind, but
还是响了，这确实飞得够远啊，因为斯凯其实是有被削过的。
是的，经验非常的好。我觉得熟练度很高的情况下，现在 AY 是4个人，但是他们
what does it say? It's just a Space Invaders
一
shirt.
般在正面放了霹雳之虎之后 ，A 区名牌，点内回防来的比较快，但是点后的 Shameless 已经被抓了。
Alright, Shameless is
这 Crow 是冲到
on site, Black. Good snake bite to stop the execution coming in again, and just a nice little 2k.
1分10秒，这70秒钟的时间，这2把长枪得围绕经济去做置换。
这一回合就能看出来，滔博非常
And they're just gonna go away towards B. I mean, that's gonna be heard.
竞演的过程中吃到了
Sky Flash A main gets nothing. You got 2 people on B already. Here the Sky Flash. Are they gonna just go out and fight, or are they just hold in?
但下下其实是有 timing 的，这是
Fighting-ish.
不想安包，但是这一波平枪
Yeah, fighting enough, really. So, yeah, good response from Tech. Having a flawless round of their own.
的一分 flawless。
是的，一边想要拉近，而 TEC 这边的距离
Your mic is great covering the Space Invader, so there you go.
枪的优势，而且把所有的经济都保留下来了。因为对于阿博来说的话，他是一个比较厉害的狙击手啊，在防守方可以给他经济存到一把明具也是很关键的。
是这一分是滔博的奖励分，但是他没有补枪，也没有换到对方的经济，主要还是双方镜像阵容，不管是重力之井啊，还是蛇吻啊，就算你双突，可能队友还是会。
Stick Honey got his Blade Storm yet? No. 2 away from Cosmic Divide. 4 away from Seekers. A long way away from having Viper's Pit.
如果你觉得真的想要一波近点，很容易被接，但是这个进攻独木好像暴露了一些。
Both Astra's almost close to having their ults.
其实这个独木很像单走的独木，但现在感觉
Got the old Team Liquid wall that they're using. Just a fast execute off the back of it too. Like, QYA has done really good to at least get 2 there. Abo's the same. Considering that Top found the opening there. Like, fast Viper wall play, see if they can catch people by surprise. Just how quickly people rotated over from A and mid to B. And a great smoke actually from Abo too to just separate those 2 fights. Are we biased to root for a specific team today? Not for this one, not really. Maybe to potentially go to a 3rd map because Tech played the newest agent yesterday, was it?
如果 Selven 能够摘一个的话，有宇宙分裂，这一分会有更多的得分可能。只不过 TEC 的站位是比较保守的，除了这把明狙以外，其他队员都有意去拉远交火距离。
好，明狙响枪，一响枪就有收获，而且也是个名牌的明狙的情况下，对于滔博来说，后续的几波进攻可能要尝试
Taking mid, Topper on an eco, already lost your Kuro. Abo is the operator, he's on A. Skydog goes through, and I think it misses Coldfish. Oh, he gets 2? He managed to sneak past this. Just as the Skydog came through here, he kills the operator on top, and he gets a 2nd kill here. Imagine if Top win this round. That was off the back of Coldfish just finding an obscene lurk.
对于秋叶来说太难接了。
而且这是一个2楼包啊，剩下关键分 TEC 的2v4残局。
You really can't switch off with these teams at all. With just like how quickly it can turn on a dime.
这一切的转折点就是因为 Cold Fish 的那2枪，那2枪正义到底对体坛做了什么？
对， 因为 Coldfish 他是一名经验很丰富的选手啊，就是可能英雄池都比较深。
And Tekka actually just saving.
2020年还21年就已经开始打职业了，这一分是凭借一己之力撕开了 H 的破口。其实
猜测一下，
秋叶
应该是自己出了独木，然后2楼窗口一个，典礼一个，他先把窗口的打了，再把典礼的打了，这2个插的位置，
对，还
正好是想补
挺冷静的。
枪，被他一发了。
其实秋叶在 A2 楼那波回防是最后的机会啊，其实如果他摘一个的话，玩烟火有这分能打回防的，只不过没有能够顶住巨人的压力。
对，这一局其实也是在体坛开局让阿博拿到首杀的情况下，有了这样。
Alright, we're gonna see this lurk because we just saw it from the minimap. We never saw it from Coldfish's POV. That's the first kill. Yeah, the Skydog completely missed them. I don't know how. It must have been that the wall was up. But I saw the Skydog go past here. Like, he was right here, I think, as the Skydog went this way. And it just missed him entirely. I mean, this would be a great map to see Coldfish do some really good stuff on. Is the attack up? Yeah, J. Kuro's got it. Why has J. Kuro got it when you've got a Chet? I guess Mr. Canny is like the flex player. Great peek from Mr. Canny again. At least the trade is there this time. Showstopper, Black just faces. Showstopper doesn't do any damage to Echo. But yeah, still a really good mid fight from Tech.
而且 AY 走了一颗引入之损，也确定了没有人的信息。2个人抱团在一起，而对于 TC 来说的话，只要每个点分才2个人，就已经是一个军事的对抗。
Love that they're very much just double checking if there's anybody that's lurking up. I think both these players giving a little bit more respect now with just how that lurk managed to just come through and break the round on an eco. I still want the Prime Vandal. You just gotta get lucky in the store nowadays, I think. Especially with the amount of skins that are in the game now. One versus 2 though. Echo's gonna get good information. He's not got any ultimates to worry about. A satchel and a flash. Flash, he knows this from B main. It doesn't catch onto him. Oh, he's watching for drop. Oh, he second guessed himself. Lucky, but I mean, this is a close one. Hey, Drapes. Prime Battle is practically all I got. Yeah, you're in the early days. I mean, I wonder which of the old skins are the ones that are viewed as the old skins, to be honest. I guess, like, Prime still is the people are most interested in it. I guess it's any skin bundle that was early that didn't get a 2.0. So, kinda Sovereign. Kind of. I think Sovereign was like the second week. Because I didn't get Prime. I didn't really care for it. But Sovereign was my kind of vibe. Jakira's on site. Shibboleth just gets rough timing. Alright, so 4v4. Cosmic Divide on this angle. Oh, just eking forward. I think that's a bit of a waste from Jakiro. It was money off for being in a beta? It might have been. Gaia also wins skin, yeah. There's no Vandal or Phantom. Yeah. I say ish because the Evermore skins. I have to save. Alright, so like got a little bit lucky there. Top did well to just hold on to this for as much as possible. You got it cheap if you bought it in the beta. Yeah, and it carried them through. That makes a lot of sense. yeah, the Nevermore skin has a variant of Sovereign, but it has this like, so you can get a Sovereign Vandal. The problem, however, is it has like sort of a cracked effect all over it, which isn't nice. I don't think. I would have liked just a clean Sovereign like Paladin gun, but then again, we've got Sentinels of Light now, so it kind of covers it. How are you drawing and deleting? I don't know. This is just Epic Pen. It's just me drawing on stuff I want to highlight. Good patience from J.K. Just waiting for Abo to practically fall to his death. There's a player in elbow. Player in elbow. Yeah, they kill him anyway. How are you opening that? I mean, it's just a program on my PC. I'm just drawing on top of it. And then I'm cloaking it with just a keybind. And you can see that my cursor's a pen. It's just easier to highlight stuff, I guess. For example, Top are going for their A execute, looking like an A execute. Because there's no Sentinel to realistically stop this. Shameless has played this well. In fact, all of the players have played that well. Just standing in the right positions to take those fights this time. I'm just over in a second. Might just be a save from the 1 minute 15 mark. Spraying through onto Black. Silver gets stuff killed before the flash even comes in. He's a little bit unlucky. Echo 1v3. He's 11 HP though. Oh, the nade is great actually. He's fully flashed himself. He panics because of that nade. All the way from downtown it gets him. Here we get the lurking mid from Coldfish. I think it's like a good reaction from Tech because it's like it's just these executes coming in and they didn't over rotate. They kept the operator watching mids and they very much expected the A execute, but they didn't over panic or anything. Right, Viper's pick Cosmic Divide. Are they just gonna go? They haven't put the Viper wall up, so they're just gonna go for the B execute wall that they used last time, and then Astro Wall 2. Kawhi's right in this gap. He hears the Skydog go past. He hears two people in, which allows Kie to play off of it really nicely. He gets traded. Kawhi's still just in this like little gap. Oh, and he looks back just as Sylvan peeks through. I want to change something or use it. No, it's only for like personal use. Like it's my own little thing. I don't mind showing it, but I don't want to give it to anybody. But it's easy enough to make. Right. Black is a judge, so actually being able to push up to here isn't too bad. I mean, he might just get sprayed through here. 6 HP. He tried sticking it. Maybe a little bit out of pocket there. It's just a shame to use a big ultimate like a Viper's Pit in that way. Oh, and Sylvan actually just peeks through the wall and gets another one. Yeah, it's just a lot of some count ifs. If you learn a count if function on XL, you can easily replicate it. It is kind of funny how like Top win the last round. They're on an eco. And who's it? Abo with a Guardian just insta deletes Coldfish. Like ever since Coldfish got that lurk, he's not been able to find anything. especially for Abo. Abo has just been on this lurk so much.
还在飞啊，点连接两人之后，最后的卡哇伊也是只接住一个人，2打3的回防。
滔博这个技能协同，我感觉从第1幕到第3幕，他们这个是真的进化。像是之前刚才有一波用毗邻之虎先去找阿伯的位置一样，这一回合也是在人数劣势的时候直接召唤追猎之灵再进点。
知道场上在哪儿了 ，JK 的状态也是保持得非常的火热，又是3个点数成功收下。
Sky flash out. It's just been played anti-flash anyway.
Echo 也是接个正着，那这一分。
So yeah, outside of that first kill, really not too much is done.
的选图啊，是有一些比分的落后了。
这张图是 TEC 的自选图。
对，
霓虹钉他也是100%。
Hello, Makey as well. Or McKay, whichever it would be.
是一个1胜3负的战绩，所以想要尝试一下。但是显然在这一次的进攻边，我觉得滔博通过一些小技能的配合
Need to find a like it'd be good if the chat watching thing for the Elgato prompter worked with like multi-streams. So I could get the YouTube people up there too. But up until now, I just have the waves on it. But yeah, this game, it's felt very like neck and neck. There's a frame round difference between the two of them. But it really has just been like very close. But Tech's economy's been pushed more, and Top have been able to get like two. Well, Tech had to eco twice. So that's like 2 rounds for them. So really it sort of feels like the score's 5-4. And then when you... Well, they've played up against 3 ecos because of the... So yeah, it's like 4-4. They got the pistol too. So Tech have been a little bit... like decent in the full buys. And there they go again.
器被击落在 B2 楼 ，B 通队友姗姗来迟。虽然 Selven 顶住了1人的压力，但现在阿博也不太好走。
队友跟阿博说 ，B 大其实
Spikes on heaven. They know that there's 2 players they main at this point, so everybody's happy. Comfortable stuff.
主要包好像不太好捡了。这一分最后的结局应该是要去打歼灭战，如果要赢的话。
这一枪穿到了头。
Just getting headshot through the box. I mean, they get the kill at least. Coldfish, 1 versus 2. God, do something crazy. Never mind. As soon as I said it. So yeah, so that's like the pistols one. So that's... Well, we'll get it in the lower third, won't we, in a second. Are we showing these?
其实就现在跟7比5的比分也差不了太多。
是，但对于 Top 来说，上半场他们有意去在进攻方发挥一些双突的近点优势，但确实也是砍下了一个比分的领先。
是的。
那对于 Top，
So it was the pistol, the top one, and they won 3 anti-ecos. So pretty sure all were they ecoed at all? Well, they were, but they lost it. So they got 1 thrifty as well. Like they won 1 eco. So what's that? 4, 5. 5 out of their 7 rounds were outside of just full buys versus full buys. As soon as there was like a full buy for both sides, like Tech were winning those ones. You found the skin that you're talking about? Was it like the Imperium? Was that the name of it? Imperial? I mean, it kind of got repurposed. Oh, the Ronin skins. Yeah, yeah. I think they like repurposed it for the new-ish set that came out. I'm gonna have to double check it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these were all... Maybe it's like 4 full buys and an eco that they won. Or like against the bonus. I love that the DRG, like, it seems that whoever plays the first series always comes in to watch and support the second one, which is really nice. Yeah, I mean, they've got to be good skins if you're asking people to pay that much money for them.
来看一下手枪局这边 ，Mr. Carney 是选择在防守边起到了一把正义，而从
Did they just play some ads then?
的话，对 A 区是一个重防，正好是体坛的主攻方向。
Oh, ads are playing now. For God's sake.
近点没有吃到太多的阻
Can I
碍。
turn these off?
回防的枪线 A2 楼人很多，
A 大已经控下来了，我感觉 TC 有预警，所以反清资讯室知道你资讯室人少，这个反应非常非常快。
是。哎，这踩雷飞剑抓了一个 Shameless 的标配也有收获，创造了一波0换2。那现在对于当前回防的套路来说，压力是比较大的。守方从人点动不了，Black 又抓一个，阿婆和卡哇伊尽收一人。 那这一分拿下还是来的比较快的哦。
对我感觉体坛在赛前对于 top 的研究就是知道你可能喜欢前压，所以点里大概率不会放人，他可以从任何一个角度，就是喜欢从进攻方来的那个路线来回防，所以知道 A 区 A 大的位置可能是人多的方向，反清了资讯室，这可能会让top 的回防很难受。
其实这几分看下来，你会发现两支队伍打进攻的战术都比较简单，无非就是双突的 rush 发挥阵容的优势，但是临场应变，
Can I get that to work?
资讯室就踩住更多的优势枪位，这个是 TEC 做的很好的一点。
是的，两边上下半场的手枪局是各拿一个。
Alright, no ad schedule. Good. Alright, so we can go without all of that shit.
上一场 BO3 中两边
Sorry, that's a pain.
就是谁拿到2个手枪局的那边都赢了。
就感觉应该是出现了一些技术战的问题啊，大家稍等片刻。
I mean, big pistol for Tit to pick up.
你要关注一下 TEC 在下半场第2轮的一个起枪，因为首枪分它1分得分可能波及的分数，包括波及的影响会波及到很多个轮次嘛，包括第2分的枪械优势，第3分的这个经济的置换，以及第4分的终极技能。那这个剧暂停也是可以考虑去商讨一下，怎么样把枪械以及经济的优势最大化，然后去争取拿到更多的比分。
没错。
那对于 top 来说，他们在防守端由于没有安置爆能器和拆除爆能器的经济，所以可用的枪肯定是不算很多的。
只有让 Mr. Carney 和 Jack Crew 这2个决斗位以及 Coldfish 起到了一把正义
，3把正义。
对这一局还是有一些想要翻盘的想法的。而
Yeah, I missed the pistol because I was just double checking the ad, so Pick have won it, which is good for them. Pistol apiece. Not really had many chances where they've had better money than top, maybe once or twice. And once of those they got eco'd on. So here they're playing this very carefully. Like top weren't like this on their attack. They really just expect that kind of aggression.
赛前的功课真的做得很足，他们知道对于 top 来说，他们太喜欢防守。
And I mean you're against double duelist, but still.
争点附近，我觉得帷幕开始的前面已经待了
Good flash. Can't dodge it because you know that's Sky nowadays. A little bit too strong. Skydog used in mid. Clears this right corner, so it does spot the Viper. Has that forced out a nade from Chikura? He's already used it. See if he's using anything else. Doesn't look like it. Managed to back out. Found another kill up on Heaven, so they could probably just go for an execute. I like that Abo took all of the space, fought for it, and then backed off a little bit. Still a scary angle to be fighting from. Oh, he's just reloading now. And he has team support, but yeah, like Shameless being able to play from there is good. Then we're gonna try and get a little bit more. He has a frenzy now too, so he might just jump through and fight. Still just wins that fight. Can't quite get it onto Sylvan though. I mean, this is still like decent damage done from top. Like 3 kills. You can't stop the plant, however.
收获能量球，并且稳固住了队伍的第2分。他们掉的枪不算很多，1把950，所以甚至手枪都能够得到一些轮番的升级。
是的。
Yeah, skins in Valorant at the moment have been like they're doing well considering that there's so many different ones now of all different styles. It's been a while since I was like super interested in like a newer bundle, but I think the Journey to the West one is a really nice one. Abo's playing really well. I guess a quieter game for QA, but not by a huge amount. They're just going in. Sylvan sat there waiting. Sees one. Coldfish is playing a 2. Nice snake bite. Nice util.
A 区有一个 T 字的独木交互，但是大部队是偏向于 B 区的。 fake 没有形成，B 区的快提吃到了脱节以及技能压制的影响，这一分宝枪肯定是不行的。
I mean, there's a lot of respect put on this bonus where I think that Tech are going to have like full armor for this next one.
技能的情况下，库德菲雪
And have armor pretty much across the board here.
弱点被穿上
So like, if you're Tech, you want to be doing some damage. You don't want this to be flawless.
而且
You've lost the spice. You're not getting the plant.
杰克这两发也全是头。
That's one. I think if you get another one, it's worthwhile.
有些悬念在，但是
Oh, not worthwhile. It's just like a good bonus.
这轮有惊无险吧，因为 B 区这波非常规，其实 TEC 也想打波快的，但还是那个问题，就双方在进攻方出现了一些同样的问题，就他们想在一口
Yeah, the snake bite was perfect for the vulnerable. Also the nade too.
加舌吻以及星云的遮蔽，你是一定会脱节的。
对，有星坠这个英雄在的话，他是非常
Really nice
出
util.
战场的。
对，
B 外的这个星体，不管是像是重力之井或者星星脉冲，都能让你后面想要近点徒步的队员脱节。
啊，刚刚看了一下，可能会有一把进攻狙，想想还是退了。进攻狙会拖慢一些近点的节奏，不太符合。
Yeah, they're just going for fast execute. Full buy of armor.
两边下半场的第一个长枪分。
Full buy here. Pretty much all upgraded armor on those that died.
有人过来
没有弹到，贴近点，阿博胆子很大，拿到了首杀。
But it's a buy up here, like for top.
Mr. Kenny 一倒，其实守方的整体站位都会得到相应的牵连，形成2-2的点内分
Lot of impact on this round in particular, just to sort of see that people have bought up quite a lot.
对方夹击啊，包括控图的机会。
是的，而且他这个首杀拿的就是一个自信，就只是通过小黑的一颗障云，让他可以混到近点去，拉出烟就是一个头部命中。
嗯，走
I mean, you got to wrestle that off Josh.
形成了3B。
Unfortunately,
这个形势
maybe.
对于 TEC 来说会有点意想不
Now
到。
Josh wants to pick up more sentinels, so maybe like some cipher might suit him.
也很有讲究啊。
啊，中路打了个闪，确定中路没人，但是 B 通人很多，舌吻一损，三吻抓了一个，但是阿博
They get Sylvan too. Flash is good from Shameless. I mean, he's still on site. Sorry, Echo still on site.
形容残血，自己显得很健康，但是下个闪光20秒，这硬平
Okay, 1 versus 2.
职责，但是安包的话只有
I was on for an ace. Just gets it. Alright, nice.
王牌精锐阿博，我的天！从第一发开始，我感觉他就展现出了很强的今天的火热手感。
Leaning into Omen lately. I think they're trying to work it out where like Miska's playing more controller, and then Josh is going to play like Sentinel / Viper, which I think makes more sense. And then that frees up Mist to just play more duelist.
那发舌吻的一损只接了一个，也是能感觉到，就 TEC 他们的补强是很快的。
对滔博这边确实要喊出一个暂停来调整一下了，尤其在对方拿到一个王牌精锐以后，整体的士气都会提升的情况下。
Not bad timeout for top at this point. Ajax Ruination also look good. Spline will also be my secret love, and some of the recent ones are very good too. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even know where to start with how many skins there are in the game at this point now. A good amount.
导致他们很少创造一些点内一阶多的一个情况，更何况这一分比分已经追平了，而己方的经济一落千丈。你要想按照我们刚刚换边的一个思路来说，你就存把狙出来，给到对方一些近点的压力，经济就不允许。
阿博加油 ，TEC 加油，去决赛打。
Says my stream's been live for 30
我
minutes.
感觉之前采
What's
访
wrong
一
with
些
it?
选手的时候，他们也说很想要跟阿博再次交手，毕竟曾经是老队友。
对。
It's complaining my bitrate's quite high. I don't mind my bitrate being high though for Twitch. Hopefully it makes the stream look good.
夸张的一个属性。
20-10-1的战绩，已经是全场
I don't think there's any problems with it.
最高的选手了。
Anywho,
轻甲战术还能起，这
top coaches are Korean. Yeah, I mean it makes sense. They've got 2 Korean players too.
最后的保障了。
来看一下暂停完之后的调整，想要去抓落单的这一位。
哎，信息脉冲。
Abo's stuck, dashes out. Oh, it isn't an eco actually. Top have been able to afford a bit more. Abo gets one before he's flashed away, but he's still fighting. It's a little bit of support from Black, but not all that much. Keep people over here and keep them focused. It's a deep position for Echo to be stuck in too. So yeah, like Tech now able to push it across here. I hope it have pulled more of a rotation to A because of the fight initially there. But this from Coldfish and Sylvan has been very hard to break. And look at this push from Echo actually. They might have given up the A site with how much control. Like if they go to A and they see that it's gone, you don't really expect to be caught out here. I think Echo going for a little bit more definitely could have gone wrong. But there's 30 seconds. Seekers has been used so it knows where these two attackers are coming from. And even if now like, Echo dies, he's stalled for long enough that they can't really go A. They can barely go B. More of just a save than anything. But yeah, I guess it's smart from Echo. Like, just pushing to get that information that they've rotated away was nice, but just continuing on to actually catch the rotate back.
但是 Echo 现在当机立断，直接前压，截断了对方的转移。
他抓的这个机会真的是价值千金啊，因为他抓到了
Like, smart round from top. I mean, that second fight could have gone really, really wrong.
给 TEC 去做更多的部署。
现在我其实觉得对于 TEC 来说
Like, fighting from that distance too.
手感打补枪一波进点可能是一个比较好的选择。如果再在这种分
It's a shame that like Kawhi missed those first couple of shots.
以少打多，你只要不是5个人都能接。
没有出现很多单手的情况，这一分2把长枪加巨刃啊，有一
Dash. Did the dash fail or was he faking it?
W 直接往电方去提，完了没偷点。
Oh my god, Cold Fish. Really?
补上了这一枪，
而且掉了2把枪出去。
Oh, Jakuro goes down too. Hello?
想要在 B 区拖一些回防时间，而且在 B 通有直断的机会，但是爆能器是能够带进去的。
Oh, the Seekers has found where the Astra is too. Jet's gone CT, so Mr. Candy's just waiting for him. They know the Sylvan's here. Good fight from Black. Right, the Astral goes down. 2v4, are they just looking to save at this point? Hey, Besso.
但是价点也完全足够。滔博本来经济就不算很好，这一分2把长枪只能保。2个悬念，一个悬念是 Cold Fish， 他在那个电梯房，由于对方第10也没搜他。
That was a moment.
没想到这个巨刃
Yeah, they're just saving. Well, at least Top get a taste of their own medicine. Like Tech win a thrifty.
就我第一时间觉得他是有点想打好几。
I think it was a thrifty. At the very least, it was a low buy. Like a Bladestorm and a Frenzy was like pushing first.
第二时间的反应是比较快的，他跑到 B 通去了，但是 Black 也很机警，这个那个中途。
Really lucky they got checked. Oh, it's Kawhi that got a kill on Jakura mid. And then all of that pretty much happened like within the same 2-3 seconds, so they just quickly go B. And Seekers was also really nice from Shameless. Like, pretty much stops a good position from Sylvan here. If Sylvan remains unexposed, like catches a player in B main, you know, that could end up looking very different.
虽然电梯房回 A 点会比较快，但是对方是双突的进点。
滔博确实这边现在防守没有太多前顶的动作，而 TEC 选择抱团。
Straight A, and they just run over Echo. Okay, Tech are actually now starting to like build back into this a bit more.
得等待一下队友的落位，晚一会要摆交。JK 在找人，打发车抓人，好 timing， 晚一会可以交了。现在队友已经是回到 A2 的位置，但是没有信息。
Flank's good. Having both players here is nice. I mean, a lot of pressure goes onto Black now, like how he wants to go about this like lurk. Tech holding on nicely. Good fights from Kawhi. Really good shots, actually. The third one was good on the Sheriff. Good attempt of a retake, though. Like, flanking in behind this way. Trying to just get that space back. But you still had to deal with the Viper that was, like, still in A lobby. Nice shots there. Tricky fight here. Sheriff. Insta-peek. Great flick.
创造收益的情况下，甚至后点位你站在 TEC 的视角来说，他们还有个小黑在 A 大兜底，就哪怕是丢一些技巧性投掷的舌吻啊，还是点内众多。
Is this top second timeout?
轰掉一个人就已经挺绝望了。
没错，那滔博这边应该是要把常规时间的自己2
Tech still have both of theirs.
而在这一张 TEC 的主选图，教练现在目前对场上还没有做出任何暂停的调整。
滔博是得去调一下站位的，因为感觉他们总是就是面对对方的双突1v6近点被抓到一些弱侧。
If I'm top though, what am I worried about?
他们的一个近点小技能收益，不管是闪光还是毗邻之火啊，其实拿到
Yeah, in their screens. Oh yeah, they play super close to their monitors. It's a very like consistent thing with Looking Zoomer gamers now. Yeah, Duba plays in his mono when he's tryharding. He doesn't do it all the time, but most of it.
在这种防守边，如何确定对方的主攻方向，也是他们需要去决策的。因为对于 TEC 来说，他们几波都没有选择控中路，反而是从两边直接打进点内了。这些技能的覆盖，而且他们已经发现了滔博的 B 点。 两个人防守力度太强了，尤其是 Coldfish 的一个技能。
Another eco needed now for tech, for top. I mean, it all pretty much sort of fell apart from just this eco round that went through mid. Like they're sort of maybe just struggling with the A execute pressure. Like tech were really good at just having people in the right spaces to fight this, but it really does look like never mind. The UI is even like, what the fuck is going on? Oh, we got it like 3 times appearing on screen. And it's back. UI just having a moment.
目前在前面的19个回合里面，面对到对方的一些存钱分，好像只有过1次翻盘的一个表现。几乎在一个
And UI is like super far behind too.
比较稳的，而且可以通过自己枪械优势。
Good damage on Nico, but I think at this point it's like.
结果上来说，这滔博他们枪械劣势有置换到1到2把长枪，并且换出了对方像宇宙分裂这样的一个终极技能，我觉得应该是完成任务了。
So yeah, Mr. Canny just peeking on his own, just gets run over. They get the player on the site. I mean, Tech's positioning is really good. Try to work out really like if I'm top, what am I doing here differently? We've got Mr. Canny on the operator. In like a really like passive position, just to watch this cross. Because it can be the case of like the Viper wall goes up, you could dog this to re-clear it, you can flash it, which is good. So the utility's going up now. You're gonna skydog it. The Viper's watching mid. I mean, this is the only thing that's been consistently working, I think, for top. And yeah, operator's in a good position. Is there a sky flash at this point? Yeah, Echo's just used one. Get some info.
但是经济是够的，所以这分 TEC 可以考虑去接着拼。这把民居想做事情，可能会漏枪管哦。哦，看见了，反应很快。
Coldfish is sort of caught out. Jikuro's in a good position to watch this choke too, and it doesn't get cleared. It is just Abo there too. Sees one cross, takes the attention away from Sylvan. Yeah, good adjustment from like top. I think it is just this kind of like, how do you want to play A? Do you want to play passive? You've got the operator now, so being able to watch it from here is good. Being able to watch it from ramp is good. I think having it watch from screens is nice. They obviously probably need to change it now just because it's been spotted there. Gonna move it towards B main. And I guess having a Viper here to just snake bite if this is a fast execute. So this is a good call, I think, for top again, because this is looking like it's just going to be a fast hit. Holding the line. They know that the op's there now, though, at least. Sky flashing mid. It does actually hit Jikuro. Oh, sorry, they Viper's pit on A. So yeah, that makes sense. Like, the whole movement. It's either like I look at the positions and try and work it out, or I look at the ultimates. I don't know if I just need to move my monitor back to see more of both of them together. Blade Storm for Mr. Canny. Right in the snake bite. I mean, he's fully flashed too. A super good utility from Tech. What a turnaround for a round. Like, money's good, so this is looking to be 12, and like really rough money for most of the team. It's so important for Echo to survive, and he can't. So maybe Tech actually did pick up this map. Which isn't bad for top, because top you have Haven next, which you beat Tech 13-7 on beforehand. And then you've got Lotus later, which might show some ISO.
上面还是比较不错的。
12比10，两个赛点在手，但好消息是，这一分滔博是还能起的。这把明居强硬的补出，但是有2把风四在手。JK 必须得造
Been a god tier performance from Sylvan, despite all of this.
但是好像明居也没有太好发挥的机会，直接飞进来了。秋叶的后续补位打了一个1花2出来。
I mean, they managed to break through like this really tough hold on B. Viper's Pit for CT. I don't know how doable this is. Jakura still has a showstopper, and if Echo gets one, he gets Seekers. But both of those plays have Stingers. He actually legged Jakura with the up, or wallbanged him at least. Flash is good, but Kwai just sprays it, just gets the timing on it. Oh, that's clean from Kawhi. All right, okay, this is like interesting, I think. Like there was a lot of like focus that went onto top esports. Like I hope Saint's doing well, because Tech are just going on this like insane lower bracket run. And they're gone. They've just disappeared into thin air of Tech. I mean, not lucky, but just the body shot's doing enough, and then I think somebody else did damage to it. A little smug look on his face for his team. Happy. I think Tech are going to be really happy with that one. I mean, it is just like who's picking them, like map pick. It feels like it'd be the same as the last time that they played. Like top going to Haven, Words, like have a really good advantage. So it was last time that they played Haven. Both running the same normal comps. Mr. Canny on Breach is always really scary. So that's a big one. Jakura versus QA was 6 ACS difference, 7 ACS difference. And what was it? Like top was mostly they chose well. Yeah, they top chose to defend first. So I imagine Tech, if they choose to half, would get to choose to defend first and force this attack. So we've not really seen that much of their attacking side, really, because this was, what, 7-5? 8-4 even. Oh. But yeah, this is like, my expectations for this map and series weren't necessarily too high. Like, potentially it was going to be, like, some interesting stuff, depending on the map pool. Like, if we had seen Top Sunset, if we had seen Breeze from either team, if we had seen the Lotus ISO. But for the majority of those, we kind of have to wait. I guess the good news is that if Tech win on Haven and they win 2-0, the interesting thing about it is just how like good this Tech team is. Like how well they're performing like in this lower bracket. If it goes to 1-all, we get to see Lotus again. We maybe get to see the ISO again from Tech. Which has to be better than it was against Billy. But it all like what I can see happening is it goes 1-all, we go to Lotus, and then they go off of the ISO onto something else. Like go back to the normal comp. Take them up to win. I mean top won it last time. Yeah, Abba was great. Really, was there anybody that wasn't good? I mean, it felt really close. But I do think that even like going into, what was it, 5-7 at the half? We worked it out, like, you know, you got the pistol, you got 3 anti-ecos. And then an eco itself. So 5 out of the 7 rounds weren't full buys. And like, look at this.
两边其实作为一个双节奏的阵容，在安装爆能器的这个
This really was just more dominant for tech than anything.
获胜比上面都是相对来说比较高的。
对。那再来看一下这个 BP 之后图1的一个比分是3-10啊，这确实是 TEC 自己的选图。但站在滔博的视角来说，我觉得也不用着急。首先需要调整好队员们的一个心态和状态，毕竟先选 Team B 意味着最后的2张图，不管是影之修索还是莲花古城，都是他们自己的选图。如果能够保持住心态、保持住状态，其实在图2如果扳回来的话，还是蛮有在图3去获胜机会的。
是的，我觉得两边在这个地图的翻选上面确实已经做出了之前跟第一次交手那场 BO3的一个小调整了，而且在这个交手的互换中，我觉得 TEC 目前看起来选出来的3张图都是自己胜率比较偏高的，所以相对来说是比较赚的。第一手博弈就已经拿到了，但是第2张地图才是来到了滔博的主选图。我们也是稍事休息一下，一会儿回来图2见。
What was this? I mean, it's like, what, there's 50 people here, so it's like a fraction of a cent. Like, maybe it's like 10 cents worth of ads. Like, it's just so people don't come into the stream and have ads on pre-rolls, but also that they don't, basically they don't get ads in the middle of the game.
对，所以在这张地图对于 TEC 来说，同样会吃一个比较大的压力，因为如果一旦进入到图3，莲花古城的胜负对于他们来说会是一个更大的悬念。但我觉得起码我们刚在上一场的这个队内的一个语音，我看到他们一点比较优良的一点就是他们
And run enough ads to earn a Freddo. Well, that feels like a lot of fucking ads at this rate.
有一波大换人的情况。
Like on YouTube, you can turn off just having ads altogether, and that's what I've done. Like, I don't want anybody to have to worry about that kind of stuff on like their side. If I could just turn off ads completely, I would do. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, you can just turn off monetization at least. So I think that'd be enough to turn off ads. Maybe YouTube still runs the ads on top of them anyway. I don't know. I don't know if there's anybody from YouTube that's watching it could tell me if they've had any ads, but I don't think so. But yeah, be right back, sorry.
所以导致他们可能在同样是一个比较短的时间内的一个磨合之下，虽然是来到了线下，但其实他们可能在一些细节上的一个沟通会吃到一些小小的压力。那具体他们的状态以及调整在图2能不能够去扳回一城，我们也是一会儿要这个影视修索见嘛。
是的，而2支队伍之前在影视修索的较量中拿出的阵容都是相对来说比较常规的一套带铁臂以及猎枭的体系。刚才其实，在首相区拿到4杀的那个决斗位解后面 Scarny 可能也会换到铁臂这个位置。
对，
而在影视修索这张地图在第3幕的一个线下正赛的胜率方面是进攻方可能56%，防守方只有44%，是一张以进攻方得分为主的地图。所以在 TEC 有选边权的情况下，也是选择了进攻方开局。但是其实滔博是非常喜欢打防守边的，因为他们非常相信自己一些接架的能力，包括2名韩援选手 Silver 和 Echo， 他们的这种在点里用幻影以少打多的能力是非常非常强的。
对，但我比较好奇一个点就是 TEC 刚刚白雅也提到 到了，上次他们打这张地图是有一场战败的一个记录的，会不会变阵？包括这张地图铁壁的一个上场率其实是比较高的，但你会发现昨天 TEC 打莲花古城的时候，他们把铁壁的位置换成了谁？换成了一绝。一绝在3点图的发挥强度是非常的高的，那也是要看一下来到这张地图，秋叶包括整支 TEC 会不会迎来一些阵容上的改变？
对。小黑在这几幕中的进化，大家也是肉眼可见的。不仅说是枪法非常在线，而且现在这种用技能的决策以及拿残局的能力也是越来越强了。
对，但对于Top来说，图2可是自己的选图，也是自己的强图。虽然最近的比赛有一些慢热的情况，包括其实昨天你会发现 JK 对阵上，就整支队伍踢Top打 RNG 的时候 ，JK 他的发挥是非常的亮眼的。不管是抓机会能力啊，还是绝境逢生的能力都很强，但是他发挥起来有个前提，就是得刷起手感来。这个跟队伍的得分是有很大的关系的。
最近教练有非常多的表情包，
对，
之前有那个还有捶桌子的，还有人快睡着了的，非常喜欢。
We're talking about anime now. We've got very basic in this stream all of a sudden.
队伍中可以互相击拳庆祝，但他只能可能独自承受自己的悲欢这种感觉。
是，那来到双方的图2隐士修所，看一下会不会出现一些变阵的情况吧。一般来说还是就是老5样嘛，就可能杰锋、铁壁、猎枭、幽影加奇乐。你要换的话，可能个别还是在少位，要么是奇乐，要么是零，要么就是可能烟位、控场位上的一个选择啊。幽影和星坠偶尔会有一些轮替，但幽影在这张地图它有很多的一些高点位可以踩，包括剑影、包括离魂啊，其实打拉扯可能会比星坠来的更加实在一些。
是的。那在这一场比赛中，对于体坛来说，他们目前影视修所其实就打过1场，就是上次输给Top的这场。但是我相信那场回去之后，他们一定有很多的复盘。而在Top这边这张地图上面打的相对比较多的，之前还有赢过17的记录。在阵容方面的话，两边也没有做出任何的改变，依旧是在影视修所中常见的一套阵容。而这套阵容最讲究的就是近点的技能配合，像是山峰地线以及寻敌间的收益是非常关键的。
对，铁壁在这张地图，不管是终极技能的充能啊，还是前点位一些地图控制权的争夺，就是它释放技能的时机是很关键的。而在这张地图，就很多观众会讨论啊，就虽然数据上有的时候看来啊，有些地图它很偏向于防守方，有些地图它比较偏向于进攻方，但你其实有一个万变不离其宗，就是你会发现选图来到一支战队的一边，那另一边选边的那一边，一般来说会选择这张地图的一个优势边。
Alright。
滔博也是在这张地图被迫先来到了防守 ，TEC 选的进攻。
是的。非常感谢现场观众的呐喊声。进入到比赛，首先滔博的防守边 Jackro 是起到了一把正义。之前在上一场两边的对决中，他的正义在手上局就拿到了4杀的表现。
这滴扫了2个，但是子弹打完了，只能先推后点，反而是被穿成了个27滴血的残血。
对，
而且没有选择斯凯和贤者，这血量是拉不起来的。
Anyway, sorry,
穿墙的系数比较高，想取得一些击杀的效果。
点内3个人，这好像有看到杰锋手臂直接飞，左侧有人。阿博现在在点的有点孤立无援，但队友来的很快。
Oh, the recon is so good from Black.
Black 已经把点的清完了。那应该是能够去。
I mean, Black's sort of becoming one of my like. I love watching a sort of player that doesn't really go crazy on kills, just have good utility. And I think Black on Viper has been pretty decent. I think we've seen him that much on Silver, but I could be wrong. I mean, we've seen him play this already because we've seen these guys play before. I also got to imagine, like, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, this QA guy would be an absurdly strong pickup for any team if Tech don't make Ascension at all, or partnership. Like, if he remains a tier 2 player, I think somebody should 100% pick him up. Because he's been very flexible, like maybe a bit too flexible. I think we've seen him play 4 different agents on the past 4 maps. ISO, Cypher, Raze, and then Killjoy. That's a nice shot. Another great recon from this time Coldfish. And they've dropped the spike too, so it makes this really awkward. Kwai has to smoke in order to get it. QA actually gets a gun upgrade too. He's able to work with. Well, actually no, he had a Marshal, but now he's got a Sheriff too, so that's good.
多。
对，
像是梅斯卡尼藏了一个比较不容易被发觉到的
Flash to see if anybody's like pushed up. You got a Marshall to fire out of it, but that's been it.
但起码现在自动哨兵是还没有失效的。对方
Good to just go for a C split from the looks of it. This has to be given up by top.
知道 A 区前压了 ，C 区快马加鞭。
Omen smoke makes this a little bit scary potentially. At least forces out a bit more utility.
太大的问题，那问题就要放在打回防了。
Oh, the shock darts.
可惜
Actually, just the Jonas lineups almost kill Shameless.
对方不是在一个常规的安置棒的血的点位。
是的，这个秒杀剑把 Shameless 打到了36滴血，他现在有点不敢动了，但是有人在反绕，就是卡哇伊
There's the
的位置
recon.
你前压
The smoke dropping at the most annoying time actually to deal with. So the recon actually pings everybody.
优势的 TEC 给刷了爆。
Like, everybody just fights because it lands here.
都瞄着车库的原因就是
And the person that was gonna clear it gets smoked off just as it
确
hits.
定 C 大不会来
Like, even though that round does go the way of tech, like, some of the little bits that top were doing there, I really liked.
对方的选图有一定的领先了。
Like, that play at the beginning was good. The recon was just tagging everybody. The little cute smoke that they had here to force that a bit more utility backside. The double shock darts. Like, for a team that's on an eco that isn't expected to win that round, there was like 4 or 5 bits of utility that I actually
优势的这一
really liked from
假
top
会有
there.
伏笔啊，就像秋叶手里有把数位打轻甲，只要2发身体。
中路放3个人啊，这其实在守方的站位看来还是
Recon just
反而是 TEC
not out in the open. I think it's the one that's like on a pixel on the roof here.
哇，秋叶是直接穿
Oh, and they
到
get
了
Echo actually through the
奇
box.
乐一岛能提了呀。
数位真的起到了效果。
And I mean, this is such a good reaction. Like, as soon as the Killjoy's dead, they're on C.
给闪光破点，这把效果非常
Jakiro gets one, it gets traded.
这也是给到了 Black 去穿射击杀的可能。
在 TEC 有人数的
Any
优势
wild lineups from Coldfish this time? Well, he doesn't have shock darts. I think he used them
现在会
before.
因为手里是
He has an
小
Eldron though.
退 C 场，在典礼应接。
Huye is actually stood on top of the box. Full Chad energy. He's actually got a main rifle too.
他应该没有出枪。
He's just stood out in the open.
但给技能的
Kwai might have fluffed his lines there too. Don't like that. I understand Huye is going to do that because he's effectively a duelist at heart.
看枪管了。那 Selven 再倒的话，最后剩下 Coldfish 一个人。
But yeah, again, like Tech have looked the better team. like, throughout today.
点发起进攻，而且目前看起来滔博的防守手段有点少。如果这样主攻 C 区的情况下的话，我感觉典礼要怎么说？
Gonna heat up
他们
some
现
soup.
在是选择
Enjoy your
打
soup.
回防，但是回防的这个角度总是被直架。
不是这一分就是下一分，滔博可能得去让教练下场喊个暂停，调整一下守方的站位。因为你会发现，现在 TEC 在打进攻的时候，他们的打法没有太多的逻辑可言，就你没有办法通过守方的
I
站位。
mean, who is it that got the kill onto the Killjoy to begin with?
反而是凭借更多的一些手杀来拉扯站位。
I wasn't paying that much attention.
对，而且他们没有获得太多的地图控制权，对于 TEC 想要打的一些主攻方向，提前
Might have been J. Kuro. Somebody had a Guardian.
有一些来的比较慢，
对，
对方爆能器了，那就有多条枪线可以架住你的出口。
压力太大了，虽然是两支队伍的第2次交手。
No, J. Kuro, sorry, it was like Abo or somebody. Probably Abo.
战的优势会体现得淋漓尽致。
Alright, Eco for top now. I wish this was top. I've gone about on about it so much, but I wish that this was just top esports and not top esports.
哎，想不
Just call it top.
想拉出来去拼枪，但是阿博接的非常的稳。
Alright, good.
可以再倒的话，哎，这有把英雄枪。
I don't know who's calling for tech actually.
接2个，第3个，慢慢点，别急。哇，但是血量太低。
The only rifle that they have, because they saved it from last round, at least they're able to get a kill.
是，但是中路有预警。
Mr. Canny just completely taken by surprise. Echo, it's good to get one. I mean, if he can get out, that's great. Can't get a gun upgrade though. Like, this is like decent damage done at the very least. For top. Hunter's Fury is even used as well. It does tag. Oh, so now it's a 1 versus 3. QA though. He knows roughly where the silver's going to be at this point. There's one. 30 seconds to get the spike planted. They've smoked it off. Echo needs to just be really careful because he's 5 HP. This is a very, very... Oh, the turret even kills Echo. This is an easily winnable clutch, but Sylvan is just brave enough to be on this corner. Oh, I was on the edge. I was thinking it was very doable there from QA. And then he gets to kill the turret. I'm like, oh yeah, this is no way that he can lose. But just as I say that.
之怒其实把棒的信息击落也是一个很大的悬念点。
而且这个狂烈之怒就
Good round from Coldfish though. Like gets a kill and then the Hunter's Fury too.
对一切都是以蝴蝶
I mean, maybe that's a little bit
我觉得还是那个大功臣嘛，就是如果他没有顶住 A 点的第一波，
little bit silly from QA, but it was a bit of a silly round overall. That's a great flash too. J Kura gets stuck on the wall. First round where he buys up the operator and he just gets shafted. Coldfish, he was a hero last round. He's being a hero still. Mr. Canny flashes, nice little double peek, forces him back. The paranoia and the push behind too. They managed to sandwich his plays. Don't die here, for the love of God. All right, Sylvan, just try not to give up all of that space.
而且地图的控制权对于 Top 来说会丢失。
后点位压的稍微有一点点急，其实
Think if you're fighting and holding, like hold that line. Right here, for example.
知道对方打 C 去了，他来的如此之快。
I mean, I used the term back and forth for how these teams are going to play, and this quite literally been a back and forth round. Recon isn't going to get Coldfish here. They're going to wallbang this, so clear it properly. No, they don't. Yeah, they do. Never mind. All right. Jesus. I was like, no, they don't clear him. Yes, they did.
其实有点一波未平一波又起，因为其实前那位民居撞墙被撕跟那个闪光有很大的关系。
是的
，Coldfish 真的很硬啊。
全部都是转折点。一开始本来对于 TEC 来说是一个人数的优势。
Oh, it's so unfortunate J Kura gets stuck there. Coldfish does good here.
后续小黑的那一枪，
I just think Echo is just pushing too much and fighting that too much.
两边的猎枭都在秀。
Almost kills Black. Almost gets him.
有两人出现绕后，所以就是想去拼枪嘛，结果就给到对方转点的机会。
Kind of hurts watching top. Yeah, they're starting to look a little bit.
刚刚他把人给摘了，那可能队友
Maybe there's just something about the way that Tech plays that makes good teams look bad against them.
很需要他的巨刃发挥。
对，拿一分丢一分是最恐怖的，经济起不来。这一分巨人加数位，2把长枪加把飞将，算是2.5把吧。但站在 TEC 的视角来说，他们手上这个惊雷卷地和狂烈之怒，包括全面封锁，不是闹着玩的。
又压了 A。
It's so just out of left field because Top have been one of like that's why Saint goes on about them so much. But there's literally somebody that like watches these streams that is just high on top copium.
而且后续的进攻是选择抱团，不给你抓单的机会。
打 C 有数位，但数位是没有办法能够穿烟的，暗眼推，后点绕后来。
Good flash. He's still alive in this corner. Never mind. It's still like good damage done from Top, but this is like for an eco. This is it. It's like Top's ecos feel like they're doing more damage. They look scarier than their full buys. Jakuro can't really get too much closer because of the lockdown. All right, this is like literally. It's like the only thing that's stopping this from being an absolute routing for Tech is that they keep losing to ecos against this team now. When it's a full buy versus a full buy, really nicely done from Top, that one. Full buy versus full buy, it seems to always go the way of Tech. It was the same on Split too. But any like eco or lower buy seems to go their way. Yeah, good from Jakura to just sit and wait. If he tries to push whilst the others are pushing, it might just end in disaster. But if you could, as pistols, push people back into a jet ult in this space, it's really nice. Alright. Stun's gonna go across the jet. Man is just gonna push. This is good from Jakura. It's not gonna be expected. He just might get unlucky on the timings there because Black was waiting for him. Doesn't get stuck on the wall this time though. Good from Coldfish to not get hit by the Blade Storm, and then just gets two. Like Coldfish is just, he's holding on for dear life this game. And as soon as he dies, everybody else does. Coldfish is just having to carry. And as soon as he goes down, everybody else on top loses their inhibition to play. I mean, that was a little bit of a whiff. Alright, they're just going to try and execute pushing with the paranoia. And good fights for QA. Trying to keep note of Killjoy utility placements. Looking like me out there.
在 C 场被巨人标掉了，所以他现在看到这些技能组，我觉得他又留了一颗心眼，就是我一定得去确认一下 A 场到底有没有人。结果
I think the good thing about watching pro play is I think it's so much easier to get the movement and positioning down. Especially watching EDG. I think that's the difference between like a good team and a great team. It's just how you take those fights to either at least force up more utility, force up more time, or just to have people overextend a bit. I mean, it's still, with how this map has been going so far for top, this still feels like it's a bit of a late timeout. Like round 8, you're doing your first timeout here. Like it's been pretty iffy at best. Was she the girl that was cosplaying Jet the other day?
对，是我们一直来线下观赛的，
都是粉丝。
对对，而且能力非常非常强的一位观众。
是，但这个5比2的比分，现在更加焦头烂额的可能还是滔博这边。加油啊！这张地图是自己的选图，图2必须得拿才有图3追分的机会。更何况现在在防守端拿的分数并不够，又陷入到了一个经济劣势的轮次。要命啊！甚至上一分。
Like imagine being 10 and 5, having a 2 KD, and you're 2-5 down. He is 1 less kill than the rest of his team. He is almost doing a flatter deadlift.
可能还是想在点内把枪线给铺开嘛，争取创造一些回防的机会。因为你会感觉 TEC 近点第一波技能他们是扛不太住的。对。
Alright, Eldron in on Garage. It's another eco, so they're just hoping for stuff. Rolling for the cut across. Alright, whatever. Yep. Oh, Hunter's Fury is great because it gets the person planting and it also catches onto Ivo behind it. And you know that there's one backside. Spike still hasn't been planted yet. Don't lose another Thrifty. Please, Tech. Oh, Mr. Canny gets one. Oh, of course. It's the lurking Sova that saves the day. 2 rifles now, at least. Like, Coldfish has 1. Mr. Canny is a rolling thunder. He's just died. Coldfish, this is his chance to actually deadlift. Clearing any nano swarms on the spike. Doesn't really have the time. Good peek from QA. Becco wins this fight here. Could have been it. Silver low for the win. Yeah, that's the difference for these teams. Oh, the paranoia like helps so much more. Just allows a bit more space.
看下一分场将分，这一分场将分是重头戏，他们的3个终极技能领先的轮次，这也是上半场得分的一个转折点了。如果这分再丢，经济落，终极技能落。
Alright, full buy. Put the killjoy stuff over towards here because you've got lockdown. Oh, the recon as well is so good again from Coldfish. And everybody's still dying again. Oh, 1v1. This is the weirdest 1v1 ever. It's Black that wins it. What is this game turning into? Like, that was a full buy strategy. This team top won 13-7. 13-7 against Tech like a week ago. And I'm pretty sure the majority of those rounds, it was like 8. They had an 8-4 defensive half the last time that they played. It's also that kind of like, have they forgotten everything? Were they like Men in Black, like sprayed with the fucking things and they've just forgotten how to play this map? Because they're just pushing on like A. That's their only plan.
之后安装一个 B 方，没想到吧，我长枪去打 B 点了。
哎，你抓我都。
小黑被抓了。
后点位打了个1换1，枪能得到升级。但现在经理就直接推了。
Oh, they're gonna do a closer job here again. Oh, oh, why? What is this pandemonium? Maybe just a bad day. It's the fact that like top seem to never have bad days. But it just feels so like flustered, really. Like everything that Tech are doing, sorry, everything that top are doing is just so like aggressive, like fighting here. Like I don't remember it being this aggro the last time that they played. Like I remember retakes. Like what a concept in a game like this.
收益，结果正义还是把后续的2名队员全部给接掉了。那 TEC 也没有想到，汤博自己怎么说呢？分好歹拿了吧。这虽然拿分的手段，包括拿分的轮次都是有。
It's like you got lockdown. I don't know how long Echo has had lockdown for, but I think he's been sat waiting for a while. Right, you got the turret on the B box. You got a pretty shallow alarm bot in garage. Has Black been using shock darts to break any of this utility? I don't really think he has. I don't think that's been like a priority for them. There's one shock dart though. Don't think that was for anything in particular, but I could be wrong. That's why they moved the alarm bot.
Echo 不会是一个比赛经验非常丰富的选手。
对，但现在站在 TEC 的视角来说，就
I mean, it's good that they moved it so it didn't get hit, but you can see that it still requires somebody to like actively watch it. Yeah, I really want a third map, but I just want Tech to, well, so I just the fact that it's Tez versus Tech as well is driving me insane. Wait, was it just a? What scared them in order to do that? I thought it was like an Omen ultimate on C, but it was the Omen on defense that was used. It'd just be so much easier. Like Tech is good because it's these like Titan Esports Club. Tech, Tez, the East like top esports. Just make this top. Just make it top. Like China, get a grip. Just make it top. I imagine it's probably TES in other esports, like.
通过一些技能的配合，感觉开局近点又是那个321开团，然后山崩地陷开起头，对吧？
啊，是的。
起头就一波冲到了点里。
包括那个狂烈之怒嘛，其实有。
Right, I want to rewatch what caused them to lock down there because that read was so off base. They ult because the Omen TP'd and saw nothing here. I mean, if that was pre-planned for by Tech, that's absurdly smart. Otherwise, they'll be like, oh, that's great for us. Because they were just sat here waiting. I mean, it wouldn't blame them to sit and wait because of how much aggression has come out this side. Somebody almost always has gone pushing a main, whether as a stack or whether it's just be like Echo on their own. That's brave from J.K.O. Actually, no, never mind. It was smart because it was defending silver ult. So he barely takes any damage from it. Bit unfortunate from Coldfish. Shock darts break anything for Killjoy, but the Killjoys for round 12 got so little money that they don't even have an alarm bot, I don't think.
看这一分 B 区的进点嘛，其实站在 TEC 的视角，他们进 B 的次数不算特别。
How would they know it's an esports org if they call it top?
你安个包骗一骗。是的，阿布的明君。哎，出去了！哇 ，JK 这把奥丁接了2个3杀到手，那残血的阿博也是被变成的卡尼给补掉。上面也虽然给了，但现在 Shameless 能做的是非常的有限，时间已经不多了。
Shameless 1 versus 3. Paranoia doesn't connect, but the trade's there anyway. I think that 4-8 is, all things considered, a fantastic half a top. Considering how some of those rounds have come in, the fact that they were able to get 4 is a godsend.
强在一手抓机会的能力吧。他们来到进攻方之后，可能会更加舒服一点。
他们就是有这种配合，所以之前在影视修索的胜率还是比较高的。包括
I mean, I wish we had the API stats, because I imagine that the head-to-head between these two teams with full buys is like, I'd go as far as say 80% for full buy rounds. Might even be a bit more, because I swear, like, when it's a full buy versus a full buy, Tech always win. And Top look closer fighting these full buys when they're on like a half buy or an eco. It is crazy to me that it's like this. I think it's crazy how good Tech are on full buys. Haven's defense favored, isn't it? It probably leans more towards attack. Like, I always see Haven as like, attack is like easier to play. Yeah, I mean, like, for context, like, Dribs and, like, Besso are, like, IRL friends of mine, and, like, we play Valorant, we play TFT. I gotta say, the new set 10 for TFT, look at this! Look how good he's doing! And they're losing! He's got 400 ACS and they're losing! He's almost killing two, like, on average, almost killing 2 people a game around. For the move and registration, I'm just like, so there's like friends that I play Valorant and games with that are just asking general esports questions. Then there's the, I call it the Coldamenta recon, because he was the first person I saw do it. The problem is, you put your reticle slightly wrong and your recon dart just goes bing, up into the stratosphere. Nice kill from Abo. Oh, Black's actually just done nothing. He's done absolutely nothing. Abo just goes back. He softened him up for Abo. That's what he did. I'm uneducated, apologies. I mean, it's probably the most common question that we've had on the stream since doing them. It's like, is this map attack-sided or defense-sided? And I think, generally speaking, it's hard to really know. Like, it varies massively from, like, comps and regions. Like, Ascent, I would say Ascent is a very defense-sided map. But we've seen some, like, attacking stomps. Like, earlier on for FPX, they were 10-2 up at the half.
丢这一分其实经济的压力是蛮大的，包括没有安包嘛，也强袭不了。飞将，哦，这一发好像没能抽中啊，有点可惜。
但是压制对方不敢跳 pick 了。如果这个 C 场你不拿信息的话，对方轻而易举静音接触到近点是很难防守的。
啊，这可以被打残了。现在作为一个队内的一突
，Why do I still feel a top are just going to do something here?
在抽库响过枪，就这把飞将其实在这一分对方没有起甲的情况下是一个很大的威胁。
Also, the funny part is, you've got TES versus Tech. Do you know who they play in the next game? Who the winner plays? Trace. Like, we need to come up with better naming system. We're not seeing Dynamite tomorrow.
掉了把枪出去啊！这分好像有机会，38秒，生命线给啊，有拖到近点，队友回防来得很快，再挂颗烟，哦，这个
Nice shot. He's still just going with a ghost. Why not? I can tell you why not. Because somehow, top esports are better on pistols than anything else. I mean, Abo is just now farming in these games. Yeah, every team has esports in their name. I guess it's like a lot of X's and a lot of E's. You know, Dynamite has a lasting impact to fans because we can't stop talking about him. No, specifically Get Deluxe can't stop talking about him. Like X, DRX, Paper X, FPX.
是的，这回合阿博是拿来了把狂徒作为过渡。对于 TEC 来说，这一分还是有想要拿下的希望。
哇，这逐风往前飞，足够自信啊！阿博现在已经是打出了自己的手感。
但是 TS 是不敢跟你应对的，自己的长枪分掉一把枪都是亏的。
Do you see there's a problem with that in Celestials? What does the X stand for? It's just a D, like, for DRX? I don't actually know. But FPX, it's Fun plus Phoenix. So I guess it's like, otherwise it'd be FPP, which sounds way too silly. Then Paper X is just the X at Rex. Dragon X. Ah, okay. Yeah, Extreme's another good one. Yeah. The FPP sounds like the financial protection program or something, you know? This is barely even a buy for Tech because it's their bonus. The problem is that Abo had a rifle and he's died in the spot and Kwai really wants that gun. Is there any other X orgs that I'm trying to... I miss when Louds was just like LLL. But now they just do Loud as 4 letters. This just turnaround is obscene from Tech. I didn't expect this. Saints' prediction has gone down the bin. What it does mean, however, is that we might see more ISO in the future. I mean, especially against Trace. How likely is the ISO? Sex esports, yeah. That's not going to have branded issues at all. And it could be like the global esports, like GE fighting, but it's just SEX fighting. Hashtag sex fighting. That's your call to action. Who predicted Tech 2-0? Not many people, I don't think. I don't feel... Wait, it's not done yet. There's still money. Mr. Kenny is a Rolling Thunder. Nobody to play off. And he just peeks into 2 people where I think QA, it just missed him entirely, like the stun, because he was too close. Because there was nobody playing off of it, because Echo was a million miles away. He might have done enough here. No, they're going to get it. Together we are terrific, my beloved. Oh, those were the days. I think ISO will actually end up being a good agent for pro play. I didn't believe in him, and I still to an extent don't. But I saw, like, the premise, at least, from Tech yesterday. Like, I think the utility isn't bad. It was just poorly timed. It's one of those ones where, like, because it's the off-season, I'll give Finkerman's Valorant a pass, but I feel, you know, Finkerman, like, Chris is going to make a video on the ISO play, and I bet he'll have, like, 1 or 2 rounds. And most of them are like, you could see the idea, but it didn't really have any impact here. And that's why I'm like really keen to see more of the ISO, because I could understand the idea. It was just really rough around the edges. So after like a VOD review on tech side of like, okay, we were using this utility too liberally and it wasn't really doing what we wanted, or it was doing what we wanted, to double down on this. Kawhi's just tip diving and dodging. Gotta get those clicks. It makes it sound really negative, but I mean, it is the first time ISO's been played. That's enough of a reason to make a video on it. But like, at least Fingerman's Valorant's good at making those kind of videos, because he'll do like a first time ISO in pro play, was it any good, which is a really bland YouTube title. There'll be somebody though that's like, oh, the 200 IQ play from the ISO beforehand, and it won't be. But at the very least, off this result, we do get to see more of tech, which means that there might be more of a chance to see the ISO. But this is a shock. Like, seeing top go out like this is crazy to me. ISO is a must-pick in pro play now? Yeah, exactly. Like, somebody's gonna do that.
虽然他们的 slogan 是博之无憾，但是今天肯定是充满遗憾的一天。但其实跟第一幕相比的话，他们确实这3幕也一步一步。
So that's the end of Top. Top as an organization, I'm just putting Top on here now. They're off the screen. They should get in for partnership, so you should be seeing this red jersey and the orange Despicable Me villain jumper that the coach was wearing in 2024. The problem they have is that they have 2 Korean players. They have Sylvan and they have Echo. They're both imports. You're only allowed to keep one. Who do you keep? Top are in league, yeah. If Cypher's chips were to get nerfed, how would you buff them? You'll probably revert some of the stuff that was just changed, I imagine. Ooh. But it's a good point, actually, because Tech have now done well enough where they can actually make it off of points. Like, they've climbed up this. Let me see what it is on Wikipedia, actually. So we can actually go over this a bit more. Also, it's great, fucking fantastic for me to finish a stream at 1:15. Considering all of the games have been going to like 3 p.m. A 4.5 hour stream is lovely for me. On a day like this where it's like, like for the rest of the week we have like Rare Atom and Trace and Attacking Soul and FPX playing and this tech team that run ISO and of course EDG. Like all of the teams still left in this tournament are really exciting to watch. Like we have our top 6. I guess we could look at the top 6 and then we'll work out from there like everything else that's going on. So yeah, the 2 teams that went out today are DRG and Top. Top is a big shock. DRG not too much. I guess DRG are just going to feel a bit disappointed that they didn't win on Lotus and didn't take it to a 3rd map. But yeah, our top 6 being EDG, Rare Atom, Trace, Attacking Soul, FPX, and Tech, I think is really good. You know, there's a lot of hype, I suppose, around like what Top could potentially do as an organization. Like mostly from Saint, let's be honest. But losing out to a team that is just going with some wild ass ideas and having games like we just saw then, and then also just playing the ISO on Lotus, that's like exciting to me, I guess. So I wonder what the chances are going to be for Trace to actually play Lotus. I guess we could check that too, because it saves me a job later. So I don't mind like streaming for a little bit more to just do my admin. Dragon Ranger Gaming, yeah, DRG. But we don't get this until Friday. Tomorrow's games are Attacking Soul versus FPX at 9 AM, which is a great old game. And then 11 AM, we got Trace versus Titan. Or Tech. So tomorrow's games are going to be great. And then the day after, the winner of this game versus the winner of this one. Like, the rest... This was the last day, I think, that we have, like, a pretty, like, bang average game. Like, these two games are going to be so good no matter what. And then just for the rest of the tournament because of it. And like a full best of 5 on Saturday, full best of 5 on Sunday. So, yeah, we got our top 6. The question I have now is what we like on points, because I think Tech might have actually climbed up to a good position. So DRG got like 170 is what they finished on. Where are they? So 170 here. Who else is like out? Tech is still going. RNG went out on 120, I'm pretty sure. 17 Gaming went out on 120. LGD went out on 120. Tech Esports are still going. Top Esports are out on 170. So, I mean, this being 170 now means that they've actually overtaken 4 AM. They've overtaken Nightwings too. So Tech are like comfortably now in like Ascension. Like they've done enough to actually make it. Because it should be, yeah, so that's good at least. Like Tech have done well to do that. Is there any other teams that could be doing this kind of thing? I don't think so. Probably do it the old-fashioned way of just Edward Gaming we don't need to worry about too much. Rarata we don't need to worry about. FPX we don't need to worry about. Billy we don't need to worry about. Top we don't need to worry about. Nip we don't really. Weibo, JD. So Ascension being Trace potentially, Attacking Soul, RNG, DRG, 1, 2, 3, 4, Tyloo, Tech, 17, and then maybe Nip. Nip / Nightwings, I guess it'd be. Unless one of these other two orgs make it in 2. And maybe Attacking Soul or RNG have a off chance of making it in for partnership. But LGD, like, just missing out. Which is a shame. Maybe they get into, I don't know. But, like, that's pretty much, I think, going up to Trace, Attacking Soul. Like, that's a really good Ascension tournament, if that's the top 8. I thought Nip was in. I'm uncertain. I'm giving it a little bit. They should be in, but we'll see. Wait, I just came. Why not BLG? BLG are going to be in for partnership. Like, these are the teams that are most rumored to be part of the league next year. I could probably do it in the actual colors. So all the teams of green are going to be making partnership. So EDG, they're going to be in for partnership. I don't think anybody's expecting them otherwise. Rare Atom should be in as well. FPX likely to be in. Like, just the big orgs that have good history, good financials, also part of the LPL, which helps. Top's the same. Nip, I'm going to leave for a second. Weibo should get in. JDG should get in. So what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams. There's 7 teams out of 12. I think the other ones are OMG is being rumored. Nip is also one of the teams on there. And it was Invictus, but now it isn't. And like this other spot could be Nip, obviously. Wolves have been rumored. And then potentially some others. Heard EG getting the Chinese slot after leaving Americas. I think Wolves will want it more, considering Wolves stopped spending sponsor money on EG. Like, I think Wolves would be a good one to get in, but I guess we'll see. They're still quite a small org in regards to like size, anyway, because it's Wolverhampton Wanderers' esports division. But yeah, if I find like an orange now, these are the teams that like maybe make it in for partnership. I think RNG like could do, but I don't think that they're in an amazing position financially. Nip, I think, are there too. I said Nip and Nip are very likely, more likely than most. And then LGD maybe, sim sort of thing. But these teams have enough about them. But I think, right, I've just been a little bit more careful. Sliggy said you have the knowledge about Chinese Valorant. That's very kind of him. Sliggy just said I'm more knowledgeable. I think about China, that's probably right. I don't think that that's too... I think Sliggy's probably hosted somebody else, right? So he's not here. Like, I think like my knowledge of the game pales in comparison to Sliggy. I'll say that much. But I think from knowing more about like these fringe teams, I think I do know more because I just watch more. But like I think when you're going into like the rare atom EDG level where you can just sort of forget about the orgs and the stories and stuff like that, where it's just the game and how they play it, like Sliggy can just watch it at a very neutral position. If we want to know more about it, you watch more. That's very kind of him to say that. I felt it's always tricky because I went for a wee and I saw that he was streaming, and I was saying before, like, I had this feeling that we're going to go to Lotus as a third map, and Tech were not going to play the ISO. They were just going to go back to Killjoy, and it would just break everybody's heart, and we'd feel baited. Because I think that's probably why Sliggy was really keen on watching that second game. Just maybe they pull out the ISO again, and maybe it's a little bit better. But I was like, I just feel if it's going to go to Lotus, we're going to get baited by them. But yeah, at the moment, we're just talking about like what orgs potentially get in for partnership, and then what orgs are playing for Ascension. So the teams are green are the ones that are probably going to be in for partnership no matter what. Do you think the end of the year we'll get a big patch and everything will get shaked up meta-wise? I think the big thing that's going to get shaken up before 2024 is the map pool. Because we got episode 7 starting in January. So the map pool's going to change. My guess is that we have... How many maps do they take out usually? It's just one, isn't it? Yeah, the new map and then bring back an old map. So they take out 2. But I think like when they took out Icebox and brought in Bind, it was just that one map, wasn't it? But when they brought in Sunset, yeah, we lost Fracture and Pearl and got back Breeze. Yeah, so I think when a new map comes in, they do more changes. Maybe that changes because they're adding more and more maps. But yeah, I think that they would bring back Icebox because it's been over a year now. No, it hasn't. It's been like 8 months. Maybe it needs more time in the oven now than 8 months. Who knows? But I think they take out Lotus. I know people are dying to see Ascent and Haven taken out, but I just don't... I don't think Riot are taking it out for novelty's sake. I think they're taking out maps that they want to adjust. Like, they took out Fracture, which could have a couple of small adjustments to make it better. And then Pearl, which I think probably needs a good amount. And Lotus, I think they've been data mined stuff anyway. It doesn't matter too much. Right, and then I'm going to color in blue because blue is the color Ascension. These are the Ascension teams. So there's going to be... If I do green again, there's going to be 10 partnership teams. I don't know what I'm doing there. So that's 10 for partnership in China. And then you've got 1 Ascension team. It's going to go in. But for Ascension, it's 8 teams. I imagine 8, but I've heard 4 potentially. But I like it. It'd be weird if it was just 4. I think it's going to be 8. So the teams in blue are playing for Ascension, like Trace, fantastic team, but the org isn't really in a big position. Attacking Soul, I think it's a similar sort of thing, where they could maybe argue for partnership at this point. They've been involved in Valorant, they've attended international events, like FPX and Billy have. They were at Tokyo. But again, I don't think they're like a massive org that's going to necessarily turn it. Tyloo as well is like, they've been around forever, it feels like, in China. So it's basically these teams. It's really annoying that they haven't announced who the partnership teams are in China. Because this whole like list would be different. Because I imagine for the actual Ascension tournament, Edward Gaming and Rare Atom aren't going to play. Because why would they be playing in a tournament to qualify for an event that they're already a part of? Because they're big shot money men. And women. How many partner teams would there be then? Total 11. Same as the other leagues, right? Because you've got EMEA. You've got America. I'm just going to put AM. You've got Pacific. And then you've got China. China's the new face on the block. Yeah, 10-1 guest. I hate using the term guest. Leo, don't get me started, I swear. So yeah, like EMEA, they have the 10 partnership teams. America's 10 partnership teams. Pacific, 10 partnership teams. China will have 10 partnership teams. And then this year, each of those, so going into 2024 and then 2025, EMEA has one guest team, Ascension team, which is Gentlemates. America's had the Guard, now it's G2, because whole other topic. And Pacific had Bleed Esports. China, we don't know yet, because we're still waiting for that Ascension event to happen. In 2025, we're going to have 2 Ascension teams, which is going to be Gentlemates again for 2025. I'll put 26 in there too. Another team, and like we'll get another China Ascension team. So maybe Trace Esports miss out on making Ascension this year, but they make it next year. So they're going to be part of the 12 teams in 2025. And yeah, like Get Deluxe is saying, we go to 2026, it'll be 2 teams again for Ascension. But that's because Gentlemates at this point will be like, thank you for taking part, now piss off. Same with G2, same with Pacific, and same with China. But what the orgs are hoping for is to be part of the ecosystem so they get some of the supplementary money. But also with stuff like EG potentially dropping out, all of these orgs are just like, these partnership orgs are wanted to get in on this list. And I think 2025, going into 2026, Riot are going to look at all of their partners and decide who they want to keep and who they might want to get rid of. The worst team gets relegated, right? No. It's just if the top 2 teams in EMEA are the Ascension squads, they would still leave eventually. Like KC could be even worse this year than last, but so long as they still do everything that Riot want them to, like they make good content, that they support their players, that they invest in the scene, Riot will still want to keep working with them. Which is always the problem with a franchise system. Now you get a team like Shanghai Dragons that was 0-40 in a season and doesn't get relegated and still plays at the top level because they have investors that have bought in. So it's a tricky one, really. But going back onto China, this is kind of how it like looks at this point. Like for the Ascension teams, there's 1, there's 2. There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, probably like 8 here with RNG. I'd say that NIP is likely more likely to get in than RNG or LGD. So it'd be these 8 teams of Trace, Attacking Soul, RNG, DRG, Tyloo, Tech, 17, and Nightwings, playing for partnership to be this one team to join China. But yeah, hopefully that makes sense. I think, yeah, that's kind of everything on that subject. It's a very like complicated one, but it's made more complicated just for the fact that we don't know who's made partnership. So these are points to qualify for an Ascension event, where for the majority of the teams in the top 20, it's irrelevant because they're just going to be part of the league anyway. Like, you have got... There's a team that's pretty low in the rankings overall. That might, like Wolves is, 39th place. Barely done that well. But they might get in for partnership. I think LNG is also a name that, like, has cropped up a little, but not anything massive. So yeah, it's just like JDG's team is pretty rough. It hasn't really done all that well, all things considered. But there's also the side of it of where, let's say the Ascension final is Trace versus Attacking Soul. Trace win, Attacking Soul don't get in for partnership. But somebody like JDG that have a pretty below average roster might drop their team and pick up the call from Attacking Soul. And now, so even like the top players at this level, even if they're on Ascension teams and they don't win Ascension, I imagine a good portion of them would just go to the other partnership teams that don't have good teams. Does that make sense? So yeah, it's kind of like a good mix of everything. Oh, I actually have it here too. Like this is the likely ones, and then Ascension. And then I think Ascension at this point is fixed. I'm pretty sure. Like, I don't think there's any way that this can change or anybody can like climb up the rankings, but I could be wrong. I don't think I am though. Like if I do it like this, like Ascension would be these teams, and then it'd be these squads. So Trace, Attack and Soul, RNG, Tyloo, DRG17, not NIP. It would be Tech, and then Nightwings. Could you reascend after dropping out? I don't believe they can. No. They just go back into the Challenger Leagues and have to do it all again. But if you do make Ascension, there's probably still a strong chance that when 2025 rolls around and you're a good partner in the league, and Riot look at all of the other partners that are officially partnered instead of you being a guest, and they go, for example, they look at it and they go, Koi's not been a great team. Like they've just been a pain in the ass to work with. So we're actually going to cancel our like deal with Koi. They're no longer a partner team. We're going to get Gentlemates in instead. Because Gentlemates have invested in the scene. They've got a really big following. They've done a lot of good stuff. But that's the whole reason why Riot don't have the partner teams pay anything. You saw it in Overwatch League. Exactly, that's my point. So if you compare it to the Overwatch League, if you're an Overwatch League org like Cloud9, you buy into the league, you first of all lose your branding, but that's a whole topic, another discussion. You spend like $20 million on a slot, and then you give that money to the Overwatch League, and it's up to the Overwatch League to make that investment worth it for you. Like, there were a lot of organizations in the Overwatch League that spent that money that basically didn't invest into anything else more, because they were like, well, we spent this money, we want to make sure that it's worth our investment. Like, we don't need to do anything more. We've given you the money, you do the rest. So it puts a lot of pressure on the Overwatch League to work out how to do stuff, and Overwatch League can't ask any more from like Cloud9. Cloud9 do this and then they coast out. Overwatch League can't be like, well, you need to like make more content and you need to like support your players more. And C9 be like, no, we don't. Like, we've paid the money. This is all we need to do. Whereas if you go into VCT, you look at it more in a sense of like, these orgs like Cloud9 don't pay anything. Like $0. And in fact, Riot pays C9 money to be a part of the league. Like 1 or 2 million a year, roughly works. I don't know. Like, I can't remember what the rough term, like, numbers were. And the reason for that is that Riot can now go to Cloud9, hey, we're actually giving you money and we're supporting your endeavors into our league to a point where you should be able to break even. So this is just good for you. Like, good for you getting sponsors and stuff. But we want to make sure that you are treating your players correctly, that you are like supporting the scene, that you're supporting creating content, that you're building a following, building your own brand, but building your relationship with the league. And if you do that, you'll get money from stipends and you'll get money from skins and all that kind of stuff. So if Cloud9 try and do what, like in the Overwatch League example, where they sat going, no, we're not going to do anything, Riot be like, okay, well, we're just going to get rid of you because we hold all of the power. Like, we're giving you money to be a part of the league. So we are in full control to say, we're not working with you anymore. Which is a good position for the VCT to be in, because with something like EG at the moment and all the chaos they're causing, VCT could just turn around and be like, we're actually getting rid of you because you're not good for the league. You're bad PR. You've fucked everything up. Get out. And we'll get another org that's in, like, we'll get G2 in that spot instead. Or we'll get like another organization. Like maybe they do something with like Shopify and Moist. Like another org that was on that shortlist. G2 is a bit complicated because they made Ascension, so you kind of have to like shuffle things around. But saying that it's not G2, maybe they pick up, I don't know. Could be another good org that could fit in Americas. Because TSM, no. FaZe, no. M80, maybe. But they're not really on the same like level as like established organizations. Like they're still pretty early. So yeah, that's kind of like why the whole system's like really interesting and really good. And I think it's, you know, from working on broadcasting like EMEA especially, some orgs are like like Fnatic, Liquid, doing an amazing job of like making really good content on YouTube and sort of growing all of that kind of stuff. Being able to go from there. That's been really good for them. But I won't name names, but some orgs have been just putting out terrible stuff for us to have on broadcast. And Riot can be picky about that kind of stuff. Like, hey, your content's shit. Do a better job. Because the orgs have to respect that. So, yeah, I think that these orgs are the... I'm going to put them in like a lower green because I just don't know. I think these 7, at the very least, are incredibly likely. These, don't know. Like, OMG I've never heard anything about, so I wouldn't have the fucking foggiest. And then Wolves is literally just a guess, but it could be Attacking Zol, it could be RNG, it could be LGD, it could be somebody else that's not on this list. Blizzard is just bad at making their own decisions. True. Like, yeah, the Overwatch League was optimistic, but the optimism, I think, was taken in the wrong direction. Yeah, I think OMG is an LPL org. I really hope Valorant ends up doing team skins for the champs winners. I don't know if it'll be for the champs winners because they have like the skins for the top like 20 or the teams that made champions, basically. So I'd imagine that they would do stuff where they do skins for everybody. Like, they don't want to necessarily pick favorites. Like stickers in CS, maybe. Like, I don't think they'll do like a Fnatic skin or an Evil Genius skin because that's a lot of resources dedicated for Riot to do that kind of stuff. And also, if you're doing a team skin for the winners, that means the EG... You'd literally have a situation where people would be boycotting the EG gun in-game because of how awful they're being. So that just immediately puts a lot of bad press on Riot, puts a lot of bad press on the league. It gets people boycotting Riot as opposed to boycotting Evil Geniuses because of that. Were we rumored to get team skins? We were, but I don't think it's going to be like the champs winners or whatever. Like maybe we get something that's kind of like the knives at the start of this year, just more generic to EMEA or China or whatever. Yeah, so they'll be doing something. I think it'd be very generic, though, is what they'll be doing. Yeah, I like the Overwatch MVP ones, but the redacted ruined it for everyone following him. Yeah, I mean, like, I had the Jonak Zenyatta skin. And I didn't get the Zarya one because I thought it was ugly as sin anyway. Meanwhile, they're not making the playoffs, which is good, which is fine. You'd also say at least the Sentinels, like they're actively trying. But that pressure could come from Riot, right? Could be like, you're a great org, we like working with you. Obviously you have some weird money stuff going on at the moment. But like, we're worried that you're just maybe in here because you're a big org that has a big fan base, but you're not actually competitive. So make sure that your team is competitive next year, which might give them the onus to go and do all of these like third-party events in the off-season, you know? Right, before I like finish up, I do want to add like the Vitas from today in at least. So I can just put these on the list and basically have a better look on what maps to expect for tomorrow. Just so I don't have to do it first thing in the morning. Just gives myself a bit of an easier time. Also, I'm gonna put some, like, I don't know what it would be, stream beat stuff on, just so my headset doesn't keep turning off. Where's stream beats on here? I just saw it a second ago. Please don't do this like me. Spotify. Here we go. Stream beats. Go for this one. It's always like the first one on the list. It's got 6 million plays in comparison to everything else. And like it just gets me to fucking think for a second. Alright, so yeah, this is my like list of all of the picks and bans so far, just so it puts it in a thing and it's easy to see. The Tech went first. Top Esports, they banned Ascent, Bind, Split, Haven, Sunset, Breeze, Lotus. And then here, the game earlier today, which was FPX DRG. FPX actually banned first. And they banned out Bind, Sunset, Lotus, Ascent, Haven, Split, Breeze. I can't see it because of the epic pen in the way. So at least that's done. I also haven't updated these, but I don't think I might do that later on. The Tech and Top. Can say goodbye to Top. So who have we got tomorrow? The big old game. That's the Campus Clutch. In the nicest possible way. Sorry, Red Bull, couldn't care less. Trace versus Tech and Attack and Soul versus FPX. So we can keep the Tez and we're getting TE instead, which is hilarious. Do we see the Lotus for Trace? Probably. If Tech have been banning out Ascent too, yeah, oh my god. Trace might actually pick into the Lotus. Because this is going to get banned out. So the likelihood of that happening is actually pretty good. And then Tech should still be able to pick Bind off of that too. Like that will get banned out because Trace ban out Breeze. So Breeze Ascent, maybe if you're Trace you have to take this somewhere else. Maybe you go Sunset. I think going Lotus into their ISO potentially, maybe it's like overthinking it. Maybe it's just not that scary. That you shouldn't be scared of like the Lotus just because they're playing ISO. Is this stream music of yours? It is not. It is by Stream Beats, which do like a lot of background music. I mean, I have some of my own music, but I'm not that self-involved to be playing my own music on a broadcast, I guess. Yeah, it's just like free music to play. It's just really nice stuff. Yeah, it's a really nice like thing. So what, like Bind maybe tomorrow, Lotus, Sunset. Haven's probably gonna get second banned. Split. Haven, Split, Sunset. Like probably like a third map of those three. Guess that's an interesting one. And then it is FPX versus Attacking Soul, which is a rematch, I think, of something that happened in Act 2. In groups, I'm pretty sure this was as well. Yeah, group stage opening game. Yeah, I remember this. Because of the Attacking Soul just been so caca-poo-poo on defense. Like, they really struggled to, like, move around the map because of the FPX wall. And then Lotus, I don't remember as much. I thought it was... No, that was against Rare Atom that they played on Haven. And then, yeah, YU was absurdly good. But it is Attacking Soul with Monk instead of Zero. So maybe. And also FPX, like people like Lysor and Autumn are looking a lot better. Tomorrow's just going to be so good. Like this game, this first game of the day, I think actually is going to slap. Tech versus Trace, I'm less certain about. Trace Kaka might go, yeah. you think Trace could float Breeze first ban due to it being a ban for Tech as well? Yeah, I mean, they saw what happened today, so maybe they do that. But it's also like, what would they ban out instead? Because they haven't really been fucking with it too much. And the one time that they did float Breeze, it ended up on a third map and they lost it. Like, you're not really... Maybe you could ban Split. Just because of what we saw from Tech on that last map, last series. But I actually think that the veto is very doable for Tech. I'm not going to say in favor of them, but I think that the veto can definitely be influenced a lot more if you're Tech. But it might be the case of like, okay, so you end up on Split, and you might end up on like Lotus as the first two maps. Trace could still win both of those. Like, it's just looking at it as a, oh, well, Tech won on Split against Top, so maybe there's something a bit more there. But Trace might just be so comfortable on these maps that there's just a big gulf in how good they are on something like Split. Because they are like beating good teams and having close losses against other good teams on this map. Like on Ascent, sort of, again, 50-50. Could be a full free mapper, though. Ban out Bind or Split, because Bind is a good map for Tech. That seems to be like the most likely thing to do. I might put them in this for now, anyway. Because what did we see from FPX? Like, FPX are a little bit happier for Breeze. This is the note that I gave myself from earlier that I wanted to remember. So Tech, doing it like this. So I don't know who's going to be picking or banning first. I guess advantage actually should go to Trace because they were from the upper bracket. So Tech would probably ban first, and Trace would ban second. Tech pick, Trace pick, Tech ban, Trace ban, left. So Tech banning Ascent because that's what they've started doing now anyway. Knowing that Trace don't want to pick the Breeze. I think they're likely to still just not fuck about and pick the Breeze. Maybe they take out Split. I don't think they ban Sunset. Tech pick. I mean, actually, sorry, they probably ban out. Would they ban out Bind? Don't remember what Trace's bind was. Oh, it depends if they play Dynamite or not. That's genuinely my answer. I couldn't tell you. Dynabind, I'm putting it as. What would Tech pick though? And they bind probably. Maybe they pick the Lotus, or maybe they pick the Split like they just did then. Yeah, I mean, maybe because of how Trace looked on that map overall, but they were playing with a stand-in, so it's kind of a mess. Because Tech might also just pick Breeze at that point. Because Trace did... I'm sticking to my guns. If I had to make a call, I think they just ban out the Breeze. I think they've been punished before by not. And I think they're like on Bind. In that case, Tech would go Bind, I think. And then what would Trace pick? Would they pick Lotus? I don't know if they would. Because if you go Split, that's also kind of rough. They go Sunset is what I said. What are Tech actually playing on Sunset, if anything at all? Titan Esports Club, where are you? Where are you, bro? Played it once, lost against Regans with the EDG comp. I think, well, Trace's comp is really good against teams that try and copy what EDG are doing. So I think that that's probably like a good shout to go for Sunset. So in this case, Tech now with Lotus left and Breeze. Well, no, Breeze would be banned out. What maps are left? Haven, Split, and Lotus. Oh, then maybe there's another like Lotus third map. But Tech wouldn't ban Split. Would they prefer Split or Lotus is the question. I mean, it's kind of a free... It's just how they feel on the day, I guess. That would be my guess. I don't know if that's... It's very interesting. It really does depend on, like, how comfortable Trace feel. Because they've been pretty consistent with banning out Breeze anyway. Like, no messing about kind of level of stuff. And then they picked Ascent or Sunset before. For them, Split or Sunset seems even, right? But I think that like Tech would be happy to have Split with how they did in the last game, at least. Like, Split's a map that they're 3-0 on. Granted, they played this team twice. Like Lotus, I don't know. It's like, as much as the Lotus is interesting for them to work with, I don't think they're necessarily leaning on it. Because this map wasn't the pick of... This was Tech's pick, and then Billy picked Breeze. So I think that, like, there's a... I think what really helped Tech this last series is changing up the map pool from the last time that they played top. And I think that that's kind of what's going for Tech at the moment, is that, like, they're happy to be playing Bind. It's been going well for them. They can play Breeze if they absolutely need to. Sunset's a bit untested, so I think Trace would probably take them there. Their Split is good. Their Lotus was good. Their Haven was good today. Great today. So I think actually like the veto really lends itself to Tech more than Trace. The more that I keep looking at it, the more I'm like, this is actually kind of tricky for Trace to maneuver through. Like, maybe their bind can be a little bit better than it was the other day. But it was still not a bad showing from them on bind, considering the other standard. It still went to overtime against a good Rare Atom team. So that would be what I was slotting in. And then FPX attacking Soul. I think this is not going to be as complicated. So attacking Soul should have the advantage because they're upper bracket. The FPX going first. Ban. Picks ban. Attacking Soul. Oh, sorry, pick. FPX ban. Attacking Soul ban. Left. So FPX mostly banning Bind, which I think is fair against attacking Soul. But mostly banning Sunset. So FPX, what would they pick at this rate? Probably keep that Lotus run going, right? And then attacking Soul, looking like they could pick Split at that rate, probably. And maybe rely on a Haven. They played it a little bit more in Act 2. Let's just keep it like possibly, most likely Split. So it's actually a really good map pool working out for attacking Soul. And then second bans, FPX don't really like Haven. Attacking Soul don't really like Breeze. So what would that leave? And Sunset, Lotus, Split, Haven, Sen. The second ban from attacking Soul once, and not really that much from FPX either. So, and FPX playing the Viper stuff on it seemed to look all right today. They'll be happy with that. This is a problem when you think about like 4 teams and then you go try to think about what each of them do on these maps. Because I'm like pretty confident in like remembering what these teams like to play roughly, but when you've got 4 teams and 7 maps, like 28 maps that you have to remember like their comps and their history on, and then try and blend it all together. And some teams, because they run the same comp and they've played against the same teams, kind of all blur into one. So off the top of my head, I'm a little bit like it's easy to talk about FPX's Lotus because I played it so much. But like Attacking Soul Split, I mean, they beat EDG on it, but it went to overtime. Double Initiator. For FPX, when was the last time that they played Split? And what did they run? Pretty sure they ran... I can't tell you off the top of my head. I have to go look it up. Rare Atom. It was in Act 2, so I don't feel as bad not remembering it. And they ran the Cypher and the Viper. They were running Billy's comp. We just really haven't seen that much of it. So maybe there's a shot. I was looking at this. I feel like this is probably the game that I was going ham for Viva. Oh, because yeah, there was the comeback. Yeah, I really don't remember much of like how FPX like to play Lotus. But it's like an interesting comp. Very different stylistically to what Attacking Soul are running. So... yeah, I mean, I think that that's probably like good shouts for the vetoes. So this was the ban for the first time that they played. What did I predict right? I want to make sure that if I'm predicting the vetoes, I want to make notes when I'm right and wrong. So Tech banned Bind, and then this was Ascent. So I was right here, I was right here. Top did pick Haven, and Tech picked Split instead. So these were just the other way around, weren't they? So it was just good, I guess, to see what like Tech's preference was. And maybe it's like, oh, because they picked Lotus against BLG, and then they ran the ice, so that there was a bit more of like a, ooh, maybe that's something that they're like pushing in for a bit more. But maybe it ultimately wasn't that great, and they were just like, let's just throw this out, just because if we want to beat Billy, we got to do something a little bit kooky, a little bit crazy. But yeah, I think I'll sort of leave it there, just because I've been streaming for 5 hours now. Like, streamed half an hour longer than I intended to, but I thought it was probably good to just do some like chatting, some housekeeping on this form, and sort of have a better explanation on what's happening with the league and stuff next year. And also, fingers crossed, there's an English broadcast, right? Whether I'm on it or not, I guess is irrelevant. I'd love to be on it, but if I'm not, I'd love to see other people be able to do like the esports stream broadcast wise, because Lord knows it's hard enough for everybody at the moment, I think, finding like jobs and opportunities. And with everything happening with the LPL's English broadcasts, which sounds like it's just, the problem is there might be no English broadcast for a brief period whilst it changes hands from TJ Esports that we're doing it this year to another third party or Riot at Striker at Dublin. What I'm hoping is that Riot don't go, oh, we're just going to do like broadcasts with no casters and just let people like watch party it. Because as much as it's been great to watch party these games, and I'm sure that everybody's enjoyed it, and like people like Sliggy or even myself could go on and do like this full time because it's like the only means to actually watch these games. That's 2 people sort of making good money from it as a full-time job versus like 10 to 12 maybe that could do it as a full-time gig. So, you know, that's my hope. But can't afford to sit around and hope nowadays. You got to go out and actively do shit, which is why I've been really keen to do these. So yeah, tomorrow it's another big game. It starts at 9 a.m. UK time. If anybody is wanting to make sure that they get a notification as soon as it goes live, in chat there's a Discord link. I'm not gonna pretend that there's a good group of people in there, but it's not like a massive community and stuff like that. There's not a crazy amount of stuff going on. But if it's just a Discord that you want to be a part of that gives you a notification when I go live, which is when the games start at 9 a.m, you're more than welcome to join, and so you can get those games before. Most especially for people that might have come from Sliggy that want to watch the games before Sliggy comes online. Because there's a good amount of people that are here for the first game, and then Sliggy might watch the second, and then they go over to Sliggy's stream, which is perfectly fine. I don't have any quarrels with that whatsoever. So it's just like if people want to have company for the first game, it's good. But for streams, I wasn't really going to raid anybody because I've just been wallowing for a bit. And there's nobody really streaming Valorant online. Maybe we send it X-Curate's way. Because I want to do a stream at some point talking about him. Because I don't know much about him other than he's family to some of the PaperX players for Forsaken. Just got my copy and paste ready. But yeah, we'll send the raid over that way. And then I'll stop the stream on YouTube. His one pro VOD. Yeah, I mean, we have nothing else to go off, but it's some good streams to watch and play. But thanks for watching. It's been a really good day today. Nice and quick. Tomorrow, I think we're going to get some absolutely cracking games. So don't delay, I guess, tomorrow. I was going to say, don't miss out, I guess. But yeah. Thanks for watching, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye.